Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
Oh, Mondstadt. It's been a while. We're home. Welcome, good numbing. Hello YouTube, hope you're all doing well. We're back with another Genshin patch, today with 5.6. And today's an interesting one. Well, we got this, but we'll get to that. A new Archon quest. In Mondstadt. We've got two main things to do today. We have got the new main story quest in Mondstadt. And we've also got a quest in Fontaine. But also, and it's real weird, tiny little island has just been added, like, over here in Natlan. So I'm actually going to start by doing this, then we'll go do story. I am going to try and do both the main story and the Fontaine quest today. So, we'll see how it goes. But, you know, a little bit of exploring. And now that, the next map expansion isn't coming with Skirk, according to the current betas, we've got to make the most of this, because the next patch is going to be kind of short. And it also means the map expansion is coming in 5.8, which means I'm not taking any fucking time off this game this cycle. So, oof. For those who don't know, for the past couple patch cycles, like the 4-point series, 3-point series, I've been skipping the holiday updates or the very last patch because it's irrelevant to the story. It's usually just lore and like teasing stuff for the next patch. So I haven't thought it relevant enough to stream, so I use that as a chance to just take a little time off. Because when I skip one patch, it basically means I take a 3-month break from that particular Hoyoverse game. But it feels like none of the fucking Hoyoverse games have break times anymore. They don't want you to ever stop. So I just have to live with it. But then I say that, I imagine 5.8, when we eventually get to that, I can't imagine there being too much plot important stuff by that point. Like, it just kind of strikes me as like, well, no, I feel like the plot's still going to be a bit more minor. It's just going to be like tying up some of the loose ends with Natlan and probably leaving a couple teasers for Nod Cry. So we're getting over there. It's just going to take a minute. Come on. This is like fucking... What's that island called? It's like this island. The Surumi Island. But it's just way off in the distance. And you're like, come on, really? And I'm rocking the OG squad. Well, I say OG. Obviously not Hu Tao. But in terms of like the Yelan, Run Shogun, Eula, and Arlecchino. I'm going to like preface it now as well for like whenever the next patch comes along. Although I'm going to get Skirk, I kind of don't like her kit right now. I really don't like that. Her kit is basically designed to force you to only have Hydro and Cryo teammates, and I don't like that. I've never been a fan of like mono element or like dual element in Genshin. I always prefer to have like more wide coverage. It's part of the reason why I love Yelan, because Yelan's the other way around. The more varying elements you have, the better she gets. So having, you know, just her be Hydro and everyone else be a different element is perfect. And so having Yelan on a team with Skirk, because Skirk, the way Skirk works is that she gets unique buffs for every Hydro and Cryo character that attacks individually. So to get the most of her buffs, you need to have 3 separate additional Hydro and or Cryo units with you. Not just like one that hits several times, because they can only apply Skirk's buff once each. And I don't like that at all. And also the new character, Escoffier, or Escoffier, how you pronounce it, is kind of designed solely to be a support unit to Skirk, and I'm just like, I don't like that. I like it where each character can kind of like be made to mold how you want, and everything I've seen on Skirk's just like, I'm sure she'll be great, I'm sure her moveset will be fantastic and everything, but I just don't like how she's designed right now. Anyway, there's a new boss we can fight over here as well, so we'll do that. The Overseer device. Got flow momentum, but consecutive cry. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Quiet now. Transfix. Game's up. Fun's over.
Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye. The odds are against us. Crush.
Alright, good fight. I'm assuming these are going to be... This is going to be a resource for the new character. Either that or Aether, because Aether's the new 4-star. Is he with this banner? He is. Yeah, these are the two new ones. Aether, an actual 4-star, crazy. A vet from the Flower Feather clan who cherishes the life he leads alongside all manner of living things. People, animals, you name it. He also says bro and dude a lot. And then Escoffier, the ex-head chef of Hotel de Bord, renowned throughout Fontaine as the supreme and vanguard of precision gastronometry, has incomparably strict standards when it comes to cooking. And also, people are making jokes that her trailer was made by, like, the Zenless devs because there's, like, egregious jiggle physics. And she's voiced by Emily Cass. She's got kind of a cute design. I mean, it's literally just a chef, but she's got a cute design. Oh shit, right, I forgot bosses respawn almost instantly now. So, is there actually anything over here? Hang on. Is there no chests or anything over here? It's just the warp and the fucking boss? Okay. Genshin devs, what's the point? What's the point? This boss could have just been put here or something. I don't get the point. I digress. Let's go to Mondstadt. Well, I play as Eula because it fits. Let's go home. And I think it's about time for the Windbloom Festival as well, so that'll probably tie into what's coming up. Oh, Timmy, my old friend. How you doing, buddy? Great, yeah? I needed more foul anyway. Oh, the Blizzard Mark is out here. The fuck is this? Yeah, go for it.
Wow! The city is all decked out! Oh, it's beautiful! Festival season means no commissions.
If this is a main Archon quest, my question is, after the Windbloom Festival passes, what are they going to do here?
Drop by and say hello.
Or is it literally just going to be during this story quest it all goes, and the moment you're done the story quest, it leaves, hence why we had to warp in? Sure, let's go.
Greetings, traveler.
Oh, this is nostalgic, and the music.
Hey, Catherine! Still doing the whole no commissions during Windbloom thing?
In general, yes. The people of Mondstadt don't delegate their work to others this time of year. But feel free to take a look around. I think you'll pick up on something unusual.
Take a look around, huh?
It's finally Windbloom. And here I am ruining everything.
You're a bit tired. No big deal. Give it some time. how about doing something fun tonight? We could take a stroll or go stargazing.
Stargazing? Like we'll find a spot. You know people start reserving places on Star Snatch Cliff the moment the sun goes down. Sorry, I'm just not in the mood. I should go.
Whoa! Something's off with Beatrice. She would never give up a chance to talk to Quinn. This is weird.
Oh, you're leaving? I can walk you home.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I just need some time to myself. Besides, there's still something I need to do. The truth is, Quinn, not long ago,
What is it? Is there something wrong?
Never mind. It's nothing. Actually, Quinn, I think we should stop seeing each other for now.
Huh? Wait, are you saying we can't be friends anymore? I thought we were best friends.
Did you see that? Beatrice ran off without looking back. Oh, we go adventuring in other nations for a bit, and one of Mondstadt's best friendship stories is already over?
Maybe they're just working out the kinks.
So, is this what you meant by unusual, Catherine?
This is just one example. Beatrice has been feeling down for days. But that's not all.
Oh, it's the honorary knight in Paimon.
Is something wrong? You don't look so good.
I know a knight should be stronger than this, but I haven't been feeling right lately. I just can't focus. I started sleepwalking out of nowhere. Sometimes I'd even wake up in the middle of the night standing in a random location outside.
You should see a doctor.
I did, but all the tests came back normal. The doctor said I'm fine.
Strange.
Yeah, I even consulted Miss Barbara at the church, but her conclusion was the same. In any case, she was kind enough to pray to Lord Barbados for me to get better. Is it because I saw something I wasn't meant to see? Sorry, this is for me to figure out. It is Windbloom after all. Anyway, I have patrol to finish. Until next time, you two.
Huh. Is it something in the air, maybe?
It appears Miss Donna is also out of sorts.
Oh, where can I find a truly fascinating man?
Wait, but Donna is the one who has a huge crush on D-Luke, right?
I like how Paimon just remembers all of the gossip.
That's what I thought too. But she seems to have changed her mind.
Is that Captain Kaya? Huh. Now that I look at him, he's exactly my type. How come I never felt this way before?
I'm flattered, Miss Donna. Although I do wonder whether that was intended for outside ears.
Oh, no. Of course not. I'm sorry, Captain. Just pretend I didn't say anything. And, have a happy Windbloom.
I think most of the Mondstadt cast are going to be quiet, to be honest, so get ready. I intend to, my dear. But first a question, if you don't mind. Why the sudden change of heart? I was under the impression Master D-Luke was the object of your affections.
Good question, Kaya.
So, you knew about that? Well, Master D-Luke came into the city not too long ago, but when I saw him, it was like the butterflies just weren't there anymore. If I had to compare it to something, it would be like waking up and realizing you're married to a man you don't love.
Ouch.
But then I saw you, and it wasn't that something was different about you. I can't really explain it.
So I get it, no one can resist Kaya.
A feeling.
I understand, and I'm flattered I was able to bring back the butterflies. But I do need to see to some business, so I'll take my leave.
Oh, here he comes. Well, surprised to see us?
Not at all. You are the exact two people I've been trying to find. So, Emmy, Paimon, how have you been? Oh, good. How about yourself and the rest of the night? The answer to that requires a private conversation. Catherine, do you mind?
Not at all. Have fun, you three.
So, you said you were looking for us.
Yes. Jean sent me to find you when she heard you were back in Mondstadt, but let's discuss the finer details back at headquarters. Paralogism. Go to the headquarters. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this is nostalgic. Oh, where's the rite of passing? The rite of passing, guys. Where are they? Where are they gone? Well, I suppose we're in a special episode, aren't we? Yeah, we're in a special episode, so we're trapped in here. That's why they're probably not there. So weird. So this story isn't just basically like a realmed or slash domained version of Mondstadt. I wonder why they decided to do that, to like encapsulate it in. Or maybe it might just be because of the Windbloom stuff, to make it so this is always like here for the story, but it's still strange.
Take it easy.
Yeah, and the warps aren't available either. I think this whole story quest is going to be Rob voices everyone, so brace yourself.
Ah, Kaya.
Oh,
You
thank
found
God,
them.
Susie Young's still voicing. Yep, I managed to track them down.
Good. With what's about to happen, it's great to have you in town.
Whoa, headquarters are packed. What's going on?
Honorary Knight Paimon. Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I believe introductions are in order?
Allow me. You have Note, captain of the second company, Skyron, captain of the third, Eula, captain of the fourth, and me, of course, captain of the ninth company. I know who Eula is. She's been on my party since 1.5.
Oh, you're all captains?
Whoa! Only 2 of you are playable? The others are
That's
generics?
Master Jean is waiting for you inside. She'll explain everything.
Is she gonna be voiced? No. Emmy, Paimon, thank you for coming. Is everything alright? There are tons of people outside. Ah, yes. That would be the captains. You know a few of them already, but I'm sure they are some new faces. There have been a number of incidents in Mondstadt. In order to wrap up the case, I gathered all the captains and the Knight of Favonius together to hold a trial.
A trial? But this is Mondstadt, not Fontaine.
I can understand the confusion. You've never participated in one of our trials before. In truth, we haven't had to conduct one in quite some time. The Knights of Favonius oversee most matters of law and order in Mondstadt. Of course, in the interest of fairness, major cases are tried jointly with the Church. Under the guidance of Barbatos, the Knights uphold chivalric justice in the spirit of our order, and the Church carries blessings and goodwill whenever the wind can reach. And today's case requires a joint trial by both parties.
Which means it's a serious one. So, do you need our help?
Hold on, the group of people we saw in the corridor just now, there was someone missing. Where's Albedo?
Right. He's the captain of the investigation team. But we didn't see him out there.
A keen observation, Emmy. That happens to be exactly why I called you here. In the upcoming trial against Captain Albedo. Ooh, fuck. Albedo's on trial. Uh-oh. Are you Wranglers or are you Levies? I'm going to pretend I know what that means and say Levies. We will do our utmost to understand the facts of the case and deliver a fair and impartial verdict.
Albedo is the one on trial? What did he do?
I always knew it would come to this. Jean, it's time. Man, I'm glad I'm doing the Mondstadt quest first, because I can wear out my throat voicing all the fucking characters from the strike, and then we can go to the French quest in Fontaine with the chef, and it will probably be voice. Oh, as in like Levi's, not Levies. Okay. Understood, Emmy, Paimon. Come with me. This is going to be the most awkwardly quiet fucking story, try thing ever. But it's an Archon quest, so it's mandatory. We have to do this. Otherwise it will not let us into Nod Cry when 6.0 drops. It's crazy that we're one patch off Skirk. Like, her kit looks really cool. I hate her fucking technique, but her kit looks great. For those who, like, don't know, I mentioned it at the start, but because people are joining in, I'll mention it again. Skirk's whole thing is that she gets damage buffs every time a fellow Hydro or Cryo teammate uses their element on an enemy. And this would be fine, because under normal circumstances, this would be fine, because you could just have one Hydra in your party, and they just apply all the stacks or whatever. No, one character can only apply one stack, meaning if you want to get the most damage out of Skirk, it is mandatory that Skirk's whole team is filled with just Hydro and Cryo units, and that is my problem. I don't like that. That feels like she's very restricted. Like, to get the most out of Skirk, she's restricted to only being in these specific teams, when I kind of like being able to apply the characters whoever I see fit. Where currently, like, her best build is going to be probably Yelan for sure, Escoffier, the new character in this patch for sure, because Escoffier is literally designed from the ground up to be a Skirk support. And then either another Hydro or another Cryo, depending on your preference. Maybe Ganyu, because she can, like, basically any character that can have sustainable extra damage. So maybe Ganyu, maybe Shenhe. Like, characters like that. And then Skirk on the end to make the most of the damage once everyone else has applied their element on an enemy. And I'm just, I don't really fuck with that personally. I'm not a big fan of that. Especially because of the damage increase. It's, like, on the current beta, if you have one Hydro unit, it, like, boosts Skirk's attack by, like, 10%. If you have two, it's, like, 25%. If you have three, it's 75%. And I'm like, there's a fucking jump here. It's very clear they only want you to have a party of only Hydro and Cryo appliances here with Skirk. And, like, it's such a shame, because everything in her kit looks so fucking cool, and then I go to her technique, and I'm just like, this is so cringe. But I digress. Let's see what this trial is about. Please, sit wherever you like. I only ask that you remain calm. No matter what you hear, I need to head over there. Don't worry, the trial will be fair. Now that everyone is gathered, nice transition. Let us begin. Alright, who's in the audience? I see D-Luke, because it's hard to not spot him. I see Sucrose, I see Kaya, and then it's us. And Albedo's in the middle. With Grandmaster Varka away from Mondstadt for the time being, I, Jean Gunhilda, will oversee today's proceedings. Oh, Mr. Dahlia, Deacon of the Church of Favonius, will serve as assessor. As representatives of our respective organizations, we will ensure a just verdict in this case. That's the first time we've seen Dahlia. And also, yeah, Dahlia's a dude, even despite the name. Dahlia has been a character we've known about since, like, well, by name at least. Oh, Rosaria's here as well. By name at least since, like, Mondstadt's beginning. Like, since the 1 Point series. There's been this one fucking account on Twitter that's been, like, a Dahlia-focused Twitter account who has been, like, the butt of every joke for, like, 3 years. Because, like, everyone's like, Dahlia's never fucking coming. But no, fuck, Dahlia's actually a thing. So I imagine that Twitter account is, like, losing their shit. For a split second, I thought he had animal ears. No, it's the hat. The defendant in today's case is the captain of the investigation team, Albedo. Albedo, what did you do? Certain aspects of this case are classified, and it remains uncertain whether the alleged victims are citizens of Mondstadt. As such, this trial is not open to the public. The identities of the victims are still unknown? Strange. If guilt is established in this case, all facts will be made public after the final verdict is delivered. Now, the captains of the logistics company, Miss Hefra, will present the charges. The court appoints Mr. Kaya to speak on behalf of Mr. Albedo. But are both parties ready to proceed? Yes.
Ready to proceed.
Right, is there even a trial? I think we're going to find out. It's probably more that, like, certain things are kept under wraps. Miss Herfer, the floor is yours.
Prior to this trial, the Knights of Favonius, in conjunction with the Church, launched an investigation into Mr. Albedo for suspected murder, an unlawful disposal of human remains.
You mean there's a lawful way of disposing of human remains? Actually, I guess a funeral. Hang on a minute, now that I think about it. Hang on a minute. Oh, shut up. Murder!
A witness stated that, 11 days ago, in the middle of the night, she saw the defendant southeast of the city gates, dragging a large object.
I like Albedo's chances is prosecuted as an NPC. Yeah, it's not fucking Miles Edgeworth.
No. There's no way!
Paimon, you know you're not supposed to talk during a trial, right? Shut up.
We now call that witness to the stand. Beatrice, please tell us what you saw.
Beatrice? So is that what she was trying to tell Quinn earlier?
Well,
Thank you.
I was out late that night on business. And when I
Yeah,
came
thank
back,
you. Yeah, come on, it's a trial. If you're in the audience, you shut the fuck up. If you talk, you get removed.
He was dragging a huge bag of some kind. I thought it was strange, so I followed him. Then, there was a sudden flash of golden light. The bag opened.
Well animated. Did you see how they animated Beatrice in the background there? She didn't lean. They just clicked her model and twisted it slightly. That's all they did.
Mr. Albedo's vision allows him to manipulate the ground with ease. So he buried it, and then removed any traces on the ground.
Oh shit.
Before he left, it seemed like he looked in my direction. Maybe it was just my imagination.
Jesus, way to make Albedo look terrifying.
Kill me too. Luckily, he didn't see me.
I now turn to the defendant. Describe your whereabouts that night. Oh, I gotta try and do my best Koi Dao impression. Oh, Koi, if you ever hear this, I'm so sorry, man. You have a beautiful fucking voice. I was working in my office on the second floor of the Knights of Avonius headquarters. That's right. The next day, the defendant submitted his latest environmental report on the Dragonspine region. Considering the length of the text, it must have taken a considerable amount of time to finish.
Can anyone attest to the fact that the defendant was working in his office that night?
No.
Then the length of the report is not a sufficient alibi.
This isn't looking good.
If the crime did occur as you described, then what about the body? You mentioned the joint investigation. Well, was the body recovered?
Not yet.
In other words, you dug up the location Miss Beatrice described and found nothing. You don't find that suspicious?
I know what I saw. I'm telling the truth, Miss Hertha, I swear. Also, didn't you say that speaking out would help protect the people of Mondstadt? Otherwise, I'd never put myself out here like this.
You're doing the right thing. Besides, the investigation wasn't fruitless. A single man's shoe and a torn piece of fabric were found in the bushes near the crime scene. The same location the witness described. If no crime occurred, then is all this just a coincidence?
I don't know if that counts as substantial enough evidence. A shoe and a bit of cloth. Anyone could have just been having... This is the nation that's obsessed with alcohol. That could have just been some drunk. Literally, the origin of the wine industry is in Mondstadt in Genshin. And yet, no victim has been identified, correct?
It's true. No one has been reported missing.
This is a weird fucking case.
However, Miss Beatrice harbors no ill will toward the defendant. Her testimony clearly points to a crime, and she has no reason to lie.
Does the defendant wish to say anything in response? You may believe otherwise, Miss Hertha, but I did not kill a single person. As a knight and the captain of the investigation team, I have a duty to protect Mondstadt and its people. You accuse me of murder, but there's no body or motive.
The defendant raises an important point. Motive. Yet, I must be frank, not all murders are premeditated. Spontaneous conflict can also have unforeseen consequences.
You think Albedo's the type to... I'm going to stop talking.
I don't intend to prosecute this case on circumstantial evidence alone. Which brings me to the
Oh,
second
okay, I was gonna
charge
say, I hope she has
against
more to
Mr.
bring here.
Albedo.
Second charge?
Paimon, shut up! Please proceed.
7 days ago, at dawn, a witness saw the defendant dispose of the body of an adult male in the area between Dragonspine and Dawn Winery.
That cliffside?
I now call the second witness to the stand.
Wait, that's...
Diluc Ragnarvinda. Please tell the court what you saw. I heavily doubt you're going to be voice. Of course not. At around 3:40 in the morning, I saw Mr. Albedo dispose of a body beneath a cliff. It was dark, but he used the power of Geo to illuminate his surroundings. From what I could tell, it looked like the body of an adult male, tall and thin, but I couldn't make out the age. He buried the body underneath the cliff and smothered out the ground to remove any traces.
We now have accounts from 2 separate witnesses that describe the same modus operandi. Would you call that a coincidence?
Operandi? I thought it was operandi. I thought it was modus operandi that you pronounced. Fucking what do I know? I would only inquire as to what Mr. Diluc was doing in that area so early in the morning. Not the most opportune time for a stroll. Is there such a thing? Dawn Winery is my home. It's not unusual for me to take walks in the area. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. That's all. Master Diluc is a well-respected figure in Mondstadt. I see no reason for him to frame Mr. Albedo. Yet the question remains, where are the bodies?
Before you suggest a lack of evidence, Mr. Kaya, you should know. After the defendant left that morning, the witness found this where the body was buried.
And this is what looks like to be teeth and femur of a human. Now it does beg the question, if the burial was fresh, why is this all the remains of the body? But I suppose Mr. Albedo is the only one who can answer that. Careful now, Mr. Diluc. I do believe I hear a presumption of guilt in there somewhere.
These remains suggest an accelerated rate of decomposition.
Or that they've been there for a long time. What the fuck are we doing here?
Alchemy is at play here.
Alchemy, huh? Okay, I know alchemy's good for a lot, but I'm not sure... Okay.
Both witnesses saw golden light, a known byproduct of alchemy. That's how the defendant destroyed the bodies. The light
that's a bit
also
presumptuous.
explains how the witnesses were able to get a clear view of the events in the dark.
So that's your angle. Alchemy. A logical assessment, but we have a witness of our own. The afternoon before the alleged second murder, Mr. Albedo had a lengthy intellectual exchange with his student, Sucrose. The two were in the library until the next morning. Why did the discussion last so long? Miss Sucrose was presenting the results of her research. She noticed some flaws in the data and insisted on reviewing her calculations until the next morning, with Mr. Albedo present. That's right, we were in the library together.
You're certain Mr. Albedo was present the whole time?
Yes, and I know Mr. Albedo would never kill someone. He could never be so cruel.
Nevertheless, the other witnesses have no reason to lie. Tell me, Miss Sucrose, that meeting in the library, were you awake the whole time? Sounds like a considerable duration to go without sleep.
Oh,
I do hope you can be truthful with us. It concerns the safety of countless Mondstadt citizens. A crime like this cannot go unpunished.
I'll take it from here. During our meeting, Sucrose did fall asleep not long after midnight. It's alright, Sucrose. You don't have to lie for me. This is a sacred place of judgment. The truth is paramount. Mr. Albedo! I see. Then, I'm afraid your alibi cannot be substantiated, sorry. Do you understand? There's going to be a lot of, dyslexic challenging words for me in this, in a trial, I fear. Yes, I know claiming innocence without proof isn't enough. But the prosecution's argument has its own holes. There's been no mention of a motive, or what exact method could reduce a human body to those remains.
No conclusive evidence of guilt. But the witness accounts do match to an extent that can't be dismissed. This is a tricky one.
Allow me to submit another piece of evidence. The investigators intercepted one of Mr. Albedo's correspondences. I will now read the pertinent parts to the court.
Uh-oh. A correspondence. Do you know what this all feels like? This feels like, instead of playing an Ace Attorney case, I'm watching one. You know, like, I don't have to present the evidence. I know as not little as, like, anyone else. I'm just watching it play out. Oh no, that envelope does look like it belongs to Mr. Albedo.
I have never abandoned the subject of human research. In fact, delving deeper into Dragonspine has led me to realize that the concept of life could be further expanded and transformed into that of birth. The mystery of human birth is often linked to death. As such, death is the most suitable material for the creation of new life. To that end, we must engage in a process of putrefaction and refinement.
Putrefaction and refinement?
Is that in reference to an alchemical process?
The letter continues. Experimental trials have been carried out in the northwestern part of Dragonspine, in the area southeast of Mondstadt's main gate. The data is as expected. Just as you endeavored to do, I too shall take up the path of creation and break through current limitations to reach a new realm of living beings.
I trust the investigators have confirmed this to be the defendant's handwriting, and that the letter makes more than passing mention of putrefaction and refinement.
Correct. Not to mention, the locations indicated in the letter match both crime scenes. What more can we trust than the defendant's own words?
No, it can't be true.
Paimon, shut up. I can't believe
A
it.
guilty verdict cannot be delivered without sufficient evidence. In order to protect all parties involved, that is what our principles demand. My original assessment was that we lacked said evidence. But now, it seems the only remaining questions are the identities of the victims and the specific alchemical process used in this case.
Then we are in agreement. The evidence is conclusive. On the charges of murder and unlawful disposal of human remains, the court finds the defendant guilty. The people in appearance appear shocked. No one can believe a kind and well-mannered person like Albedo could commit such a crime. Jean stipulates that those unsatisfied with the verdict will have time to submit an objection or appeal, but most appear hopeless in this moment. As you watch Albedo being taken back to headquarters, you get a strange feeling that something hidden is about to come to light. I feel like this is all would have been on the black screen, but because a lot of like mostly the Honkai Star Rail fandom have been really upset about the amount of black screens appearing in story, this is their way of trying to get around it a little bit. It all comes back to the letter, a secret that you and Albedo know all too well, but the people of Mondstadt have yet to discover.
Why would Albedo do something like that? Oh, this has to be a nightmare.
Albedo told me his secret once, that he was a synthetic human created through alchemy. Could that have something to do with this case? But Wyatt, following in Ryan Dotter's footsteps just because he's an alchemical creation? That would only make him more suspicious. Well, this took a turn for the worse.
Rosaria! Oh, when did you get here?
She's been behind us the whole time. I've been here the whole time. I happen to have a message to pass along. For us. Yes, you're needed at Star Snatch Cliff. He's waiting for you there.
Who is he?
You'll know when you get there. Go on now. Time is like the wind. It waits for no one. So it's been related to your past adventures. You want to go over them? Fucking sure. Let's see what it says. Oh, fucking Shadow and Miss Snowstorms. You and Paimon went to Dragonspine to ask Albedo, who's conducting research there, some questions about alchemy, only to encounter a series of strange events. Strange, soft noises echoing through the mountains that cannot be traced, a ransacking of theft and alchemical notes in the campsite, Albedo disappearing off to a chat outside a cave, having no memory of the incident. At the same time, yeah, this was the two Albedos from like 2.3. 2.3 or 4. Time Eula mentioned Albedo elsewhere on the mountain attempting to lead a child away, and he attacked Eula upon being discovered. You were able to confirm that the presence of a mysterious figure impersonating Albedo. A running battle ensued, ambushing and being ambushed, hunting and being hunted. In the end, Albedo eliminated the giant mutant Whopper Flower posing as him. Yet there were more than 2 people wearing that face on the mountain. Yeah, there's loads of Albedos around doing shit. Oh, we're continuing that? I'm not surprised there's a thing to explain it, because, hey, that was tied to an event, and so it is unavailable now. And this is a main quest, so that kind of fucking sucks. So, this is what I was talking about before. It's like 1.1's event, and I can't remember if it was 2.3 or 2.4, but that event, the Amidst the Snowstorm event with Albedo, are so important to the story, and yet they're missable content that is long gone, that you can't get access to anymore. And it sucks, because there should be some effort to preserve them for the people who are late to it, because far fewer people were playing Genshin in 1.1 than they are now, you know? Genshin is just one of those things that has just continued to grow, and it, like, although it was gargantuan at launch, don't get me wrong, a lot of people didn't pick it up at launch. A lot of people picked it up later on. Heck, one of their biggest influxes was Fontaine, which was after both of the main story quests I'm talking about. Also, hey, Venti. Oh, I mean, I got to do my best Erica Harlatcher. Emmy, Paimon. I could hear your arrival upon the wind. Were you looking for me?
Venti, did you send us that message?
No, I did.
Whoa, where did you come from? Wait, Venti, do you know this guy? His name is, what is his name again?
Didn't think I was that unmemorable. I'm Dahlia, Deacon of the Church of Favonius, and Herald of the Animo Archon Barbados. Not gonna forget next time, right?
So you called us here so we could meet with Venti?
That's right. I noticed you during the trial. The legendary honorary knight. You seem to have a lot of thoughts on your minds, so I thought we should have a chat. After all,
I like how Mondstadt is continuing the trend of having, like, almost all the boys voiced by girls. And this, I'm pretty sure it's a, I don't know who the voice actress is, but I'm pretty sure it's a voice actress voicing Dahlia here. I like how, like, the Mondstadt in particular is like every single boy, unless their name is Kaya or D-Luke, is voiced by a girl.
Wait then, you know about...
About what? The fact that my tavern-hopping nomad of a friend is Barbados himself?
Don't worry, Dahlia and I are close. He knows everything. Besides, a god needs someone to communicate their will in a formal setting. And no one does that better than Dahlia.
Not that I saw that coming when we first met. But back to the matter at hand. I believe you two already know about Albedo's background.
If you mean his true identity, then yeah, we do.
So, you know too, Venti? That's surprisingly Archon-like of you.
Well, I knew from the moment Rheindotter and Alice brought Albedo to Mondstadt. When those two were in town, no one can afford to slack off. The Cradiprin's a perfect specimen of synthetic life. At this stage of the case, there are countless questions surrounding Albedo's motive. His true identity is a potential weakness.
A synthetic being loses control of their sanity and goes on a killing spree. That's how a novel would frame the story, and people are inclined to agree.
Albedo has told us before that humans often value the ordinary over the transcendent and miraculous.
And the slightest difference is perceived as other. A very common phenomenon.
Which means we need to find a way to help your friend. What do you know about the situation, Venti? Me? Well, I know that Albedo is a synthetic being, and that a lot of strange things have been happening in Mondstadt, even though Windbloom should be about drinking and having fun.
We noticed that too! The minute we got here, something was off.
You share your observations with Venti and Dahlia.
I've picked up on most of those too. Miles is out of sorts. Beatrice seems anxious. Although I didn't know Donna stopped being interested in Master D-Luke.
When no love remains for the songs to tell, the world becomes naught but an empty shell. Cruel is said fate, cruel it may be, were it not for a hero who could set us all free.
What are you getting at, Tone Deaf Bard?
Oh, just making a comment. There is always unavoidable trials in life. At least, that's what Barbatos would say. A certain someone is going to need to overcome a trial like that. In such cases, even the Seven know better than to tamper with fate. If only there was a brave soul willing to aid their friend in their time of need. Should he meet a terrible fate, all of Mondstadt could be worse for it.
If you wanted our help, you could have just asked, you know.
Well, even if Albedo wasn't at the center of this case, protecting Mondstadt is part of being an honorary knight, right? You'll still have help, of course, which is why I prepared a little surprise. Behold!
Ooh, Paimon remembers that Jumpy Dumpty.
Don't worry, I removed the fuse, so it's not going to explode. Say hello to the Dodo communication device.
So, this thing belongs to you
We're all pals. Don't think she'd care if I borrowed it for a few days. Anyway, this invention, with a little help from a trick of mine, will allow us to keep in touch. Just take it out and we can chat. This was like 1.6, wasn't it? That we had a Dodo communication device. We'll do our best to uncover the truth. That's all I ask. No matter what comes, you have the wind on your side. I have to return the special story? Okay. Do they have anything else to say?
I suppose we're old pals too at this point.
Hi, indeed. Your companion is like a breeze that lingers in the air, warm and familiar.
In all this time, I've never witnessed Lord Barbatos approach anything in a serious manner. Perhaps this time, I'm in for something special.
Barbatos? Serious? Ha! You give him too much credit.
Hardly. It's not blind faith, you know. I've always had unwavering belief in the Animal Archon.
Is that so? I wonder what Barbatos thinks about that. Perhaps you should pray to him and find out.
I'll tell him I still haven't deciphered his drunken musings from our 3 trips to the tavern last month. His wisdom is sure to reveal itself in time.
Oh, you know what? Forget about Barbatos, Dahlia. Treat me to a drink instead. You won't refuse me, would you?
A dear friend like you? Never.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I don't like this absence of music in Mondstadt. I know you all must be shocked, but the evidence is solid. Albedo's situation is not looking good.
I still don't believe Albedo would do something like that. Using living people as alchemical test subjects? It's like something out of a novel.
Perhaps it's best for me to remain impartial, but I've worked with Albedo before. He's an alchemist, not a sadist.
This version of events is as hard for me to accept as anyone, but Varka once said Albedo is very different from the rest of us. Perhaps there are things we need to learn about him. Let's see what Albedo has to say for himself first. Would you mind giving me a moment, everyone? A private matters requires my attention.
Hey, Jean!
Emmy, Paimon, perfect timing. Kaya has a favour to ask. Like Jean said after the verdict, we have time to submit an appeal, and I will do my utmost to convince Albedo to accept. He's been acting strange, and I can't read him for the life of me, but I need you two to start investigating the case. Investigate the case? Yes, it's also time for you to get involved. You want us to join the investigation? No, we'd like you to launch an investigation of your own. I'll continue working on this defense in the meantime. If you find anything that might help his case, just let me know. I know it's against the spirit of the season to task you with this, but Albedo is a trusted member of our ranks. We owe him the benefit of the doubt. I'll look into it. I know you'll get to the bottom of this, Emmy. You've never failed us in our time of need.
But what if the accusations turn out to be true?
Then you would have done Mondstadt a great service all the same. I'm expecting a retrial. Until then, you're welcome to look around at Albedo's office on the 2nd floor. I'm counting on you. We actually get to go upstairs? No wonder it's in a special domain. It's the only time we're going to be able to access it. It's going to vanish afterwards. Holy shit, we're upstairs. Is that all that's up here? Can we go up to the 3rd floor? Of course we fucking can't. 1 floor at a time. Hey, no, it's maybe in like 6 more fucking years we'll actually get to go up to the roof. They didn't let us go upstairs for this long, and all that's up here is like this? Come on.
Wait, Captain Kaya, surely I can't just...
These two are here on Jean's orders. She asked them to investigate Albedo's office.
Oh, in that case, head on in.
So this is Albedo's office. Pretty much exactly how Paimon pictured it.
Yeah, fucking Atelier Albedo. Alright, I have some work of my own, so I'll leave you to it. Good luck, you two.
Back at ya.
So I just wanted to see if there's like any little interesting Easter eggs or whatever in the room, but nothing's coming to mind. Okay, they just do like generic artwork on the paintings. Same with that. Oh, is there nothing fun in here? Aww.
Alright, let's see what we can find.
Oh my god. Oh, this is kind of cool. Albedo's notes lie on the table. They resemble the ones you've seen before, but the contents are different this time. As always, the penmanship is impeccable, careful and neat with a certain elegance in his uniformity, much like the man himself. One of the notes reads, putrefaction should be regarded as a counter-simulation to the process of life, like a highly efficient and destructive spell of rot. Upon use, the target will decay within an extremely short period of time, turning into dust that is nearly invisible to the naked eye before dissipating into the air. There's a test tube on the shelf with some black powder residue at the bottom. Next to it lies a neatly written note. Chalk is the next stage after soil, but the currently available materials are still insufficient to construct a stable structure.
Nope. No idea what that means. Not sure if it's too hard for Paimon or too hard for anyone outside this line of work.
A lockbox sits on the desk. The latch bears signs of wear, suggesting the importance of whatever lies within. The box likely remained locked most of the time. But now the lid remains wide open, as if the owner was forced to leave in a hurry and didn't have time to lock it. Perhaps the letter intercepted by the investigators was once stored here. The remaining contents shouldn't hold much weight as conclusive evidence, but you still get a strange feeling after reviewing them. In elegant penmanship, the letter reads, "In addition, I do happen to have some information on the subject of our last discussion, the materials and arcane formation required for human transmutation. The formulation in these records likely originate from the Khanrian art of Chemia, but relevant documentation has not been well maintained over time, so I cannot guarantee there are no errors or omissions. As thanks for the past assistance, I've enclosed the records of this letter. But that does not mean I support your pursuit of this research. Ethics aside, I'm not convinced it's even possible to create a human whose existence is identical to our own. The idea that a dynamic of creator and creation could exist within the same species is cause for concern. Even with a talent like yours, I must urge you to proceed with caution." The signature belongs to an unfamiliar name, one that also appears in the alchemy book nearby. You skim the preface and learn that the author is an old and accomplished alchemist. The person is likely a friend from Albedo's academic circle, someone who owed Albedo a favor, but also urged him to refrain from conducting dangerous research.
Human transmutation? Is Albedo seriously looking into that? Ooh, Paimon doesn't want to think about that.
It doesn't look good, but his letter can't directly prove that Albedo did anything. Besides, a technique like that must be too dangerous to share with the public, right? That's why it wasn't brought up during the trial. There's a stack of books on the desk, mostly relating to alchemy, environmental science, and life science. Some of the pages have been marked with alchemical symbols, and others have S-shaped or triangular symbols drawn on them. Any potential meaning is unclear.
Wow, these books are so fancy. Albedo must have gone to great lengths to get them.
After moving the book, the desk looks almost empty. Your hands slipped while moving the book, causing the handcover book to strike the desk. The resulting noise is a bit unusual. It's subtle, but as an experienced adventurer, it sounds too hollow, almost like there's a compartment within the desk.
Wait, it looks like there's a hidden compartment under the desk.
There does appear to be a compartment added to one side of the desk. It was very well hidden. The lock mechanism is complex and seems to involve elemental power in some way. Perhaps you should try using the power of Geo. The hidden compartment opens. Inside lies a piece of paper with more information. Festering is also a manifestation of rot. When festering forces and a sufficient amount of life energy collide, the two will repel each other, triggering a powerful side effect. When I tested this in an alchemical experiment, the results of the refinement were startling. Breaking through the shackles of life, the simulation of the project, I must take advantage of this opportunity.
The name of the project is blotted out in ink. What could it be?
The note mentioned festering forces, which suggests that Dragonspine could be involved somehow. If this has something to do with creating synthetic life, would Albedo go that far for one of his experiments? No, that can't be. Amid the notes is a map with a few markings on it. Two of the marked locations correspond to the crime scenes, and the third appears to be in Dragonspine. It's a hard pill to swallow, but if the results of the joint investigation are correct, there could be a body hidden in that last location, or at the very least what remains of one.
What does this mean? Oh, do you think something might also be buried at the last location? Alright, that seems to be it for this place. We should go tell Jean what we found.
Dodo, go. Oh, boop.
Oh, Vent is calling. Let's answer.
How's the investigation going? Find anything?
Oh, we found stuff, alright. Stuff that only makes Albedo look even more suspicious.
I see. So Albedo is researching something that doesn't help his case, huh? You share what you learned. Not promising. We should be grateful Albedo's true identity remains hidden. If it gets out that he's one of Ryan Dotter's creations, there'd be no separating him from his past. Him from her past. As we both know, Ryan Dotter's approach to alchemy and ethics was pure madness. And the evidence you just found, let's just say it could convince even those closest to him of his guilt. Perhaps even you. And the notes also sounded like him. And it comes down to trust. Do you trust Albedo? I don't know, but I want to.
Yeah, he's our friend. We should keep the faith. And if he really is the culprit, he must have had a reason, right? Maybe he's just not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, that must be it.
Either way, a fair investigation means coming to a conclusion presented by the facts. Does that mean even Venti no longer believes in him? Remaining objective has its own value. Remember, none of this is your fault. Just report back with an honest assessment of the facts.
Yeah. Well, let's go find Jean and tell her what we learned. Wait, that's Miles. What's he doing here?
Oh, sorry. I heard voices and wasn't sure if I should check who was inside.
It's okay. We're here on Jean's orders.
Ah, I see. I'll, leave you to it then.
Hold on. You didn't hear what we were saying, did you?
Oh, not really. Nothing that made sense anyway.
Well, do us a favor and just forget anything you might have heard, okay?
Oh, sure. You got it.
Doesn't sound suspicious at all.
That map we found in the hidden compartment seems important. We should check out the marked locations.
I thought we had to report back to Jean first. What have you got to say?
Since you have Master Jean's permission, you're free to investigate the office anytime.
Oh, It's been a while.
It's getting a little cold. Time to bundle up.
Dragonspine is still, honest to God, one of my favorite areas to be in, and I wish the game found more reasons to bring us here. It's also, like, hella nostalgic to me now. Because it was genuinely, it was like, what was it, like December 22nd or 3rd? Like, somewhere around there it came out originally. Is that a fucking treasure chest? I guess I missed a treasure chest.
To commemorate this occasion.
Does it come in the? Part of the reason I'm also looking forward to like when like Nordkreis and Naya come out is when there's a snowy region, some of the characters have like snow lines. Like you heard like Yelan say like, "Oh, time to bundle up." Some of them are really cute or sweet, and I wish there was more. Like more, like I wish there was more of a reason to hear him. Like
the Winter Shogun approaches. Only in the grip of winter do people truly appreciate the warmth of flames.
Whoa! I've never seen this stuff before.
that's actually really fitting because see, Lali lives in like a desert area, or not desert area, like a very like hot area.
Whew. Come on, let's finish up and head back. I need a good soak in the hot springs. Wow, this would be the perfect location for shooting a film.
Nice and cool. Natlan doesn't have...
Who tells me that's my favorite one? Because it's just...
Snow.
She's just excited. She's just excited. I love that.
Let's go roll around in the snow together. Don't worry. I won't hide in the snow before suddenly jumping out at you like Io does.
Oh, she doesn't have a snow line. Oh, you do.
I always see these non-sentient kitsune pouncing headfirst into the snow, scavenging for food. You'd like to see me do that? Haha, I'm sure you would.
Alright, that's a cute one.
The pure waters of melted snow are optimal for hydromancy.
Alright, enough of that. Let's try and find...
We should be getting close.
Although everything is covered in snow, as a seasoned adventurer, you notice a spot in the ground that looks quite different from its surroundings. You remove the snow and find a sizable hole underneath, large enough to fit a human body, but the hole is completely empty, and the surrounding markings make it look like something was dug up. Did an animal do this, or a monster?
There's a hole, but no body. The prosecution's argument is that Albedo used alchemy to destroy the bodies, but this location is different from the other two. Why not fill the hole, or smooth out the ground like the other places?
If one person did do all this... Oh, sorry. I got a notification. Did all of this. Why not remove the trace like the others? And if Albedo isn't the one responsible, why was this location marked in his notes? You turn to the night, doubts swirling in your mind. You're back. Did you find anything?
Yeah, but none of it helps Albedo's case.
Did you tell Jean about your findings from Albedo's office? I see. A complicated result, but your efforts are appreciated. Did Albedo submit an appeal? Yes, he asked for a retrial. There are still questions surrounding the identities of the victims and the disappearances of the bodies. The minimal remains that were uncovered here have sent for forensic analysis, which should provide some answers. It's just...
What's wrong?
If the victim turns out to be Mondstadt citizens, the situation becomes all the more serious. The second trial would likely have to be open to the public, and I doubt public sentiment would be in Albedo's favor.
Yeah, not when the charges are so serious.
The second trial is set to take place in 2 days. I hope you consider attending this one as well.
Of course, we'll be there. In the meantime, we should all just stay positive.
Well said. When the time comes, I'll carry out my duty to the best of my ability. Miles? Wait until 2 days later? Oh boy. Oh, we really have to... I wish there was a way to speed this up, but I get it. Like, I think the reason why it goes at this pace is to allow the game time to, like, load the changing of the season as it goes. And if any events come up because of the advancement of the days, give it time to process. It's just, wow. It's like... Do you guys remember how it used to be, where you couldn't do it, like, cycling around like that? It was literally, like, it would go around like this, and the moment it crossed this, it would go back to 0. Like, you could only do it 1 day at a time. Oh, I didn't realize I had so many. How many of these have I actually got? 191?
We should meet up with Jean. It's about time for the second trial.
Ah, you two. Let me know if you're ready, we'll head out. Yeah, let's fucking do this. Alright, follow me. Ladies and gentlemen, we now convene for the second trial against Mr. Albedo. I, Jean Gunhilder, will once again oversee the proceedings. Representatives on both sides remains unchanged, and Mr. Dahlia will continue to serve as assessor. Ms. Herfer represents the prosecution, and Mr. Kaya speaks on behalf of the defense. The defendant of this case is Mr. Albedo, captain of the investigation team. With that, I now bring this trial to order. Miss Herfer, have the investigators made any new discoveries?
Yes. We sent the teeth and the femur bone found at the scene to the church's medical office, and were able to conclude that these are, in fact, human remains. In addition, the investigators were able to identify several Mondstadt citizens who appear to have been missing for quite some time. Forensic analysis of the remains allowed us to pinpoint the age and gender of the deceased. Interestingly, one of the missing individuals matches that profile to a T. The medical office couldn't spare the personnel, so Miss Rosaria is here to present the results to the court.
Hanselman, male, 46 years old, marital status single, occupation hunter. Consistent with the conclusion in the last trial, his disappearance went unreported, likely due to his lack of relatives. In addition, medical records show that he sustained a mechanism-related injury to his leg 3 years ago. The damage on his femur bone Mr. Diluc found is consistent with such an injury. Therefore, we can conclude that one of the victims in this case is Hanselman. A specialized technique was likely used to accelerate the rate of decomposition.
Is it reasonable to assume this technique to be alchemical in nature?
Alchemical or magical? Both are possible.
Thank you for your testimony.
The identity of one of the victims is now confirmed. But what about the defendant's motive?
Considering what he wrote in the letter, we can deduce that the defendant needed subjects for an alchemy experiment. Who better than individuals whose disappearance would go unnoticed? In other words, he sacrificed the good people of Mondstadt for his own gain. A truly vile act. In addition, another witness has agreed to testify. Miss Donna, if you would.
Another one, huh?
Wait, Donna from the flower shop?
I'm sorry it took so long for me to come forward. But the night Master D-Luke saw Mr. Albedo, I was there too. I was camping with a friend and we decided to stop near Dragonspine. I couldn't really get comfortable that night, so around dawn, I decided to go for a walk. And that's when I saw Master D-Luke. I thought it might be nice to, chat. So I headed in his direction and then I saw it. Someone at the bottom of the cliff was getting rid of a body. I was terrified the person might see me. Even after I fled, I couldn't shake that fear. And I started to wish I never had a crush on Master D-Luke in the first place. If I hadn't wanted to talk to him, I would never have been in that situation. Well, I didn't want to come forward because I was scared. But Miss Hertha convinced me it was the right thing to do. I'm sorry it took me so long.
I see. Just stepping forward, brave enough, Miss Donna. The court thanks you for your courage and commitment to justice.
Yes. Thank you.
The two witnesses corroborate the same sequence of events. That just leaves the question of how the defendant disposed of the bodies.
I believe the answer lies in the alchemical technique mentioned in the letter. The defendant is the most accomplished alchemist in Mondstadt. He has the skill, no question.
A special investigator was also uncovered some relevant evidence on that subject. I will now present it to the court.
Wait, does she mean...
The evidence we found in Albedo's office. The following are pieces of evidence uncovered in Mr. Albedo's office, the most important of which is this map. This map was found with the defendant's notes. The markings correspond with the direct description in the letter and the location of the crime scenes. Does the map belong to you? Yes. Were you the one that marked these locations? Yes. You do realize it's basically admission of guilt, don't you? The evidence against you is nearly insurmountable. No. Since you uncovered that compartment, I might as well expound on the matter.
We have witnesses and physical evidence. What could you possibly say in your defense?
What I always have. I never killed a single person.
Ugh, you have some nerve. Saying that when the evidence is stacked against you?
Miss Hertha, you've presented a meticulous and convincing case. I'll give you that. But I would not admit to something I didn't do.
So, what? You're just going to bombard the court with excuses?
That's a rather dismissive way to refer to an innocent man speaking in his own defense. Besides, I'm not making excuses. I'm exercising patience.
That won't make the charges against you disappear, Mr. Albedo.
Perhaps not, but patience comes with its own reward. It's easy for things to remain buried in snow until someone comes along and brushes it away. Albedo seems serious but unfazed. Does that mean he really didn't do anything untoward? He mentioned brushing off the snow. Is that supposed to be a hint? If it was a hint, then it must have something to do with Dragonspine. Which reminds me, one of the locations marked on the map we found was in Dragonspine, wasn't it? Emmy, you were the one who uncovered the notes, right? Then I'm assuming you visited the third location marked on the map as well? Yeah. Can you tell us what you found? You nod your head and give an honest account of the scene you found at Dragonspine. Whatever was kept in the hole was gone, and the surrounding area bore the markings of an unknown creature. With everything covered in snow, no one knew there was something to discover in the first place.
Then, there must also have been a body.
I need to think about this. What clues am I missing? The first marked location is near Mondstadt. Beatrice saw Albedo use alchemy to dig a hole and bury a body there. A single men's shoe and a torn piece of fabric were found in the bushes nearby. Taken together, this evidence seems to suggest that Albedo killed someone and concealed the body. The second marked location is between Dragonspine and Dawn Winery, where D-Luke saw Albedo bury a body of an adult male. D-Luke describes nearly the same events as Beatrice. There's no reason for them to collude against Albedo, so their testimony should be trustworthy. D-Luke found teeth and a femur bone at the scene, and Donna confirmed his version of events because she was also there that night. The two should have no reason to set Albedo up. Despite her crush, Donna wouldn't lie about something like this just to get D-Luke's attention. Not to mention, Donna has been acting strange since before the trial. According to the forensic results, the teeth and femur bone belonged to a Mondstadt citizen, and the witness account suggests that Albedo was the last person to come into contact with his body. Did Albedo really use alchemy to reduce the body to a few bones? Does that mean he's the killer? The third marked location is in Dragonspine. We only knew about it because we found the map in the hidden compartment. During our investigation, Paimon and I discovered a hole beneath the snow, big enough to hide a human body. There was also claw marks around the outside, but there was no body or any remains whatsoever. Albedo marked these 3 locations on the map found in the hidden compartment. There are some similarities and differences between them. Based on what we know, all 3 locations were likely used to hide bodies. The holes dug in each area certainly seems big enough. But unlike the first 2 locations where the claw marks are on the hole in the third location, there were claw marks in the hole in the third and no witnesses saw anything that happened there. Dragonspine is home to all manners of monsters and wild animals. Could some kind of creature have dug up the body? But why wasn't that the case in the other locations? The marks didn't look fresh, which means the hole in the third location has been there longer than the other 2. But if the whole of the third location wasn't made around the same time, does that mean it's connected to a separate incident? Dragonspine is a frigid climate and is covered in snow all year round. Even so, it's home to various monsters and creatures that can withstand the cold. Deep within the mountain lies the remains of an even more mysterious creature, Jurin. Although the dragon has been dead for a long time, it still possesses a peculiar life energy. Now that I think about it, a lot of strange things have happened on Dragonspine. Most people know Albedo as an alchemist and the captain of the investigation team, but in truth, he's a Craterprince, a synthetic human created by one of the 5 sinners, Gold Rhymdodder. Albedo is steadfast, intelligent, and treats everyone with kindness and respect. I think most people would agree with this assessment. He's also a calculated thinker. It's fair to say that if he did commit a crime, it would likely be well concealed. Up until now, Albedo has never displayed any ill will towards humanity, and he also still seems like his normal self. As his friend, I shouldn't reveal the truth about his identity. That would only make things worse for him. I almost forgot. Paimon and I once encountered someone on Dragonspine that looked exactly like Albedo, and we weren't the only ones. Wait a second, someone looks exactly like him? I'm guessing Albedo has a plan, so I should help him out. But what does he want me to do? Announce a break in the case? No, I should play it safe. Since I made an honest assessment of the facts, I should be honest about my doubts too. It's only fair. Besides, I think I understand what Albedo is trying to tell me just now. I'd like to address the court, if I may. I was the one who investigated the office, and I believe the results raise a few questions. Regarding the 2 cases addressed in the previous trial, it was established that, after disposing of the bodies, the defendant used alchemy to restore the ground to its original state. But that wasn't the case at the third location. The hole was still there, with dirt scattered around the perimeter. It looked more like something had been dug up. It's a shame it's not voiced, but it's fine. It was all done by one person. If this was all done by one person, why wasn't the third scene given the same treatment as the others? Why weren't the traces removed? In addition, the markings around the third location weren't fresh, which suggested that the Dragonspine incident happened at a different time. For those reasons, I believe there's still reasonable doubt in this case, and I hope the verdict reflects that. Thank you. Astute as ever, Emmy.
Questions there may be, but allow me to point out, there is no evidence to suggest that anyone besides the defendant knew about the third location. And the map was found in his notes. That fact alone makes him the most plausible suspect. Unless Mr. Albedo suddenly plans to deny that the map belongs to him.
Allow me to respond to Emmy's point. If all I cared about was proving my innocence, I would indeed do as you described, Miss Herfer, and deny any connection to that map. But that is not what I intend to do. The map does belong to me, and I did hide things at those 3 locations.
What?
There were indeed bodies at each location, and I did kill and bury someone in Dragonspine.
Ha! So you admit it. Let the record reflect that the defendant has confessed to his crimes.
You're mistaken, Miss Herfer. The story doesn't end there. Some time ago, I encountered an uninvited guest on Dragonspine, someone who wanted to take advantage of the deserted nature of the region to eliminate me in secret. His desire to kill me led to an alteration where I killed him instead, and buried the body in the mountain, the third location marked on the map.
Actually, the traveler Amber Bennett and I were with Albedo that day. The Adventurers Guild was holding an event on Dragonspine. After it ended, we all left the area.
This was like 3 years ago.
If the person Albedo is referring to is different from the one we encountered on the mountain, then the altercation must have occurred after we left.
This only proves that the defendant is guilty on all counts. Those innocent people, their blood is on your hands.
No, you're wrong.
You deny it? After admitting to murder for the whole court to hear? You've clearly lost your mind.
If you would let me finish, Miss Herfer, I would get to the important part. The man who attacked me in Dragonspine was my height, with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in clothes nearly identical to mine. So someone who happens to look exactly like you. Exactly like him? So I was right, it does come back to what happened back then.
It's one thing to look similar, but for the clothes to be the same?
What's going on? I don't want to be here anymore.
Regardless, the important thing is that you admit to killing someone on Dragonspine.
Yes, I killed someone that day, someone who looks nearly identical to me. But I never said that someone was a person. I see. Then it appears I need to withdraw my testimony.
What?
Everyone! I brought her!
Wait, you...
The person who just came in, isn't that Hertha?
What's going on?
Who are you? Why do you wear my face?
Hello to you, too.
As you can see, this is Hertha, the logistics captain of the Knights of
I
Avonius.
see what's going on here. It's all been leading up to this, hasn't it? Your confession. It was all an elaborate stunt to set me up. You want to undermine my credibility? Fine. It doesn't eliminate the mountain of evidence stacked against you. All I want is justice for the people of Mondstadt.
Order in the court. I have been stationed on Dragonspine all these years, because that is where the subject of my research lies. The dragon, Durin. Several hundred years ago, the dragon of the east, Dvalin, defeated Durin in battle, and with help with Barbados, sealed his remains on Dragonspine. Durin was created through alchemy, one of the finest specimen of artificial life. As such, death was not a true end for him. His heart still beats and grows more revitalized by the day. My imposter on Dragonspine was a failed specimen abandoned in Durin's stomach, an unsuccessful iteration of the Homunculus project. There's always a fucking Homunculus project. We literally just got away from one yesterday in Yumiya.
Homunculus?
Are you trying to insinuate that I'm some kind of... homunculus? Because it looks to me like the artificial one is standing right there. Some kind of imposter you dragged in from Dragonspine.
So this is what I look like when I fly off the handle. You know, they say imitation is the best form of flattery, but your impersonation has overstayed its welcome.
Master Jean, what are you waiting for? We've known each other for so long. You recognize the real me, don't you?
The two of you look identical, but judging based on demeanor, the new arrival seems more like the Hertha I know.
That means nothing. By that logic, I could just as easily accuse the Albedo in this room of being an imposter. How do we know he isn't the fake one? A cold-blooded killer who replaced the real Albedo long ago. Then, how about something only the real Hertha would know? The longest scar on my body. The knights who fought alongside me that day should remember where it is.
I remember. Let's hear your answer.
I'd like to hear Miles' answer first.
Huh?
You don't know? Or you don't remember? I heard you've been acting strange these days. Disoriented? Confused? You were closer to me than anyone during that battle. And yet you don't remember a thing. Strange indeed.
How many fucking imposters are in this in this courtroom?
No, my head. It hurts.
The scar is right here.
Why the nerves? I can't imagine this comes as a surprise. Unless your informant in the Knights of Favonius failed to mention the scar on Hertha's left arm.
Albedo has done a lot of research into beings like you. If you deny it, then show us your arm.
No need to panic. You can just add it now. You excel at changing your appearance, don't you? Or should I say, all spawn of Durin's life force have that ability. A powerful life force, an appearance you can change at will. Yet here you stand, formless one, paralyzed to act. Because you're worried that using that power could affect your accomplices. Accomplices, then? Miles must be one of them. There are others too. Most of the beings under the influence of Durin's life force have gathered here, and yet their presence is what impedes her from taking action. Once you attempt to transform, all who surround you will be affected by your power. You can't control it, because in this network of living beings, you serve as the core.
Show us your arm. Ugh! Have it your way!
Whoa!
Come on, let's go!
Five? Any more?
They're shielding the imposter!
She's trying to get away. Stop her. Don't let anyone stand in your way.
There are others trying to get in. Must be more people under her control.
Time to get moving, everyone.
Whoa! She just leaped across the room!
Yeah, shame they couldn't show us that.
After her!
It's time. All units move out. Third company, keep on the imposter's tail. We finally have a chance to talk, but before I explain the events of the past few days, I'd like to make a few things clear. First, I never killed any of my fellow citizens, and I never used human remains as part of an alchemical experiment. Second, the events of the past few days were all part of the plan. Most of the members of our order were in on it. As for the witnesses, Master D-Luke picked up on the situation long before today's proceedings. Wow, that's quite a fucking involved plan. Indeed, follow me. Oh, fuck.
How are there monsters in the city?
They are all monsters from Dragonspine. An attack is imminent, but fear not, we've been preparing for this. We've been monitoring the resurgence of Durin's life force. Its festering nature agitated these monsters. We knew it was only a matter of time before they advanced on Mondstadt. And so we made preparations for an inevitable battle. I was hoping you two could join me and provide assistance in the battle to come.
Of course. Where's our first step?
The top of the city wall.
More speed.
Oh, Mona's here as well? Oh, I mean, it makes sense. She does live here.
Master Jean, headquarters should be secure for now. We responded in time and had enough manpower. We can even spare some for mobile support across the region.
Good. Our intel suggests that the monsters from Dragonspine could be disguised as Mondstadt citizens, so be sure to exercise caution. Oh, and my divination revealed there are also regular people under the influence of some strange power. Not all of them are monsters. Yes, so for those people, the aim is to subdue, not harm. Before you attack, make sure you figure out what you're dealing with.
Understood.
Ah, perfect timing, Emmy. I was hoping the three of us could form a mobile unit to help respond to the various threats in the area. It's been a while, Emmy. I'm also here to help. Jean and I are going to remain here to monitor the situation. We'll leave the other location to see you. Don't worry, my scry glass doesn't show any the slightest chance of failure. Victory will be ours. You know, I'll play Zula. It makes sense. Oh, there is like conflict going on, huh? Venti?
Hey, Venti!
Ah, shoot, someone's coming. Help me, please! Someone help me!
What's with the freak out? It's just us.
Oh, perfect. I can drop the act. Sorry, I thought you were regular citizens. It's about time. I think we can proceed as planned. Yeah, I agree. Although it's been a while since I dealt with something this big, it's going to be pretty exhausting. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a drink for your trouble. Ah, just what I wanted to hear.
So, these two know the other's identity then?
People can make new friends when we're not here, you know. Monsters started surging in from Dragonspine during the trial. They soon became agitated, likely in response to the core coming under pressure. Still, I never expected those monsters to have become this advanced. The power of evolution cannot be underestimated, especially considering the fact that Durin absorbed the previous imposter.
Wait, so what about the map? And the missing bodies?
What the witnesses saw was true. I did hide those bodies. As I monitored the situation on Dragonspine, I noticed that many who ventured there came back different. Some were under the influence of Durin's power, but the less fortunate ones had already been devoured by monsters, who then assumed their appearance to infiltrate the city. Most of those who were replaced had no close relatives, so when their behavior changed, there was no one to notice. The monsters used their disguise to get close to people. I eliminated 2 who attempted to attack.
What about the remains Diluc found? Did they belong to one of the victims?
Yes, the monsters slowly digested their victims. Sometimes they even left behind body parts to aid the transformation. All that remained for the first victim was a few strands of hair, and the second some teeth and bone. The only bodies Albedo destroyed were the monster's mimic forms. Then he buried whatever remained in the victims to put them to rest. Well, someone had to do it. Besides, I managed to gather some valuable data on the putrefaction of the bodies. After we defeated that doppelganger Whopperflower on Dragonspine, we promised to tell each other a story, remember? You told me the story of a gardener, I remember. I'm glad. Then you remember what I told you about Subject 2? In his pursuit to replace Subject 1, he transformed the Whopperflower into Subject 3. So, there was another imposter on Dragonspine that day? Yes. That would be Subject 2. I confronted him and buried his body on Dragonspine. So you see, at one point, there was something hidden in that hole you found. But Durin is becoming more revitalized by the day. Under the influence of his power, the monsters dug up by Subject 2's body and returned it to Durin's stomach. Durin absorbed the failed creation along with his knowledge and way of thinking. Ever since then, all creatures spawned from his power had the ability to transform their appearance. Humans who venture into Dragonspine for too long are also bound to fall under Durin's influence. But those effects don't show themselves right away, and the extent to which a person has been affected is hard to perceive. You saw it for yourself, didn't you? All the people acting strange? Those are the same people who just tried to break into the Knights of Avonius headquarters. Durin's power remained dormant within them until finally it surged to the surface and seized control. That was also our goal. If we could force a situation where the imposter had no choice but to unleash that power, all those under his influence would become violent, and thus we would know who was affected.
Wait, so what do we do? We can't go around hurting innocent people.
That's why I'm here. It would make me look bad if I just lazed around after promising to help. We will use the power of Animo to restrain them for now. Restrain them for now. That was Albedo talking. We should give the knights the chance to subdue them without harm. A specialized team will deal with them later. Alright, that's the long and short of the situation. It's time to activate that thing, right? Yes, so there are little secrets other people shouldn't know. My identity, for example. Keep it to yourself, okay? Alright, this should do it.
Wind currents? Paimon's never seen this many.
That should do. There should now be wind currents across the whole city. Everyone, can you hear me? Loud and clear, all units. What's your status?
Good. We have enough manpower to provide support. Requesting assistance at the side gate. Heading over now.
Whoa! It's long-distance wind communication! How is that even possible?
It's all thanks to Lord Barbados. With this blessing, we will succeed in defending our city. Actually, if you face away from the current and whisper like this, no one can hear you.
No wonder you're crouching down there like you have something to hide.
You didn't have to broadcast that.
Huh? That voice.
Oops.
Oh, you know, just a wandering bard calling for help. Thank goodness Emmy Paimon and Albedo found me. Got me out of a tough spot, heh. Ah, right. Now that you're okay, we should check on the status of the other areas. Thanks, friend. May the Amino Archon protect you. I got things covered here. Oh, okay, camera work. This is fun. Oh, I thought it'll... Okay, hey, Sucrose, what are we doing? Oh, no, we're not sticking around with Sucrose. Never mind. Fucking we're off. Kaya's defending the gate. I don't like being in the middle of this, especially on a bridge. Oh, look who's here. Ah! Get back! Oh, that was a close one. I suppose thanks is in order, Master D. Luke. I appreciate the help. No need. I didn't intervene to save you. It was for my own convenience. You were in my way. Oh, well, let me get out of your hair then. I suppose we could all work together, but you would just melt my ice anyway. Suit yourself. Alright, tell me. When did you notice something was off? The first trial. Oh, because of the fake Hertha? No, because of you. Me? What did I do? My defense wasn't passionate enough. No, you weren't nervous enough. Tell me then, Master D. Luke. When do you think I actually get nervous? I suppose we'll see, won't we? Monsters incoming. On second thought, best not to think about it. Oh, now this is a tag team.
This moment will be frozen.
And they've given him the sword he should always have. I appreciate that. But sometimes in these events, they give him like some just shitty greatsword. It's like, no, 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 this is his blade. Don't take this from him.
Freeze. Don't get frostbite.
Oh, D. Luke, remember when you were like the DPS of all time? Whoa.
This moment will be frozen in time.
They're over there! Dilu, Kaya!
Have you had time to make it out here? I'm guessing the other areas are secure?
What? We can't be here because we care?
Maybe this was just the closest spot to the city gate. Maintaining control over the main roads means maintaining control over the battle as a whole. You made the right choice.
So what's the status over here?
All under control, don't worry. My trusty civilian volunteer and I have this area covered. I think you mean the man who held the title of cavalry captain before you. Well, you don't have to bring that up. Well, keep up the good work. We'll go check on the status of the other locations. Good luck. Oh, I wanted to thank you for what you said in court. If I'm not mistaken, you were on my side by the end. Ha, believe me. He's had his suspicions since his first trial. I suppose it just didn't feel right to believe that someone who helped me in the past could be a cold-blooded killer.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Thank you for trusting me, and for choosing to fight alongside us. As for you, Kaya, good work as always. We'll see you soon. Of course, stay safe. Official! There's no time to be fucking fancy with a salute. It was like a very like passing hey Fischl, bye Fischl. I get close to injured knights and use Barbara's skill to heal them.
I'll protect us.
This is cute, actually using her skill as a part of the story. Talk to the knights. Alright, you should be on the mend.
Thank you so much, Miss Barbara.
Things are still quite chaotic outside. It's best if you all remain inside the cathedral for now.
You're not rushing back out to the front lines, are you? You're still injured.
Don't worry, Miss Barbara. I'll try not to put myself in harm's way. I can help with the logistics from the back.
Well, maybe we can give you a hand. As you said, the situation outside is chaotic. Injured parties should not be left unattended. There are others who need to get back to the front line, so I'll escort you all myself.
Of course. Thank you, Miss Rosaria.
Just doing my job. I'll leave the cathedral to you then, Barbara. You can count on me. I don't really know how all this started, but I do know that Jean and the others have been preparing for this for a really long time, so I think everything will be alright. No, it has to be. Did I catch you at a bad time, Barbara? No, not at all. Did you need something? I just wanted to tell you that over the next few days, a lot of things are going to happen in Mondstadt. Attacks and fighting. So I need you to take care of yourself. Huh? How do you know? Albedo warned us in advance. He has something to do with Dragonspine, and he's our authority on that region. So we should take him at his word. Dragonspine, huh? So the sea is going to be in danger? Yes, but the Knights of Avonius will do whatever we can to protect the people. But then, who will protect you? Don't worry, I'll look out for myself. I promise. Please let them be okay out there. Sister Barbara, could you lend a hand? Oh, of course, coming. Hey, Noelle, why aren't you a Knight of Avonius yet? Hey, Bennett. I'm not sure you should be helping, Mr. Bad Luck. Amber! And Mika. Mika's just kind of tucked away. They're here! Prepare for battle! On guard, everyone. Incoming monsters at 11 o'clock. Looks like we got 25 Healy Shells, 2 Blazing Axe Meter Shells, and a bunch of different slimes. Prepare elemental countermeasures. Roger that. Oh, what the fuck?
You had your chance.
I have not used Mika at fucking all. This is I mean, it's so nice seeing the Mondstadt crew, but these are some weird combos. Oh, he's a healer. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. That's why it's this. It's like the 2 4-stars. Because okay, no. That's why I say that you should don't diss. No one should diss Amber. Amber is actually a surprisingly versatile unit for literally the starting fucking character in the game. You can get a lot out of her.
Imposter incident? I thought you knew about the plan.
Well, after you up and disappeared one day, all Master Jean told me was that you'd be gone for a while on an important mission, and that it'd be better if people thought you were dead. And then, what do you know? Someone who looks exactly like you appears out of nowhere 2 days later. If Master Jean hadn't told me about your mission, I would have fallen for it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, that's quite a scary thought. I get chills just thinking about it. A monster replacing someone close to you? And you're none the wiser? Don't worry, once this is over, these monsters won't be a threat to us again. Albedo, are you okay? The trial wasn't too hard on you, was it? I'm sorry I couldn't be there, I was so worried. Same here. I thought it was all real at one point. I was in complete shock. Ah, so you didn't know, Amber? Then it seems Eula did an excellent job at keeping the situation on the wraps. No... Yeah, that must have been real hard. They're literally roommates. They literally share a flat. Amber and Eula. That, there must have been at least one point where Eula was, a little nervous or unsure about things, and Amber noticed. Still understand, no worry you two, I'm no worse for wear. That sounds like Eula. Alright. She's like an impenetrable wall, that one. You're not getting a secret out of her.
Yeah, for sure. She's someone you can really count on.
Wait, so how did you decide Hertha should disappear again? After all this fighting, I can't seem to get it straight.
It was Kaya's suggestion. He said the plan would work best if someone well-known and reputable without being too high profile. Naturally, Miss Hertha was the perfect choice. We needed to leave a hole in our organization. She came up with the idea that she would disappear. So that explains the rumor that someone had fallen during a mission. Of course, it didn't take long for that to get resolved. No, because the imposter fell right into our trap. It was all part of the plan. First, we spread the rumor that Hertha was missing in action after some kind of incident. The news came from Kaya and Hertha's direct subordinates, which was important because we needed it to be credible. The imposter saw the gap in our ranks and couldn't help but take the bait. It didn't take long for the fake Hertha to appear on the night's patrol route, claiming to have survived her mission.
When did that happen?
Over 6 months ago.
Whoa, so this has been a long time in the making.
And, yes, and our enemy was more meticulous than we expected. Monsters have been searching for Hertha's body in order to protect the imposter's identity, which is a more advanced way of thinking than a Subject 2. So we had to wait long enough to convince the fake Hertha that she had our trust. Furthermore, we need to give her time to gather evidence against me and convince herself that she had enough to strike.
But how did the Knight's internal information even reach Durin and his monsters?
There's an informant among our ranks.
There's a traitor among us? Don't worry, Barbados already tracked her down. She doesn't have his blessing, so she can't hear what we're talking about right now.
Honestly, this whole situation almost gave Paimon a heart attack. All those awful accusations in the first trial, and you couldn't even defend yourself!
It was to be expected. I couldn't just reveal the truth. It had to be at the right moment, or it would have given the imposter even more fuel to use against me. She would have demanded to know how I knew about Dragonspine and the monsters in disguise, and if my true identity got out, the public's trust for me would be gone. It was a trap, you see. Argue back and expose my origins, or keep my mouth shut and be seen as a murderer. Credit where credit is due, it was well thought out.
Yeah, thank goodness we were able to back her into a corner.
Indeed. I have you to thank for that, Emmy. You probably don't know it, but you've been a part of the plan since the beginning. Me? I don't even know there was a plan! And for that, you have my sincere apologies. I know I kept you in the dark, but I had a reason. This might not sound intuitive, but I did it to make the plan even stronger. From the beginning, I knew I had to leave the letters in my office for a fair and independent reader to discover, someone willing to seek the truth. Naturally, I thought of you. I knew you would return the Windbloom. I knew you would agree to attend the trial. And I knew your sense of responsibility and justice as an honorary knight would compel you to start your own investigation. The fake Hertha, Subject 2, has met you on Dragonspine before. If she thought even you had lost faith in me, her confidence might get the best of her, the perfect time for us to strike. Albedo's right, you were part of our plan from the start. I hope you don't take offense to our decision to keep that from you. And please, don't be too hard on Albedo. He was just doing his best to look out for Mondstadt. Enough people were involved in the plan as it was. We had no other choice. The Honorary Knight and Paimon will always be friends of Mondstadt. We will never forget that.
Aw, that means a lot.
Thank you for thinking of me. It was an honor to take part. It was us to be thanking you, Honorary Knight.
Wait, was that Eula just now? Let's go to the side gate to check it out.
Go to the plaza, go to Angel Shed, go to the Cat's House, go check beneath the windmill. Sure, we can do some of these optionals. We might have missed a bunch of the optionals in the first one. We went straight to Venti. I thought it was going to be like we have to circle all of them, but no, we kind of just moved on from that real quick. That's my bad. I didn't realize. Noelle. I'm an Albedo. Honorary Knight.
Coming to be.
Steady as stone.
Focus on the battle. We got your backs.
Yep.
Burst forth. Witness my great undertaking.
I must leave no stone unturned. As a good knight should.
Noelle, thank you. Thank you for the help. That was over a lot faster than I expected. I'm sure you have places to be, so let me keep you. Rest assured, I'll keep the people safe around here. Be careful out there. I know victory will be ours.
Take it easy.
Fucking Bennett, alright.
Gotta say, when I saw you on the side of the road, I thought you were hurt. Not about to whack me in the head.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry about that. I was trying to run away, but I just couldn't keep going, so I pretended to be unconscious. Thought I could at least land a surprise hit on a monster that way.
I get it. That's a pretty common tactic. Oh, Traveler, Albedo, you're here.
Looks like this person could use some help. We'll search for a place to keep civilians out of danger. This area appears secure, so remain here in the meantime. We'll be back with an update.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, he's got another mark on him?
Gotta say, oh gosh, I get it. That's a
Okay,
pretty
so it's
common
the same.
tactic. Oh. Sounds like a plan.
Hey, Diona, are you just here? Oh, these darn things are more annoying than disgusting booze hounds. Albedo, Amy, if you run into anyone who needs a safe place to wait this out, feel free to send them to the Cat's Tail. I'll be here to watch over things so the tavern will be safe. Thank you, Diana. We'll be sure to do that.
Take it easy.
Oh, Lisa! I was wondering where the fuck... Unrazor! Where the fuck have you two been? Hey, cutie, it's you. Why are we here to take some light off?
It's you.
Typical. Good work, everyone. We're here to help.
Burst forth.
Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy.
Oh, Lisa. It's been a while since I unleashed my lightning during Windbloom.
It happened a lot before?
Unleashing lightning on people? No. Once in a while, maybe. It sure feels good to let loose, though. Ha! My old professor even wrote to me about that a few days ago. Of course, I made sure to emphasize I always treated others with kindness. It's only natural for a student to inherit their teacher's ways, after all, and mine was a gentle old man from the Spantamud school. So you see, this time I only used gentle methods of electrocution. So gentle, even Jean would have no reason to interfere.
Huh. Gentle electrocution.
You seem to be in good spirits, Miss Lisa. Oh, well, it's good to move about every once in a while. Fine, we'll go to the fucking side gate. Eula.
It's all my fault. I knew Klee was fast, but disappeared.
Oh yeah, where is
like this.
Klee?
I only lost sight of her for 1 second. How am I going to explain this to Albedo?
Explain what?
Oh shit.
Albedo, Traveler, Paimon. What brings you here?
We're providing mobile support across the region. Was there something that you need to explain? You can tell me anything, I hope you know that.
Yeah, plus we kinda already heard what you said, so...
Just tell us, something to be afraid of.
Klee, she disappeared right under my nose. I'm sorry. I'm doing all I can to find her.
I see. Please don't beat yourself up. Klee is...
Wait! Something's coming this way, and it doesn't look pretty!
Alright, fighting first, conversation later. This is cool. This is cool. The squad's gonna roll up to kick your ass. That's what this is.
She
She was right next to me, and the next thing I knew, she ran off somewhere. I swear I only lost sight of her for a second.
Klee is known for her speed, don't worry. She's a knight of her own right. She can protect herself. Yeah, she's a knight and Noelle isn't. Don't fucking worry about it.
More speed.
Burst forth.
Oh, hey, Klee.
Moments of birth.
See, kids are first on their feet.
Those bombs. I see what you mean. She is not to be underestimated.
Can I check? What is this one? Ah, not as good as my one. And uses a 4-piece pale flame. Which I don't. Where's my Eula? I just go for some pure physical damage. So I have 2 Bloodstained Chivalry and 2 Pale Flames. But I have fucking C6, so yeah. Why would you want to use the 4-stack? When an enemy skill hits an opponent, attack increased by 9% for 7 seconds. The effect cycle 2 times to be triggered. Only 2 stacks are reached. The R2 set is increased by 100%? What the fuck? Once you get 2... Okay, so once you get 2 stacks, you get a huge attack boost. So mine's more immediately helpful, whilst this is more setup helpful. So I can kind of see the benefits. I'm going to keep mine, though. We won! Great work, Klee. I'm counting on you to protect Eula next time, too.
Albedo, you can't be serious.
No problem. Just leave it to Klee. Are you going on patrol, Mr. Albedo? Klee heard that you went camping for a few days, and these monsters followed you back home.
Camping. Ah, right. The truth isn't suitable for little ears.
That's right. I need to report back to Master Jean to settle my expenses. If you have some time, I'm sure Eula will be grateful if you escorted her back to headquarters as well.
Of course. I place myself in your capable hands, Spark Knight.
Aww.
It would be an honor. Klee would do her best.
You know, secretly, Eula was, like, cursing. She was swearing vengeance. I mean, she's always swearing vengeance. I mean, I say that. They've really, like... I mentioned it, many moons ago. Fucking God knows when. But the reason why Eula doesn't bring up the vengeance thing anymore is because it's a cover. When she does it, it's like a defense thing to, like... When she doesn't really trust people and is just, like, putting up a front. When she doesn't bring it up, it's because she trusts you. Like, if she doesn't bring it up as much, it's because she trusts you. So she knew she was among friends that she trusted, so didn't mention it. That should be it for now. Good work, everyone. How did we fare injury-wise? Good. Our preparations paid off. Injuries are few and far between. I have a full record here. Wonderful. I'll review it in a bit. Everyone all right?
Amber?
Yep, right as rain. We're back. Klee kept Miss Eula safe the whole way.
That's amazing, Klee. Eula was lucky to have you. It's like we're still missing a few. We're back, Master Jean. Mission complete. I don't see D-Luke. Oh, no, I see Kyla. Where's D-Luke? Good to have you back safe and sound, and great work, everyone. This operation could not have happened without you all. Your leadership is what made it possible, Master Jean. It's been a busy few days. You should take a well-deserved break. I will, but I believe you deserve one most of all. My work isn't finished, I'm afraid. I might have a few loose ends to tie up. Loose end? Oh, yes, of course. We can talk about it back at headquarters. Emmy and Paimon should be there too. Alright, everyone who's finished their work should get back to the quarters or the church to get some rest. Want to come with us, Klee? We can drink some tea and eat some freshly baked moon pies.
Yes, yes!
Hey, everyone. Fucking just shows up. Venti, thank you for everything. I know there were difficult moments along the way. Well, wait, does that mean you saw me running for my life? No, apologies. Just again I said anything. Just kidding, but you're right. It was tough out there. I almost lost my hat to the wind several times. Any notable information on the wind? Of course. I was out at the city wall for quite some time. I heard all sorts of things. As for something notable, well, I picked up on anxious voices and a child's anger. Durin has been isolated for centuries, but absorbing Subject 2's emotions allowed him to understand certain truths about this world and its existence, including the fact that he's no longer Mother's only child. Or her most perfect creation. It's obvious he found that fact difficult to accept. The emotions he felt in response were quite genuine and, dare I say, human. If I eliminate the perfect creation, then I will be the only child mother needs. This mindset arose out of Duran's instinct to compete and survive, and came to dominate all those around him. Of course, the absorption of Subject 2's knowledge allowed him to take a more intelligent approach, accusing me of murder. In the end, however, Duran still lacks sufficient social intelligence. The fact that his army even got this far is a miracle.
Oh, no wonder Venti sensed a child's anger through the wind.
The same feeling, it's close. Miss Phonia, here to make your report?
Oh, nothing much to report, actually.
Is that so? During the battle, we were talking about your transfer to the 7th Company. You were in charge of patrols and post-battle reconnaissance this time. How did everything go?
Good. No problems.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, why did you come from that direction, and why are you alone? Do you think we were still meeting at the side gate? There was a change of plans. We sent the message over the wind in the last few minutes of the battle. There were a lot of changes during the operation, but I managed to miss those as well, because you're under Duran's influence, and you have been since your trip to Dragonspine over 6 months ago. Don't move. Let's continue the discussion back at headquarters. Don't be scared. I'll figure out a way to free you from his power soon. Restless as a child. Talk to Jean. Good, this quest is super interesting. The trouble is, if everyone who's joined late to Genshin misses the fucking setup to this quest. The setup of this quest is everything that happened on Dragonspine during a fucking timed event. It should have been a main quest. Everything to do with Albedo and Dragonspine should have been an Archon quest, but no. Alright, the others are looking after Phonia. Please tell me you can help her. I can. As long as the rest of the operation goes well.
Wait, the operation isn't over. What do we do now?
What happens next is more of a personal project. I consulted Venti about the possibility of calling a tripartite conference. Yes, it's a relatively new tradition. Grandmaster Varka came up with that idea a few years ago. I still remember when he approached me asking the lovely ladies of the Hexen Circle for a small favour. The chumminess caught me off guard. If I had known any different, I'd have thought he was talking about his older sisters or something.
Older sisters? Is Varka really young or something?
I wouldn't exactly call him young, but he's not old either. He's the type to crack a joke at every opportunity, so whatever age that is. Indeed. I think this is people setting people up to bring down the disappointment, because everyone had it in their minds that he was going to be this grizzly, bulky old man. And I feel like Hoyoverse are just going to make him another average build dude bro when he eventually becomes playable. And I think this is them trying to settle it now. It's no, he's a pretty average fucking guy. Anyway, the tripartite conference is gathering of 3 parties: the Hexen Circle, the Amino Archon, and the joint forces of the Knights and Church. Lord Bot... Oh, is that supposed to be... Okay, yeah, Hexen Circle is represented on the right. Is that supposed to be Varka on the left? Oh, God, he's fucking Japard. That actually might be a good point of comparison, that he, someone kind of like Japard's look. Varka is quite a way with words, so he's able to gather their favour and convince them to agree to a very important request. Namely, that in Mondstadt's greatest time of need, the mages would return and lend their aid to our nation. Yes, and now I have a request of my own, so I need the conference to convene once again. Venti, if you would. Of course. Emmy, pass me the communication device.
Huh? You're gonna use that thing to call them?
Just watch and learn. Okay, I think this should do it. It's gonna go beep, 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 beep.
What's that ringing? Is it the wind or something?
Hold on, that's not the right voice.
Barbados?
Varka? Just casually? Also, why was that first voice so, like...
What's that ringing? Is it the wind or something?
Was this first line
Is it the wind or something?
not filtered through the phone deliberately so the audience could hear the voice? So you could hear his voice clearly of what he sounds like? Varka? Grandmaster? Oops, I put in the wrong number. Sorry, Varka, you're probably busy right now.
Considering I'm surrounded on both sides with a group on my tail looking to turn me into mincemeat, yeah, I'd say so.
Ah, yes, well, have fun with that. We'll talk another time.
All right, pass along my regards. Oh, and I still owe you for those drinks, don't I? Just take it from my stash. I keep it in...
Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop.
Hey! He was just about to tell us where to find his secret stash!
Don't tell me he hid it beneath the great tree of Windrise. That seems like a bit much.
Hello? Who is this?
Greetings, Miss Alice. It's Venti.
Venti? Nope, it doesn't ring a bell.
You're really going to tease me like this? Fine, it's Barbados.
Apologies, just
Hey, Alice.
fun. What can I do for you, dear Barbados?
Alice is one of those, like, long burn characters for me. I've got a few characters that I've put as, like, my long burner, as, like, whenever they're available, I am getting them. And they're the core characters I'm saving for in the background. Skirk was one of them, and even though I'm a little disappointed with aspects of her kit, I am still going to get it. I'm probably not going to get any of her constellations, though, just for the record. I will get her weapon, and if she ends up being super fun and I can work her into my main team, even without, like, the extra buffs, then maybe. But if not, I'll just be happy to have her, and I can like, build her up and have her someone to throw in Spiral Abyss. But my next one is Columbina, it's Alice, it's Capitano. Like, those kind of characters. They're the ones I'm really keeping an eye on. And maybe Varka, but I want to know more about him first. You still remember the Tripade conference, right? Well, I'm calling on behalf of a friend. He's asking for a meeting.
Oh? And which brave soul is it this time?
It's me, Aunt Alice. Albedo, captain of the Knights of Avonius investigation team, requests a formal meeting with the Hexen Circle.
And what is your wish, dear Albedo?
I want to accomplish something unprecedented.
How unprecedented. Something even your mother Rhine-daughter never accomplished?
In terms of technique, no, but in terms of location and materials, yes.
Okay, that makes no sense.
You've piqued my interest. I'll be right there.
Be right where? Here, as in this office?
Hello again, everyone.
Of course they're not going to give us a real model. God damn it. One day we'll see Alice's full real model. Hello, Aunt Alice. I see you've turned yourself into a giant Dodico.
Darling, isn't it? It even has its own hat.
I think she's going to have that hat. I think the easiest way to, like, put together how I think Alice will look is not just, like, bigger Klee, but she's probably going to look a little like Herta. Not, like, obviously, like, the same design. Like, imagine red and black and, like, more, like, fiery eyes instead. But, like, just with Klee's kind of, like, you know, the pointy ears and the kind of stature-y nature. Like, somewhere between the Herta and Klee. But, like, just, like, grown-up Klee.
Wow, the attention to detail.
Pleasure to see you all again. It's been a while. On behalf of the Hexen Circle, I hereby grant Albedo's request. I'm guessing you still need to prepare? Take your time. Just come find me at the long table when you're ready.
Aw, that's nice of you.
I suppose it's just my nature, darling.
Thank you, Aunt Alice. Before we set out, there's someone you need to meet. Head to my office. He's waiting for you there. I want to talk to... Can I take a... Oh! I was like, can I, like, see Alice and talk to her? Fuck. Fine. Actually, no. Does anyone else got anything else to say? He's so much for the time, Lord Barbados. I don't even know how to thank you. Don't thank me at all, please. It makes me seem like I'm useful the rest of the time. You know, that's not what I meant. As Archon has their own calculations, who am I to question their wisdom? Okay, now you give me too much credit. I admit I'm not the most proactive Archon. You have your own hard work to thank for the results. Oh, and our friends are the Honorary Knights in Paimon, of course. Worried about Albedo's plan? Can't help it. I have full confidence in his abilities, I just have an instinctual response. But in the end, if he sets his mind to something, I know he will succeed. I trust him. That's good to hear. Before we set out, there's something you need to meet. Head to my off. Okay, no, he's just saying the same thing. Is it going to be Dahlia? Or is it going to be someone interesting?
Hey, have you ever wondered why Albedo always keeps his office closed? I'm on bets there's a secret snack stash hidden around here somewhere.
Hey, not so loud!
Mini Turin? What are you doing here?
You're from like the fucking... Are you from the summer? You were from the last summer event, the 4.8 event, weren't you? Well, actually, I've kind of been helping you guys in secret this whole time. I tried tapping Paimon on the shoulder during the battle, but you floated away too fast. You were there? Yeah, I've been in Mondstadt for a few days now, but I've kept myself out of sight. I thought people might be scared of me.
Oh, don't worry. We aren't scared of you.
Heh, thanks.
So, what brings you here? Oh, is it Windbloom? There are a ton of fun games this time of year.
I did sneak off to the festival for a bit, even though I couldn't play the games because of all the people. I still had a lot of fun. But that's not why I'm here. Albedo and I made a promise to accomplish something great together.
What do you mean?
I'm going to replace the Durin on Dragonspine. I'm going to be the one who is revived and brought into this world.
Wait, didn't that already happen? You left the storybook world.
Yeah, the storybook world, the Simulanka from 4.8. It was alright. It was fun and it was good for lore, but it was still like another like silly holiday event, and Scaramouche was there for some reason. Sorry, I should be more specific. Albedo said he can use alchemy to turn me into a human.
What?
Human transmutation, so you're Albedo's intended subject. Yeah, he's been working on it for a long time.
And that's what you want, Mini Durin? To become human?
I don't know if "want's" the right word. I don't even know if there's a right answer in a situation like this. But I do know this. I have just as much of a right to this name. I don't want to lose the other Durin. It isn't as simple as changing forms, you know. I know, Albedo talked to me about it. He said that Durin on Dragonspine is a lot more aggressive and primitive, almost like a beast. But Mum created me in a storybook. The pure parts of me can balance out the evil parts of him. If I'm honest, I don't know what that will look like, if it can still be me once I become one with that part of him. Maybe without a complete soul, there was never really a me to begin with. Albedo said these kind of questions are normal, we're just trying to figure out who we are. But I'm afraid of change. I want my life to have meaning, and suppressing an evil dragon, becoming human, both sound pretty meaningful to me. So don't worry, no one is forcing me to make this choice.
Well, turning you into a human sounds like a huge project. No wonder Albedo wants to get the mage's approval.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I'm really grateful to him. We're kind of in the same boat, you know? Albedo told me he is a cried prince, a synthetic human. And if this works, I'll be one too. We will be the only two of our kind in the whole world. Our chemical creations allowed us to live in human form. If all living things are grouped together as species, and there's only one other person like me in this world, I guess that makes us family.
Definitely. You've just got to trust one another. Actually, while we're on the subject, does your friend Hakai know about this?
Yeah, I told him I was coming here to fulfill this duty. He didn't try to stop me. He told me to get a move on then. He didn't say it outright, but I think he supports my decision. Maybe he even thinks it's a good idea to go through with this. I'm a little scared, of course, but excited too. Anyway, I'm really glad I got to talk to you at a time like this. I feel a lot better now, so thanks. Location indicated by Alice. Oh! Down here, in the fucking Imaginarium Theatre? Your party configuration cannot be changed during the Hex and Zircle trial. Please choose a suitable party in advance. Recommended elements, water and ice. No, I'm happy with my fucking squad. All I might do, for the sake of cryo appliance, is bring in Seat Lali. Where is she? Oh, she's right next to it.
I'm never late.
Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Sorry, I want a picture of, like, Hat Alice. That'll do.
Welcome, one and all. Please sit wherever you like.
So, no unspoken rules to be aware of? I don't want to unwittingly park myself down on some important lady's chair.
I highly doubt anyone's going to mind where you sit, Lord Barbados. But thank you for being so considerate. Jean didn't fancy tagging along?
A lot has happened in the city today. If she left, there really would be no one around to lead the Knights of Favonius.
All right, never mind. I was just hoping to treat her to some tea. So, tell me, Albedo, what is this outrageous and audacious plan of yours that I've been hearing murmurings about?
I'll get right to the point. I intend to kill the evil Durin in Dragonspine.
Oh?
And I'd also like to request some alchemical reagents from the Hexen Circle.
Which ones? I'm all ears.
First would be the flesh of that immortal monster from the Mare Javari, the last part of Natland we've yet to access, which apparently isn't in the 5.7 beta, so it's in 5.8.
Interesting.
Which makes me really curious what Skirk... Like, we have no real idea of what Skirk's doing in the plot yet, and why she's going to be playable next patch. It's like... What then? If she's not in like the new, the last magic land of Natlan, what purpose does she serve? What's she doing? The other is a portion of the embryo left by my mother, Rhindaughter.
The raw material from which she created her monsters in the past. There's not much of it left. Dragon blood, monster flesh, and embryo. Sounds to me like a formula for creating life.
This is a very interesting designed chessboard, by the way. Correct. Durin's heart has continued to beat ever since the day he died. That means it's just a matter of time before he eventually returns. It could be centuries away or millennia, but the day will come. I've spent years investigating the Dragonspine, so I'm aware of the danger he poses. He has already posed a considerable threat to Mondstadt at less than half of his original strength. There's no telling how dire the consequences could be if he ever regained his full life force. Hence, if we want to be free of the dangers posed by his blood and limitless vitality, we must find a way to eliminate Durin entirely. Unfortunately, Durin is a special entity. Even after death, he would reawaken at any moment. So the solution is to kill him and then resurrect him in a different form. Upon resurrection, he will no longer be the creation he once was. In fact, he will no longer be a monster at all, because I intend to transform him into a human-like being. During the summer, Klee and I visited a fairy tale world called Simulanka. It was created by mages from the Hexen Circle, so I'm sure you know of it.
Of course. It was even the home of one of M's children, the other Oh,
She's just figured it out. Yeah, let me look at this fucking chess piece. This chess set is cool. The king is fucking huge, though. Look at that girthy lad. I hope like, because that'd be the white side, because the white pieces. I hope there is a black side, and I hope it gets to be a real chess set, because this is one of those collector's items that I would probably fucking get. It was during that journey that I learned with certainty that Durin would return to life one day. That experience inspired me. I met the pure soul M had created, and I knew if I wanted to change Durin's fate, he could be the key. In the end, I devised an alchemical model for the transmutation. The soul will come from the fairy tale dragon of Simulanka, the blood of the original dragon's heart. And monster remnants from the Mare Javari and the embryo mother left behind will form the flesh. The corrosive nature of the dragon venom and the heightened vitality of the monster remnants will offset each other, keeping the constructed body in perfect balance. A powerful side effect can be triggered when festering forces and life energy collude. In an alchemical setting, the results are sure to be nothing short of outstanding.
The glint in your eye when you talk about these ideas. You really are your mother's child.
Do you see that as a bad thing, Aunt Alice?
Of course not. To me, you're both extraordinary individuals.
I wonder if we'll ever
find
meet
you
Gold. If we ever meet Rhine-Daughter.
In any case, now I see why you asked Venti for help.
Well, we know the Hex and Zirkel are going to have a presence in Nod Cry, but I feel like, and maybe this is just copium, I feel like that's going to be just Alice. I mean, I think it's going to be Alice, but I think it'll be only Alice. The reason why I say it's copium is because they've been keeping us waiting since 1.6, when we first heard Alice's voice. Heck, I think Alice's actress is probably sitting there like, when the fuck am I actually going to be a character?
That said, we're happy to give you what you need. But there is one condition. You need to prove you can wield them. And so, you must pass the Hexenzirkel's trial.
I understand. I feel like something like this might happen. That's why I asked Emmy to come along. You're not even going to try and talk me into it? Oh, you need convincing? I thought you'd want to keep an eye on me. Who knows what sort of outlandish thing I might attempt without someone to keep me in check. Fine, I'm not going to argue with you.
So you know our tricks, huh?
Aunt Alice has always loved a spectacle. Any chance to witness friends come together to support one another?
Well, success means little if you have no one to celebrate it with, no? Although, I'm afraid...
I hope actual Alice has her hat angled like this as well when we meet her, like covering part of her face.
The Hexenzirkel trials are no walk in the park, my dear. Besides, I already decided on the structure. There's only room...
I just noticed there's a music box on one of the chairs.
No more. No
the chair
less.
opposite Venti. If it zooms out again, you'll see it.
Oh, don't be too angry with your dear aunt.
Okay. You can turn off the charm. Paimon will stay behind.
Thank you for being so understanding. Then, whenever you two are ready, interact with the chessboard on the table. It will guide you
Interact.
through the
Just say
trial.
touch. Then let me make a formal request. Will you go through this trial with me? Of course. Are you ready, Emmy? Just about. We look so small. This table is so high.
Then, my dear children, get ready for a taste of the Dodo King's magic.
Oh, what this fucking Alice in Wonderland bullshit is there? What the fuck? Also, this is our new weekly boss. It certainly is keeping with Hexenzirkel's modalities? That's a weird word. If it's shrunken down to chess piece size. Oh, Emmy would have said that.
Whoa, you're so tiny now. Take extra care of yourselves, okay?
What is it? Nothing, it's just... Paimon's voice is even louder than usual now I'm this size. She's always so energetic and lively. Nothing can dampen her spirits. Don't worry, you'll be back with her again in no time.
You sound pretty confident, Albedo.
Aunt Alice? I didn't realize you'd be personally conducting this trial.
Since your mother has to recuse herself, who better than I to put your abilities to the test? I have prepared quite a riveting new performance just for you two. See? Defeat them in battle. Prove to me that you have what it takes to achieve your goal. Swashbuckle your way to victory like gallant fairy.
I'm really curious to what their battle theme sounds like, though. I usually end up, whether I mean to or not, finding out about the weekly bosses impending. Not that I like keep an eye on leaks, it's just I end up finding it, but I make sure I never hear the battle themes if I can help it. The king piece, not the one who plays at chess games. Oh, like the king can only move one piece at a time.
Show no mercy. Witness my great undertaking.
Oh, fucking it summons the pawns. There's their knights and they're going, yep, like, the knights are following the rules.
I'm flying.
Coming to be.
And that's the bish.
Witness my great undertaking.
Will firework? I absolutely will.
Burst forth. Feel the
Oh, I like how like whimsical this battle theme is. I wonder if it's gonna have multiple phases. I mean, the queen's gotta come in eventually, right? Oh shit! That's cheating, King. You can't move that many places in one go. What the fuck? You've got on wheels.
King and Queen should present a united front.
Oh, the Queen. Yeah, now the Queen's joined the fight. The Queen's a full boss as well. Uh-oh.
Moment of birth.
So his second phase? Shit. Yeah, and the Queen can do whatever the fuck she wants because it's the Queen.
Let's have a ball.
Oh shit! Yeah, but it's gonna cover all the ways she can move. Albedo, no, I was playing. What? Oh, okay. I imagine the fight's not over yet. But I must say, this fight is infinitely more enjoyable already than the fucking Natlan boss. The Natlan boss was like the. I feel like it's like the.
This form? A toy really doesn't suit me.
Who's that? That doesn't seem like Alice.
Well done. But this isn't over. I will now preside over the second trial. Stare straight ahead, and you will see things as they appear. But change your perspective,
Is this Ryan Dotter?
and you will see them as they are.
Oh shit. You okay? Oh, here we go, phase 2. The chess pieces have come back. What the fuck?
The trial awaits. Only by turning the world
Ascended King and this subliminated Queen.
can we see its true.
What are these fucking vocals?
So it begs the question.
Why does it feel like it's laughing at me?
On the other side of this chessboard, pawns earned true freedom the moment they gave.
Oh, Barbeloff. Oh, it's not fucking Rheindotter. It's another fucking Hexenzirkel witch. Oh my god, there's a Gatling gun!
No need to thank me, of course. Just a small gesture of kindness from me, Barbeloff.
Ceremony.
Good lord, I'm just forgetting your lines.
Moment of birth.
Where were we?
Witness my rise. Gotcha.
Oh, this battle film's fun. This battle film's really fun, actually.
Moment of birth. Live our The final act is upon us.
Oh, is it fucking Ornstein and Smo? You kill one of them, the other one gets buffed? Oh, fuck.
Feel this ancient power.
Oh, and the music has a crescendo! The music crescendos when you finish the fight.
Very well done.
That is a really fun, like, bouncy fight. I look forward to learning that fight more. Also, I can almost guarantee you that boss is going to be for Skirk's materials. And you know why? Because that boss is entirely built around using hydro and cryo reactions. And Skirk's entire thing is that she leans on hydro and cryo reactions. That fight is literally practiced to get you prepared for how Skirk works. We did it.
Oh, they've grown up so fast. I'm so proud.
Really? Well then, I'll leave you to debrief the others about today's events.
Huh? You're leaving already?
You did marvelously today. I'm thrilled for both of you. And should you feel the need to gloat profusely to that student of mine so she knows to up her game, be my guest.
Why did that laugh sound like Mom from Futurama?
Lovely tea party. But that'll do me for now. Until next time, my dearies.
You're just going to up and leave? Barbie? You'll have to forgive Barbara, love. She's always on the move. And she never says where she's going either. I think she enjoys the mystique. But if I had to guess, she's probably going for a walk. She's a very health-conscious individual. Barbie was satisfied with your victory. And so am I. Congratulations to you both. You can come back now. Oh, whoops. I need to turn you back to normal first, don't I?
You're finally back! Great job! You made it all look so easy!
Like always, when the story, like the Archon quest itself wraps up, I will go rematch the weekly boss at its hardest setting to see what it's really like when you're trying to learn the fight. Because that was what kind of decided. I kind of like rambled off and stopped talking about it. But yeah, the only weekly boss in the game I kind of don't really like right now is the Natlan one. The Natlan creature you find, like at the end of it, it leans way too much on the Night Soul mechanics, and it's very time sensitive with a lot of his attacks. And I just find him kind of annoying. Like, if you have a full Night Soul team, the current characters you can get, I feel like don't fit regardless of how you arrange them. Look, I know people keep on telling me that oh, what's her name? The disco girl with the roller skates. She's really good, and she had her rerun was last patch. But even ignoring that, I was just like, no, it just wasn't working out for me. What I usually do is have the team that I was using for that fight, where it's mostly my original team, but with Citlali in as well. So Citlali covers the Night Soul needing for that boss, whilst the rest of the squad just focused on doing their usual bullshit.
Nice to have you back safe and sound. Now time to relax and switch off. You've earned it.
Thank you. It felt pretty good to beat the trial. Once you've rested up, let me know when you're free, and we'll head to Dragonspine.
To deal with the Dragon of Dragonspine, right?
Indeed. The sooner we deal with Durin, the better. So let me just have one quick bite of a snack, because I'm a little hungry, and then we'll carry on.
Nice to have you back safe and sound.
I'm also curious where that weekly boss will be put. In fact, can we find it? Is that... No. It won't be there. It'd be funny if it was there. So yeah, I know. We'll get to you later. I'm going to try and do both in one stream. And to be honest, this Archon quest feels like it's nearing the end anyway. So it's not too long. Pretty fitting for Mondstadt that it's on the shorter end. But at the same time, I said it before and I'll say it again. It's actually been really nice to come back to Mondstadt. It feels like returning home. We really don't do it enough. To be honest, I know it's just how it is. But I feel like we return to Leeway too often, and we return to Mondstadt not often enough.
Yep.
Of the OG regions.
Freezing as ever. Paimon's hands are turning to ice.
You want to climb into my hood?
You sure? Is it warm in there?
It should take the edge off, and it might improve your mood. But I recommend finding a heat source. Fuck. Also, let me put Eula back in my squad.
I'll scout ahead.
Fend off the monsters from the snowy mountain together with your companions. Pass the trial of the Hexen Circle. Oh, there isn't a challenge series 11. I was going to say, are there challenges tied to the new boss? No, not yet at least. Maybe later. God, look at for a while I was on the ball with them, and then you can see it starts to peter out. What am I missing here? Oh, Okay, the unusual healer trolls, I'd never give a fuck about that. I really should, like, try and track that down, but I never bother. Defeat the Inquisitor's Baptist with all possible elemental combinations. I don't really like that fight. Use the power of the energy blocks to immobilize the following enemies: the Red Vulture, the Scorpion, the Flying Serpent, the Horned Crocodile, and the Fanged Beast. Oh, okay, so that's just a lot of cleanup. Break the Xenomare Pearl directly without destroying the Resonant Coral Orb, while the Millennial Pearl Seahorse is guiding Whore That is a lot of fucking gibberish. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And for this one, it's use the exploding flame granite to trigger the melt reaction on the Mountain King. Oh, okay, so when it's doing its thing, make sure you have a flame granite and just whack it at it. Use the exploding flame granite to defeat it. Okay, so maybe I might be able to get 2 in 1 there. Defeat the secret source automaton configuration device while it's stunned. How do we stun it? I have to look that up. Defeat the Tenebrous Papilla when it's replicating the forms of a Primo Geovishap, a Jade Terrashroom, and a Millennial Pearl Seahorse, respectively. Destroy a total of 8 radiant reflections created by the wayward Hermetic Spirit Seeker during a single challenge. Defeat the Lord of Eroded Primal Fire while the battlefield has been reduced to its smallest size. Oh, the weekly boss? Die or go parry too. Still haven't done that because it's... yeah. And I don't do any co-op, really, so these are, like, mostly undone. Also, fucking 2,000 fishing. Oh, they call me Ishmael. It's a funny trophy or a funny achievement. I just realized I have exactly 1,200 achievements. Holy shit! I've been in this fucking ride for too long. Oh yeah, and I did 100% Natlan.
Aristocratic etiquette.
In fact, just to showcase, I 100%ed Octopan, and I also 100%ed the Ancient Sacred Mountain. So that's all cleaned up. So until like the last area of Natlan, which I'm assuming is going to be this chunk, but at the same time, this is weird, so maybe it will be like here instead. I kind of hope it's this chunk because I don't like that Natlan is still just this thin little gap. By this point in Fontaine, Fontaine had all of this open up. By 4.6, that was the Alecchino update. All of this was open, so like you could go straight to Fontaine from basically any angle. You couldn't get up the Fontaine outside of the lifts, but that made sense. It was to stop you like immediately just going straight from here to here. You actually had to, you know, travel to it, but it wasn't completely like tunneled anymore. Whilst this is still your only fucking way into Natlan, and I kind of don't like it. This should be expanded here. This should be expanded up here. Like, what is the deal with this? This sucks. I like the ability to approach from multiple angles. It makes it feel more a part of the world. Whilst right now, Natlan feels extremely isolated. But I digress. Let's carry on.
Smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the...
I imagine since it's just Paimon, us, and Albedo, it's going to be a lot more me talking as well. We've arrived. Sorry, Paimon, I have to get to work now.
Still beating away after all this time.
Leave it to me, you two. Stay on guard.
May Paimon ask a question?
You may.
Who is Durin to you? Do you think of him as one of your kind? And is he a dragon, person, animal, or monster?
Paimon actually asking very valid, genuine questions? What the fuck? What have you done to Paimon? Who are you? From the alchemical perspective, we're both artificial creations, but biologically speaking, we have no relation whatsoever. So to say we are kin would be categorically incorrect.
Sounds like you prefer humans to dragons, then.
It's not so much a matter of preference, rather as things stand, I would say I belong to the class of human, albeit a unique category thereof. But then again, most forms of life in this world possess some unique traits. I am perhaps the most unique among humans, in that I'm the only one of my kind, but soon there'll be another just like me, assuming this alchemical project proves successful. I believe Mini Durin already told you of his intent to replace Durin of Dragonspine. After my conversation with him, he also expressed a strong interest in becoming human. It is a fascinating prospect, not to mention an extremely challenging one, but I understand he came to that decision. Do you see this as an act of creation? Well, understood in the broadcast sense. This project deals with both the past and future, and stands to profoundly impact many lives. That primarily is what makes it worthwhile. Helping Mini Durin become who he wants to be is a secondary consideration, though there's still a meaning one. By contrast, my personal motivations are something so grand and meaningful, I'm just pursuing something I believe in. In my view, to cultivate life which the world cannot generate endogeneously is to cultivate the world itself. Whatever aids life in attaining a greater level of perfection improves the world by doing so. It's not a question of whether this ought to be done or not, merely whether I wish to. The alchemical enterprise is concerned with deciphering and comprehending all forms of knowledge. That is the path I walk. Of course, that's not to say that this is just a science experiment to me. Anything that affects Mondstadt, I approach first and foremost as a member of the Knights of Favonius. Does that answer your question satisfactorily? Well enough, thank you. Finished.
Looks like a golden energy has encased the dragon's heart.
The whole heart would be too big. I don't need that much. Instead, I just removed the core. The rest should lose its vitality completely. At this time, Durin's body should finally die for good.
Wait, but in that case, what's gonna happen to the fake Hertha? And what about the people who fell under Durin's influence?
The Knights will keep an eye on them. But as far as I am concerned, eliminating Durin's influence on the Synergy and creating a new Durin through alchemy are one and the same thing. Armed with this heart, I will be able to complete the alchemical array and deal with all those issues in one go. Oh, it's so weird to see it so still. This massive rock that once looked like a heart has lost its power and descended into a solemn silence. Oh no, it won't be able to absorb any vitality like this. Let's go back to the Orban, Emmy. It's so weird. You know why it's been so weird? Because it's been 4 years that this plot thread has been waited on. And it's like, now we're answering it. Like, it's so surreal to me. Because it's, like, for me, like, a lot of it's, like, not that it's hard to process, that's the wrong way of putting it. But hard to kind of level with. Because it's telling me that time is moving. And I know that sounds stupid, but stick with me here. It's the fact that when this game came out and some of these mysteries were set in place, I went there and was like, oh, it's going to be like years before we'll get to any of them being solved. But now here we are, years have passed and we're solving them. Like, that time that I thought was forever away is here, piece by piece. And yes, Snezhnaya is a whole nother year off because Nod Cry is going to be the 6-point series by the sounds of it. We're still close to Snezhnaya, you know? We're still beyond Natlan. Fontaine was a year ago. Inazuma was fucking 3 years ago. Nearly 4, you know? Like, this time has kept passing, and it feels weird. I know it's just passage of time, it always does, but it was always one of those things where it always felt like Genshin's mysteries were forever away, but they're here, they're now. Let's call it a day here. Thank you for accompanying me.
Pleasure. We sure learned a lot.
Mondstadt's a lively place during the Windbloom Festival. You should take a look around, pick out some nice souvenirs for yourselves.
Oh yeah, the festival! Wonder who the Windbloom star is gonna be this time. Well, we've been too busy dealing with this situation the entire time. Who else would be free to work during the Windbloom Festival?
I'm sure we'll find out on the day of. Yeah, I'm sure when the event starts. Wait another 2 days.
The Windbloom Festival.
I imagine the new Windbloom Star will just be Durin or Mini Durin when it comes to reality. Alright, how many unvoiced people are here? Okay, at least 2. As you know, during the year's Windbloom Festival, the people of Mondstadt have banded together to defeat several waves of monsters that tried to invade our city. Accordingly, we would like to award the title of Windbloom Star to someone who made an outstanding contribution to our defense operation. This is someone who may not look like a strong warrior, but whose keen insights played a vital role in gaining control over the conflict. His words and songs always have a way of lifting people's spirits, and they were a great support to us all. A good round of applause for this year's Windbloom Star, Venti the Bard.
Amazing!
No way, you're really going to pick me? Why not? You're the perfect person for the job. Alright, does that mean I get unlimited free drinks at the tavern? I'm sure they'll be more than happy to support this year's Windbloom Star. If you'd like, you can even take a drink while you give your acceptance speech to the crowd. Haha, in that case, let me swap out the speech for a song. Everyone, the best part in the land is about to begin his performance, so don't go away, gather round and lend me your ears. Oh fuck, I gotta sing. I'll try my best, chat, but I'm no singer. Don't say a word, Venti, please. For my sake. I hereby exercise the prayer of formation. Unubiquitous earth, flowing water, refining fire, fortifying wind. Traverse the 18th worldly and 20th passage. Oh, of course the girlfriends are hanging out again. Emergent soul, enter the mortal realm. Elevate festering flesh into sacred blood and bone. O sages, witness my grand endeavor. How is it? Not bad, right? Oh, that kind of looked like an NPC model. I was like, are we gonna get a real Durin eventually? That kind of looked like an NPC model. It depends how they look if we get to see them properly. Very smoothly. I'd say we achieved our goal.
Really? So Mini Durin looks like a human now?
Correct. However, his newly formed body is still stabilizing. We should give him some time. Incredible work, Albedo. I graciously accept the compliment. It really is rather remarkable what we've accomplished.
So, how do you feel right now?
Quite good. I did what I set out to do and achieved a personal goal. I think even she would have made a rare facial expression had she seen it.
She?
Your mother? My master and mother, Gold Rhine-daughter. A long time ago, she sent me to Mondstadt with the instruction to complete a task of monumental importance, to find the truth of the world. I had a theory about what she meant, and in time, I was able to corroborate it, sorry, not collaborate it, wrong letters. Sure enough, finding the truth of the world basically stood for getting a life. This might be easy for most people, but for someone like me, it meant doing a lot of learning about a lot of things. I had to find out about myself and the world around me, get to know me and get to know other people. Life is the space that exists between me and the world. To truly become human, I had to inhabit this space. So for an artificial human, finding a life is, in some sense, equivalent to finding the truth of the world.
So that's what she meant, huh? Well, no wonder those monsters wanted to infiltrate the city and replace you. They wanted your life for themselves.
Being alive is just existing, but having a life is what makes you truly human. I think that's the message she wanted to get across to me. Still, I've found this whole series of events has given me new inspiration. Becoming human is only the beginning. What follows is the choices a human has to make in human life, as well as the kinds of familial bonds they will form. Most people will probably see the events of the last few days as something out of a nightmare, but for me, it's just a part of my family life. I fear that the carefree existence my brother has enjoyed this far will now come to an end. Just like me, he will have to step into the world and face the same constraints as everyone else.
You've got an unusual family, that's for sure.
I suppose I get it from our mother. She's highly unusual. Welcome back. There are all kinds of families in the world. Some base their life around the family store, others around the farm. In my family, I suppose we tend to flower beds, and now I'm a gardener too. As long as you feel like you've gained something from the experience. Yeah, the fucking monumental efforts you went to just perma-kill an immortal dragon, but have him resurrect into a human. Not gonna lie, Oblivion's great as you remember. I'm glad it's holding up. Master never showed her face, but if the Hexen Circle knows what I've done, that means she knows as well and gave her approval. Yeah, and it was nice to get to know Alice a little bit more, and that other one, fucking Barbie, did Alice call her? With the Hexen Circle being involved in Nod Cry, I really hope we get to, I doubt we'll get to meet more of them. I mentioned earlier that my theory is that we'll only actually see Alice, but I hope we get to know more about the Hexen Circle in Nod Cry, considering they're going to be there. Since devouring Naberius, it would seem that she finally found a modicum of peace. And if so, then I'm truly happy for her. She didn't always have a perchance for madness, you know.
Devouring Naberius? What's
Naberius?
Naberius?
Well, it's always the way, because it's more of a remake than a remaster. They just called it remaster. From what I've seen on it, it looks more like a full, they rebuilt it in a new engine, which would make it a remake. Super Ashen is no longer a local map. It's the name of the ruler of life. Oh, so one of the shades.
What?
Aunt Alice told me about it not long ago, but it came as no surprise. I knew Master would do it sooner or later. As for ruler of life, all I truly know is Naberius is not gone. Instead, because of Master's actions, she and Naberius are now one. She became one with one of the fucking shades? Hey, reminder, one of the other shade we know of is the Shade of Death, the ruler of death that Capitano is currently fighting. Who dies ridiculously causes? I'm sorry. Is there nothing in the settings you can mess with to, at least, make it smaller or bigger or something, or make it, bolder or something to help make it easier to comprehend? I doubt you can straight up change it to the original, but you know what I mean. Little things to just make it a bit easier on the eye. In any case, thank you so much for your help during this ordeal, and for choosing to stand by my side through it all. Not that I know of, no. Nah. Maybe it'll come in a patch then. Paimon took the words right out of my mouth. Knowing you say that means more than I can say. I'll make sure to pass along the sentiment when I report back to Master Jean.
Oh, so you're heading back to headquarters? Well, good luck with the report.
Oh, since we're on the topic of a Microsoft published game, is there any interest in me covering Gears of War when it comes out the PS5? On the channel? Because if there is, I might give it a stream or two. If not, I'll just play it in my spare time. But I just wanted to kind of throw it out there if anyone's interested in me playing it.
Wow,
More menu faffing and it's puzzling. Oblivion OG and really easy and
really made a difference.
diegetic menu interface and maybe. Oh, okay. It's a special one. Makes a difference.
I almost forgot. If the Wimbloom star has already been chosen, what is this year's Wimbloom gonna be?
Well, why don't we go ask him ourselves? Want to take a guess?
Venti, you're back.
Haha, well, I couldn't keep my two dear friends in the dark about this year's Windbloom, now could I? What do you think of the Cecilia? Quite fitting. The true feeling of a prodigal son. A sentiment as sweet as warm as a gentle spring breeze. Perfect for the season. Emmy, give me your hand. Huh? The majors are very pleased that you and Albedo managed to pass their trial. Albedo received the materials he sought, so you deserve something in return as well. The Hexen Circle wants you to have this. It contains something entirely one of a kind, a secret of sorts. When the time is right, it will reveal itself to you, so no need to open it right away. Is that just... Oh! Now I understand why this is going to be mandatory before Nod Cry. If the Hexen Circle are in Nod Cry, the thing that we're getting is going to be important during that story arc, huh?
Wow! A gift and a mystery all in one! The mages sure love their secrets, huh?
According to the sender, you're probably the only person who could make use of something like this, so I suppose it belongs with you. Alright, thanks. Well, all I did was deliver it. Although, I did go to great lengths during the whole ordeal. I suppose a reward for my efforts wouldn't go out of the question.
You've helped a lot, Venti. How about we treat you to a drink?
Really? Oh, I'll hold you to that. You know, no going back on your word.
Of course, Dad! Let's go to the tavern right now!
Music to my ears. I'm so happy I could fly. It's like the festival was made for me or something. Speaking of flying, do any of you remember that mini-game that was in 1.0 that you do twice and it's never touched again? Where, like, you fly into the sky and it's like a 3D auto-scroller where you just shoot targets like it's fucking, like Star Fox. Anyone remember that? Or Panzer Dragoon would probably be another example. Whatever happened to that? Why have they never done that since, like, 1.0? I think, actually, I said the closest we got is, like, the dragon section in Octanatlan. Like, a few patches ago. That was kind of similar. But you just didn't shoot back at any enemies, you just chased after something. When no love remains for songs to tell, the world shall become naught by an empty shell. Cruel is said fate, cruel it may be, were it not for a hero who could set us all free. Through shadow so cold, he sought wisdom untold, chasing a fragrance the wind only knows. Thus wistfulness waned and faded into night, as he steps from the darkness and into the light. Paralogism. Good quest. It was nice to come back to Mondstadt, and it was nice to wrap up Durin a little bit, and they left it open, because it's like, hey, Durin needs to recover, so you're not going to see Durin properly for a while. And that might also be why Durin had what looked like an NPC model, because they probably haven't finished the model, so like they will update and figure it out afterwards. I hope Durin becomes playable. An actual half dragon, half human in the cast would be interesting. Well, it's not even half human, it's half dragon, half, like, part human, but in, like, a not homunculus shell that's not truly human. It's like, that's what it's like, a shell. But yeah, that was very interesting. And I can kind of see why that's, like, being put in place to set up for Nod Cry. I am curious what we were given, though, and where that's going to fit into it all. Before we start the other quest that we've got today, though, I want to rematch the new weekly boss. Right, there it is, Interlude for Act 4. Where is it? Oh, is it this? Out in the water? The unsolved chess game. Yeah, let's go. Oh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not loaded in properly. Hang on. Hang on a fucking second. Let me quit and re-enter. Maybe, That's not supposed to happen. That's better. There we go. On this floating fucking rock. Anyway, the unresolved chess game. The wager with the mages. Legend has it that on the long river of nothingness, only after untold epochs of longing did the children who should not be earned themselves a name. For the late and mindful of the children's fate, the mages have assented to the opening of the world gate. Revisit this challenge in your memories once more. You may gain some new forms of encounter. Fucking... I forgot, I'm not allowed to use... Hang on. You're not allowed to use condensed resin for this. I will bring Citlali along.
Leave me
Don't, she's about to tell me to leave her alone. Like, Alright, let's try this fight again.
There is no escape. Fulfill our pact.
This very silly but kind of fun fight.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Transfixed. This is where you fall. Overruled.
I love this fucking music. I love how like bouncy this music is. It gives me such like an Alice in Wonderland vibe.
What serves them is far too slow. Ramming speed.
Busted.
This is more like it.
Show no mercy.
The king's cheating again. Oh, it has to hit its own soldiers to slow it down. It has to break its own pawns. Clever. Alright, now the queen should come out in a second, so we go into phase 2. Yeah, queen's about to come out.
Queen should present a united.
Illusion shattered. You two. Time to busted.
Which I think the queen's voiced by Alice. Like, Alice is VA. Oh shit.
Quietly now.
Show no mercy.
Let's transfix.
Is Albedo always going to be here for the cutscene?
It had to be this form? A toy really doesn't suit me. Well done, but this isn't over. I will now preside over the second trial. Stare straight ahead, and you will see things as they appear. But change your perspective, and you will see them as they are.
Yeah, I like this boss. I like this boss because it's fun. And I know that's like a simple fucking thing to say, but I don't just mean fun as in the fight. I mean as in like the setting, the setup, what the bosses actually are. It's just so whimsy and fun. And it's nice to have compared to like the last like 6 weekly bosses in a row being so fucking serious.
The trial awaits.
And I love this fucking battle theme. It sounds like they're laughing at you the whole time, and it's just so silly. Oh, last time we learned, if you kill the king, the queen gets powered up. So I imagine it's the same deal, but I want to see what the power-up looks like. So I'm going to focus the queen first.
Gotcha.
Try
to remember the steps this time.
There's the queen's Gatling gun, fucking...
I thought I had memorized.
Quietly now.
It is time to
And the contrast between what the bonus boss for a patch cycle last time versus the bonus boss in this one is so funny in of itself. Because you know what the bonus boss for the last series of updates was, the 4-point series, following Arlecchino, and in this one is the Hexen Zirkel City chess game.
Let us dance, my dearest.
Try to remember the steps this time.
Oops! I thought I had memorized.
There is no escape. Show no mercy.
This music.
Transfixed.
And when you beat one of them, the other one powers up.
Stage is yours, my friend.
Oh, he resurrects her. Oh, okay, so the ultimate queen is the final version then. Got it. He has to end on the queen. Got it. So it means you should just prioritize the king off the rip then.
And now, a towering return to form.
Fulfill our pact.
Oh, that's an insta-kill. Got it.
Stars above.
So you need to be really on the ball with that.
Just don't get stuck in the barrel.
Take it easy.
Shine down.
This fight is so fun. The music is always so silly.
Busted.
It is time to slay our foes with one almighty...
This calls for some pomp and ceremony.
And then phase 3.
Final act is upon us.
And the music picks up the speed because it's like now the scary phase.
Gotcha. Illusion shattered. Fulfill our pact.
Laid bare.
I love that it crescendos. I know it's such a small thing, but all the battle themes, all the boss themes up to this point just fade out when the boss dies. The fact that this one actually crescendos, that gives me life. You know? Oh, we got all 3 pieces, huh? The Ascended Sample Knight, Rook, and Queen. A rare sample resulting in alchemical activation of substance. In these esoteric codices, the Bronze Knight knows not whether its mission is to conquer or to protect. Since alchemical evolution, it has merely been seeking to discover its purpose. The Age of Bronze was an age of heroes. And the name of this piece derives from the word of for the chariot in the ancient language of Sumeru. Its divination, the chariot card, fucking tarot cards, is depicted to 2 heavenly steeds, one black and one white, symbolizing the alchemical principle of balancing opposing properties. And then the Queen. The Queen was once known as the Minister, but as the rules of the game evolved, it grew to become a most powerful piece and a representation of the authority of the family behind the throne. A true symbol of gilded royalty. Perhaps the promotion of an ordinary foot soldier shares some similarities with the transmutation of matter. Yet even should they manage to turn to gold, the most a pawn might hope for is to be represented by an upturned rook. Yeah, okay, I love that boss. That boss is really fun. Alright, now all that's left for me to cover today, because I will do the new Imaginarium Theatre in my spare time, is go to Fontaine and hang out with like anime Gordon Ramsay, who, small shout out, like I rarely I'm gonna give like Hoyoverse these kind of praise, but they named a female chef in this game after an infamously extremely sexist male chef. Way to tell that guy to get fucked. There's the actual chef that they're referring to called Escoffier, which I believe was his last name. Very infamously and was constantly pushing this ideology that women should never be allowed to have any kind of prestige with cooking, should have no ability to do anything in the kitchen, should not be allowed, all that kind of really sexist shit. So Hoyoverse to be like, bet, we're naming a female character after him. That just to really like shove it in his face. Like, obviously the guy's been dead for like a really long time, so it doesn't matter. But you know what I mean? Like, that's really cheeky, and like credit where it's due. I don't credit Hoyoverse for much, but that's actually a really smart name. Like, really smart thing to do, to notice that and go, we should make it a female chef. Oh, is that Fontaine? Oh, well, it wouldn't be Fontaine without Fontaine's fucking protagonist. I swear to God, if there's anything even remotely Fontaine involved, Navia is here. Let me get my main squad back in. You're just sitting on a bench and where's your wife? Where's Corand? Oh, she's funny as fuck, yeah. Are you trying to be like subtle? Because you're not fucking subtle at all, Navia. My favorite Taylor. Yeah, the amount of people that call her just Taylor Swift. I'm like, yeah. Why the secrecy?
Get lost, Monica! I don't want to see you back here until you're ready to wake up and start doing things properly! Right now, you're a disgrace to my kitchen and to the Hotel de Boer name!
It was an accident.
I'm sorry, did you hear me asking for excuses?
No, I'll do better, I promise.
Why is she so aggressive? She won't even listen to what the poor girl has to say. Oh, hey, cut her some slack. You gotta at least hear her out.
Wait! Huh? Who do you think you are telling me? Wait a sec. Navia? So, you're bringing backup now. Suit yourself! You're still wasting your time!
Paimon, did you just blow Navia's cover? Yeah.
Savannah,
That's not even Escovia yet. That's not even the chef we're here for. Also, like, I want to like throw it out there while I'm here. When Gordon Ramsay does his anger spiel, he does it for the sake of entertainment on TV. But I also want to throw out there as well, I would not, under no circumstances ever for any reason would I ever let anyone talk to me like that. If I met Gordon Ramsay in real life and he was even remotely like that with me in person, I'd swing. I'd swing before he even finishes his sentence because I don't take that shit. So it's like, it's always a funny thing where it's like, I know he exaggerates it and it's all for like entertainment on TV. But I don't get how any of the contestants in any of his shows or any of the, well, I say that in like, anytime he goes to someone's like in Hell's Kitchen, I think it's called, where like he goes, oh no, Kitchen Nightmares is the one where he goes to people's like actual like establishments and just starts critiquing them and shit. They don't really take his shit usually because it's just an angry man. But I don't get how in like Hell's Kitchen or MasterChef how anyone has the patience for it. Like I get it, you want to be like you want to like hit it rich, you want to like run these 5-star kitchens, it's your dream and all that shit. But your dream is is your dream really worth getting berated by a man in his 50s all the time if you so much as look the wrong way? No. No, I don't think so. That's just me though. I'm no chef.
My staff is right. I'm the one in charge here now. And last time I checked, the Hotel de Boer doesn't take orders from the Spina di Rosula.
Of course. How you run your kitchen is none of our business. But when a member of your staff is so overworked he becomes gravely ill, that most definitely is our business. We're going to stand up for him, whether you like it or not.
Overworked? I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Vermont can't handle the job, then tough luck. There are plenty of other capable people I can hire instead.
But Vermont can do the job, he just...
Monica, back inside, now!
Huh? But you said I shouldn't come back until...
Just do as you're told, and not another word out of you! Come on, we have work to do!
Wow, what a horrible person!
Paimon. I agree, but don't just say that out loud. Wow, what a bitch! Paimon.
Sorry. Looks like I've dragged you into some drama again.
Does it know an octave lower than angry yelling, right? So, who was that?
Her name is Savannah. She's the new head chef at Hotel de Boer. Ever since she took the job, she's been enforcing a brutal work regime and putting a huge amount of pressure on her staff. One guy was so overworked, he collapsed from illness. He's been bedridden for days.
Yeah, right to talk.
And he can barely even talk properly.
One of these days, Paimon will find an inside voice.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't deserve to be a chef.
At his family's request, the Spina di Rosula is trying to mediate on his behalf. We're not exactly making a ton of progress, as you saw. Savannah is adamant that Vermont's exhaustion and illness have nothing to do with her or how she's been running her kitchen. She's refusing to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with us. Our next thought was to talk to the other chefs at the restaurant and get a better idea of their working conditions. But with Savannah watching them like a hawk, no one has been willing to open up. And that's why I'm here, doing it the old-fashioned way. Camping out, watching, and waiting for an opportunity.
Why don't they all just strike? Are they that scared of her? They could all just strike and say, you go or we'll leave. So you're waiting for Savannah to leave and then approach Monica?
Oh, shoot! It all makes sense now. Sorry. Paimon should have thunk before she spoke. Did Paimon ruin everything?
Oh, no, not at all, Paimon. Honestly, the way she was laying into Monica, someone had to step in. I'm sure I would have piped up if you hadn't. And besides, I don't really think I'm built for espionage.
You think? Either way, Savannah's seen you now, so you probably won't get another chance.
Yeah, meaning it's gonna be all the more difficult to get the inside scoop now. Oh, I might as well head back to the Fleuve Cendre then. We'll need to come up with a whole new game plan.
Paimon will join you, 'cause this is kinda all Paimon's fault.
I'll join you too.
Oh, guys, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. That said, if you were planning to visit the Fleuve Cendre anyway, let me take you out for a meal. I'll make sure it's a proper feast. A really famous chef just joined the Spina di Rosula's tavern. Her name is...
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to apologize for the scene you witnessed just now.
Why are they like, her name is... Cut it away. We know who her name is. She's the banner character right now. And once again, I'll reiterate, for anyone interested in getting Skirk, the new character Escoffier, this chef, is designed almost from the ground up to be a dedicated Skirk support. So if you want to have like a full squad around Skirk, you might want to consider getting this character. I won't, because I'm not the biggest fan of certain aspects of Skirk's kit, so I will get Skirk and then just kind of slot Skirk where I need her and not worry about like the finer details. But if you want a like really dedicated, focused Skirk team, her best in the set, or like her best in the business set, will be Yelan, Shenhe, Escoffier, and then Skirk. Yeah. I mean, like, I can kind of squeeze her in, because I'll just make her in my Spiral Abyss team. I have a Spiral Abyss team that is Eula, Rein Shogun, Shenhe, and Farina. So I can just replace Rein Shogun with Skirk, and then the whole every character in your team has to be Cryo or Hydro basis is covered. It's not the best squad out of it, because I can only get the bonuses that are Skirk once from Eula instead of it being a constant, but Shenhe's ult would be constant, and Farina's skill is constant. Because that's the big thing that matters with Skirk. You get damage bonuses on Skirk for every Hydro or Cryo application individually applied. Eula's Cryo application has to be applied manually and can only be applied once per skill use. Whilst Farina's is constant because it's auto, and Shenhe's ult is constant because it's auto. You press the button and it will just keep on applying it. Which is why having characters like that is so important. It's why Yelan is one of the better characters, because her ult is constant. And even better for Skirk, Yelan's ult syncs up with attacks. So you can have it sync up with Skirk's attack, so you're always getting at least one reaction. I mean, if you wanted a healer, you'd replace Shenhe with Farina in that instance. So you would like, Yelan, Farina, Escoffier, and Skirk would be like probably the team I'd go for if I had that power. But I'm not going to go for Escoffier because I'm not interested. The most interesting thing about her kit is that if you hold down the skill button with Escoffier, she starts cooking, and she will actually cook meals that you can then have like in the game, like as in like you can actually like get things and then heal yourself or to boost your attack and shit. Like you can make meals on the fly. But yeah, like, I'll get Skirk. We'll see how she plays when she's actually out. If she's really fun, then yeah, I'll try and squeeze her in, obviously. But I'm still not the biggest fan, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's really impactful to me, and I hope the beta tweaks it to make it more fair for people that don't want to go that route. But as it currently stands in the beta, if you don't have a full team of just Hydro and Cryo, there is a 75% damage boost you are just missing out on with Skirk. And that kind of gets under my skin a little bit. I know Skirk's going to be really strong anyway because she's a DPS. But 75% extra attack just being gone if you don't have a team that's dedicated just Hydro and Cryo just feels kind of like... I don't like it. But that's just me.
This is a small token from us. It's some candy from Monica. She asked me to make sure it was delivered into your hands.
Monica's the one apologizing? Huh. Clearly Savannah is the one who owes an apology.
Our head chef has been a little highly strung lately. Sorry for everything.
Paimon, don't make things more difficult.
Alright. Since there's candy, Paimon will drop it. Not the candy.
Thank you for understanding. We'll make sure to pass your feedback on to Miss Savannah.
A little highly strung, huh?
Looks like in the kitchen, even the waiting staff are on edge.
Paimon doesn't get it. How did someone like her even become head chef?
Well, according to Fermat's family, she hasn't always been like this. But that's a story for another time. Let's try this candy.
Ah, yes. Never underestimate Navia's affinity for sweets. I say that as I'm eating Jaffa cakes.
Oh, Paimon totally gets it. Come on, dig in! Huh? Hold on, there's something written on the wrapper.
Is it an SOS, perchance?
Find... Escoffier?
Escoffier? Could this mean...
Huh? You know that name, Navia?
Yeah. Let's stick to the plan and go back to the Fleuve Cendre for now. That's where we'll find Escoffier anyway.
Oh, the Fleuve Cendre's underground, isn't it? Oh. The music. Oh, it's so good to be back in Fontaine. This is my home, honestly. If I lived in Genshin, I'd live in Fontaine. I know Fontaine's got a real fucking racism problem, like canonically has a racism problem. They think very little of their Sumerian neighbors and think the Eremites are just inferior people. But besides that, I say besides that like that's like a small thing, but you know what I mean. Oh, this music. Oh, Fontaine. I missed the Fontaine story arc. I really feel like during that story arc, like my channel, I'm always finding new things and learning new things and finding a way forward, like with my channel. But I feel like the Fontaine arc was during a period of my like YouTubiness where I kind of felt like I learned and grew a lot in myself. And so like I hold a lot of like special regard for it as well in that sense. Because it was really fun exploring, like, Fontaine. It was always really fun doing the story. I love the fucking cast. I still think it's the best cast of the lot. But it was also during a time where I was, like, figuring things out a lot of the YouTube channel. And the beautiful thing is that we're still not done in Fontaine. There is still a chunk of the map in Fontaine that has not been added. We're only, like, 80% done with Fontaine's map. So at some point in the future, we will be coming back again. You have a Mondstadt Inazuma for me? You know, that's fair. I mean, Mondstadt's everyone's first home, because it's just, you know, this really cozy, German, traditional, fantasy-esque castle town. It's just a really nice thing. And the gang of characters there are all really sweet and lovable. And Inazuma's fascinating because of all the different tribes and networks and systems within it. And, of course, the Raiden Shogun, and the fact that, like, the government's basically just ruled by lesbians, but you don't worry about it. I have German heritage, fairs. I do as well, only a little bit though, and I mean a little bit. We're talking like at bare minimum, like 3 or 4 generations back on my dad's side. Because for those who don't know the story, because I don't mind sharing it because I think it's kind of funny, my last name, Maurice, was originally, I don't know what the second half is off the top of my head. My mum knows, but she's not here. I'm not about to text her about it. But my last name used to only be half of my last name. There was a second half that used to exist that was abandoned when my dad's side of the family moved out of Germany to the UK during World War II. And yeah, if you can hazard a guess as to why, it was during a time to try and escape the Nazi occupation that they fled to the UK. In fact, they did so because they were German Jewish. And so, doubly so, they wanted to get the fuck out of there. And I love this story because it's fascinating and I love learning more about my family. But the reason that how they escaped is because they worked in a circus, and the circus troupe eventually came to the UK during that time, and they took that opportunity to leave. And as in, they changed their last name, abandoning the latter half, because the latter half was what, like, I guess it was too German or too obvious, so they escaped it, so it just became Maurice, and that's where my father's side of the last name comes from. Unfortunately, you'll never get any of this out of my actual father. He refuses to ever talk about anything to do with his family, because he fucking hates his family. And he hates them because my dad's a really racist arsehole, to be blunt. And so he doesn't, like, in his mind, he's true British, and there's no other way of, like, viewing here. He refuses to ever acknowledge that there's any German heritage in him. But I just always found that trivia really fascinating and really fun, and I like sharing that with people. But yeah, that's my German extension of heritage that we had. My dad's side of the family were German Jews who escaped the Nazi occupation during the Second World War and moved to the UK. My mum's side has a lot of interesting stories as well. For those, like, I've mentioned it a few times, but I have half of my family living in Perth, Australia, on my mum's side. And I mean, like, it's like almost evenly split half.
Well, for starters, she used to be the head chef at the Hotel de Boer, before Savannah.
Oh, what a downgrade from, like, the most successful hotel in Fontaine to literally, like, the underground cafe.
She recreated the legendary Gâteau de Boer and restored the restaurant back to its former glory. Safe to say, she's the most renowned head chef in the Hotel de Boer's history. After the culinary genius Modeste himself.
Gâteau de Boer? That's the super exclusive cake that they only sell a few slices a day, right? Wow. Why the heck would she let Savannah take her place?
This is Nightmare Fall. Is it something that's going to be appropriate for the chat room before you start?
Well, apparently...
Like, if you know what I mean? Like, is it like that grimdark, or is it kind of like swallowable and kind of just interesting? Not to stop you in your tracks if it, like, or anything like that. That's not what I mean, but you know what I'm getting at. Like, oh yes, they were a bunch of, like, pirates who went and murdered everyone. It's like, alright, fucking okay. Like... He was an SS officer. Oh, okay.
But none of the chefs had any idea how it could have gotten into the food. In the end, Escoffier decided that as head chef, she should take responsibility. And she was sent to the fortress of Meripede.
Anyway, let me read that last bit. They had a safety incident. Someone claimed the kitchen was adding illegal substances in their menu. Oh, so they were drugging people. And so Escoffier took the fall for the team and got fucking imprisoned for it. Interesting. Oof. Well, as long as you... Yeah, but you don't associate with them, and that's what matters. It's like how Eula Lawrence is tied to the Lawrence family, and they're literally a slave, like, trading group. Eula doesn't represent them. She's distanced from them. I think fuck the Nazis lost. Yeah, no kidding. I don't want Wolfenstein real life, thanks. Even though that's kind of what America's going through. I mean, what?
The Fortress of Meripede?
Oh, don't be so dramatic. It was probably just a formality.
Well, you're right. The quantity of the substance they found was fairly minimal. Even the guards believed the whole thing was probably just an accident. Escoffier didn't have to stay in the fortress for long, but still, by the time she returned, the role of head chef had already passed to Savannah.
Well, that makes sense. Someone has to fill in the shoes, so it just made sense. Whilst Escoffier was gone, someone had to step in.
So that's what happened. Paimon still thinks it's really unfair.
Even though Escoffier is no longer head chef at the hotel, she's still well respected by the staff. So,
You know what I
Monica
suspect here in this story?
is for
That
us
this
to
like
convince
that
Escoffier to
Savannah
try and
was the
negotiate
one
with
that put the
Savannah on the
illegal
staff's
substances in the food anyway to try and like steal the throne or like steal the seat from Escoffier.
Oh, Paimon gets it! Monica wants Escoffier to come back and kick Savannah out. It's simple. If the new head chef is stressing everyone out, then the solution is just get the old one back.
Well, about that.
You thought cream of mushroom soup was ready to serve after 3.5 minutes on the stove.
Oh god, she really is Gordon Ramsay, but a woman. People were joking.
You'd have had more sense serving hot water with ice cubes.
Where's an apply for DMC1? Oh hell yeah.
Then you wouldn't have wasted all this perfectly good cream and mushroom. What do you say, Hilaire?
Oh boy. It's literally a child. Even Gordon Ramsay doesn't shout at kids like that.
As you can see, Escoffier is that kind of chef as well.
I'm at a loss for words.
You have to leave it on the heat for long enough to allow those flavors the chance to come out. Don't be fooled by the aroma when the water first starts to boil. Got it?
Yes, chef.
Then go back and do it again. The customers are still waiting. Remember where you went wrong and don't repeat the same mistake twice.
Why has she got hearts in her eyes when she's pure evil? When she's this angry lady. Why does she have a little hearts, like white heart in her eye? Her eternity, yeah.
Yes, chef.
Also, she's cryo, if you can tell. But that's why I said like she's like almost designed support for Skirk. Her design's kind of cute though. I like I'm liking how she looks. She's got the Hoyoverse hair split thing going on though. That curse, where like most characters have their hair split down the middle when it goes behind them, so you can see the back of their design when they're moving around.
Waiting to be served? Sorry, we're pretty busy. I'm afraid you have to join the line.
Oh, no, we're not here to eat.
So you're not paying customers? Then I'm afraid the wait will be even longer.
It's hard to talk to Escoffier when she's in the zone. Let's take a seat. We can catch up while we wait.
Be like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's just sit down and wait our meal. I mean, she is... I mean, if you were living, like, in, like, the best restaurant ever, ruling it like a goddess, and then because of a situation you had no idea of, you had to spend time in prison, and now you're working for basically the mafia's kitchen, which is basically where this is. Yeah, I think she has a right to be a little wound up.
These days, yes. I'd say business has tripled since Escoffier joined as temporary head chef.
She didn't want to go back to Hotel de Board?
Well, in her words, the Hotel de Board doesn't need her anymore. It doesn't look like she's got any plans to go back.
I guess I'll be heading off then.
Wait, take these home with you. We can't serve them now, and there's no sense in letting them go to waste.
Oh, thank you, chef.
For what? Like I said, I just don't want them going to waste. Oh, and tell Fiamma to get well soon, so you're not running yourself ragged every single shift.
She's got like a really like, I don't know how else to put it, maybe you'll get it what I mean, small face. Like she's got a really like squidgy small face compared to like other Genshin characters. Like she looks more anime than like most of the cast. If that makes, like, I don't know how else to put it. Like she's got like a really like small squidgy face compared to like almost anyone else.
Fiamma. That's the second time we've heard that name. Who is that again?
Face compared to the rest, Fez.
He's the chef that fell ill from stress. Hilaire is his son. And with Mom stuck at home taking care of Dad,
Yeah, she definitely looks like she has squishy cheeks.
he decided to pick up some work to help pay the bills.
But you can see what I mean, like compared to Navia, Navia's got a sharpness to her
so she's been
to
making
her
some extra
face.
food every day for him
That's
to
a
take
lot
home.
more like curled round, but at the same time smaller with Escoffier.
Hey, I heard that, Navia. I've told you before. No one's making extra food. Hilaire is making blunders in the kitchen, and I can't serve his failed dishes, so he might as well take them home.
Has she what? She got a tail? Look at the back of the design. She got like a tail with a spike on it.
Yeah. Failed dishes that just so happen to be nutritionally complete every single time.
So, you two must be the world-famous traveler and her companion, Paimon, yes? Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, so you know us already. We'll skip the introduction then. We're here to talk about Savannah.
Since Hilaire is working for you, you must already be aware of the situation.
Oh, I certainly am. The Spina's headquarters are right next to the tavern. And I've lost count of the number of times Navia's come to pester me about it.
No, you're already married. You can have a side dish like this. Hey. She can have a frupple.
But I don't work for the Hotel de Boer anymore. And being ex-head chef doesn't give me the right to interfere with that business. Besides, I'm the one who persuaded Savannah to take the job in the first
Also, you're the head chef of the kitchen. Why is your hair so loose and about? Like, come on, your hair should be in like a hairband. Like, you know, like those hair catcher things, so it doesn't go in the food. Come on.
What?
Well, she was a much gentler person back then. A little timid even.
And the top button of your shirt's not done up. It's completely folded down.
That's hard to believe. Are we definitely talking about the same Savannah here?
Yeah.
Honestly, I do wonder if she's just
Considering Navia and Corand canonically play D&D together all the time, I'm sure they've roleplayed certain characters that have entertained the idea at least once before. It's like, oh, I'm going to play as a free spirit that gets all the ladies, and Corand's just like, Navia, I get it, I get what you're trying to tell us. No, we're not including a third person in this relationship. Oh, come on! At least she's self-aware.
Anyway, suffice to say that given the history between us, it'll be tricky for me to tell her she's doing her job wrong without coming across like a huge hypocrite. Fiamar and the others probably think that Savannah gets...
Her leggings are sparkling. I only caught that for like a split second, like just as it's about to cut away. Her leggings are literally sparkly.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Escoffier. Look at this note we got from Monica.
It was on brand for her hair. He gave Monica's candy wrapper to Escoffier.
She mentioned me.
Whatever shortcomings you feel you
Oh,
have,
that's not, they're not leggings, they're like...
Monica still trusts you.
Oh, well, there's
the
very
others,
high,
well,
like, thigh socks.
How can you know what they think unless you ask them?
Monica.
Plus, it's not like we're asking you to storm in there and raise hell. We're only in the initial phase of our investigation. All we're trying to do is get the other chefs to open up to us.
Oh, Monica. Oh, Monica.
Do you have a tattoo of a heart on the back of her wrist?
Escoffier?
I can't believe her. Powdered sugar is supposed to be applied sparingly. Look at all that on the wrapper. It's thicker than the sole of my shoe.
Oh my fucking god. Also, she's got a heart on both wrists.
Unbelievable. I won't stand for this. She has to.
That's a unique walking animation. They gave her a unique angry walking animation. Are you fucking serious?
Wait.
Look, like the raised fist and like arms are anchoring. Well, at least she convinced herself to go have a conversation.
Let's go catch up to her. We don't want to keep her waiting.
Return to the Hotel de Board. Look at that smile on her face in the artwork. That is a lie. Also, Navia is rerunning on this banner as well, if you're interested. I don't think she has the ability to be happy. To be honest, my favourite ship whilst we're in Fontaine
looks like...
isn't actually even Navia and Corand. And it's not because, like...
Escaffier's back? Yes!
It's not because, like, I think it's bad. It's because, like, for me, it's less that I ship Navia and Corand. It's more that I just assume they're already a couple. Which I know is technically shipping, but you get what I mean. Where it's like, I kind of treat that differently. It's like, no, those two are already a thing. For me, my ship... And I know some people are a little mixed on it. My ship for Fontaine has always been Navia and Arlecchino. I love the power dynamic between the two of them. And the thing is, my backup for this, my support for this, is that ever since Arlecchino sort of threatened to take Farina's life back when she was trying to figure out if Farina was actually the Archon or not, ever since, almost every day, Arlecchino has been making or having the children make specialized care packages to give to Farina to act as an apology. But she's been doing it almost every day, and it's been a year now. That isn't just you offering an apology anymore, Arlecchino. You like that girl, and you're just playing it along. And I can back this up as well, is because Farina, personality-wise, is a lot like Arlecchino's childhood and teenage best friend that she was forced to kill under the original House of the Hearth. And so she has that familial bond with Farina as well, where Farina reminds her of her dearest friend that she lost. Do you see where I'm getting at with this here? So I'm like a huge supporter of the Arlecchino-Farina ship. Or the, it's like the Furikino or the Arlarina ship. Whichever way they put it. Like, I love that. Also, I need to stop watching this girl pace.
I'm so sorry.
I genuinely adore that ship. I think it's brilliant.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I messed up your order.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe the taste is a little off, but if you hadn't brought it up, I don't think I would have noticed.
But, please... You have to forgive me, or Chef is gonna... Okay, I know. I'll kneel before you.
What the heck?
Get up, Monica! Can't you see that you're just making your customer feel more awkward?
Escoffier?
If you want forgiveness, then do what any self-respecting chef would do. Make the dish again. And this time, get it right. You cannot go begging your customers to feel sorry for you.
Savannah said that I'm not allowed back in the kitchen until I've corrected my mistake. But if I can't go back into the kitchen, I can't do the dish over.
That's some backwards logic. How can you fix your mistake without being allowed to cook? If this is what Fermat had to put up with, then no wonder he had a breakdown.
We apologize for interrupting your meal, sir.
It's fine. With my layman's palate, it's not like I can tell the difference anyway. I was actually quite enjoying my meal until she appeared out of nowhere and started apologizing. Gave me a bit of a fright, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's because Chef Savannah tasted a bit of the leftover soup from my pot and then threw me out of the kitchen.
Gosh, that's pretty strict. Has she always been that way? I don't recall things being like this when Escoffier was head chef here. I gotta say, you're all looking a little worse for wear these days.
I mean, Escoffier was strict too, but I think the difference is that her criticism was more constructive.
She's right there, Monica.
You knew what you did wrong and how to improve, and we all knew that it came from a good place. Chef Escoffier was hard on us because she truly wanted us to reach her level. But these days, whenever we make a mistake, we just get told to wake up. Get your head in the game, or just do it again. And it's only gotten worse since word got out that Chef Escoffier had started working again in the Fleuve Cendre.
Oh, fucking everyone knows she's there then, huh?
Monica, You don't need to call me chef. I'm not the boss here anymore.
Yeah, but through no fault of your own. What happened back then, that wasn't on you, and all of us know that. That banquet was a huge event, and so many staff were involved every step of the way. With so many moving parts, there's no way of knowing how that Lumiline ended up in the food we served.
Lumiline? What's that?
Heroin.
A new drug from the
What?
Fontaine Research
Nothing.
Institute, produced from an extract of the Lumitwell. Apparently it sharpens the senses, so they used it to treat people with impaired responses to stimuli.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. They found out you can use it as a flavor enhancer since it stimulates the taste buds. Makes things pretty addictive.
They also found that overuse can have mood-altering effects, and even lead to nerve damage. So it quickly ended up
Also,
on the
I was
guard's
kind of
list
right. It is an
controlled
illegal drug. It's
substances.
closer to like weed though, by the sounds of it.
Unfortunately, however, some food products containing the additive had already made it to the market by the time the guards banned it from the restaurant industry.
Everyone knows that in all likelihood, someone probably just purchased a batch of contaminated ingredients by mistake. But you took all the blame. We all know why. You just didn't want to see this turn into a place where tensions are constantly running high. Because everyone's suspicious of each other all the time. And now look at you. A fry chef in the Fleuve Cendre.
What are you trying to say? Sure, the Spina's Tavern is no Hotel de Boer, but come on. It's not that bad, is it?
Oh, the Fleuve Cendre, you say? Great. That's where I'm dining from now on.
Ooh, just existing here and you've stolen customers.
Monica, I'm very happy with my current job. And there's no changing the past. We just have to let bygones be bygones. Besides, at the end of the day, I was the head chef, regardless of whose mistake it was. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with me.
If only Savannah was half the boss you were.
I'm sorry? Do you have a problem with my conduct as head chef?
Oh, fucking here she comes, the raging bull.
No, chef.
So, you do remember who's boss? Escoffier? I thought you'd left this place for good. What are you doing back here?
What happened to you, Savannah? Why are you acting like this? When I turned this place over to you,
You made me the head chef and gave up your right to tell me how to do my job. You're not the boss here anymore. So stop acting like you own the place.
Whoa. Sounds like someone has a chip on her shoulder.
Maybe we should give them some space.
Oh, Savannah! My God, have you grown a temper since I last saw you? Have you put even half the amount of energy into improving your cooking skills? Or are you still using the Pluie Lotus as an off-brand marcotte, thinking no one can tell the difference?
Robert, Mom and Dad are yelling again. Yeah, I'm scared too, dude. Let's get out of here.
That's none of your business.
Oh, so she does then.
What happened to not storming in and raising hell?
Ho ho! I was not expecting to see something this spicy as soon as Escoffier returned.
Oh, a random generic Frenchman has entered the scene.
Huh? Vanagem?
What the fuck kind of name is Vanagem?
Aye, miladies. Might I make a humble suggestion?
You know, this is a good prep for when I play Expedition 33, because that game's French.
I dare say it would be de rigueur to
Speaking of,
the traditional way.
I am ever so slightly tempted if and when I get to Expedition 33. Like, you know, any Japanese game, the English version, like the English voice, is the dub. It's not the original, like, language for it, right? If I play it in the original language for Expedition 33, it's going to be all in French. And I'm like, I'm so tempted. I am so tempted. I'll probably play it in the English dub like I usually do with these things. But fuck, am I tempted to play it in French. To have it all be in French with English subtitles instead. Like, everyone's going, bonjour, Murphy. I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't speak surrender. You say that like the French aren't always overthrowing their government. Like, that joke has long since passed its welcome because they are always like, the government could so much as look the wrong way and the French demand blood. Like, come on, like, they're in the news almost every other week for some fucking riot that they've kicked off against their government wanting to do something like a millionth of the percentage of bad as like most of the rest of the world just deal with. Like, literally, the government look the wrong way, and the French go, "Oh, so you've chosen death." You know? Their friendly going comes before World War One and Two. Yeah, and it also comes afterwards, like 6 times now, it feels like. In like the past year and a half, it feels like they've ousted or fought against something in the government. Literally, the last election, they formed a new, like, coalition party, basically, in the span of, like, I think it was, like, 9 months, and then won the election with them, solely to make sure, no matter what, a far-right party didn't get power. I'm not going to, like, make this into a political thing, because, you know, I don't care for it, but I just want to throw it out there. The French are no slouches anymore. This whole "we surrender" joke, it's funny when it was, like, they were doing that, but even taking a step back, I'm just like, no. If anything, they're the opposite. They're making every other nation around them look like chumps. Because they're the only ones that tell their government to go fuck themselves on the regular. You know? They do it so many times, so regularly, that half of the pictures I see of people protesting in riots, you can see people sitting on a table casually having dinner next to it, not having a fuck to give. Because it's so common. You know? I know you're thinking of, like, the whole government is murdered kind of overthrowing, like the French Revolution. Let them eat cakes, well, alright, you're fucking dead, bitch, kind of overthrowing. But it's worth pointing out that they're not, like, cowards that surrender. That story, that belief how the French are, is kind of, like, not really representative at all of what the French people are like now. When, like, unironically, they're making every nation surrounding them look like chumps with how sturdy they are in ensuring their government doesn't pull off any bullshit. Meanwhile, the UK just kind of like goes, huh? What? You've made it illegal for another minority to exist? Oh, that sucks. And then it's like, oh, fuck, do something! Sorry. Don't worry about it. But I was just saying, like, the French people are cool. I know I'm, like, a complete, like, traitor to the British people to not just instinctively hate the French, but the French are cool. Anytime I learn anything about French history, I'm like, man, these guys rock.
The traditional way? That can only mean one thing.
Like, most people are like, oh, I wish I was Japanese, because they're colossal fucking weebs. I'm over here like, man, I wish I was either French or Italian. Because there's so much cool shit about their history, or, like how some of their towns and ecosystems work, and I'm just like, man, man. Sounds like we're in for a history lesson.
That's right. I'm talking, of course, about the tradition established by Modeste himself. The cooking contest!
Also, this is such a painfully, like, non-French actor French accent I've ever heard.
Used this method to resolve all of their disputes. Everything from petty arguments over next week's menu to disagreements over the strategic direction of the restaurant.
The only French person I know, like, they lived in the UK for, like, the past, like, 7-8 years. So, like, their accent has been kind of, like, cut down a little bit. But it's the only way to put it is that they speak French in, like, a very, like, accentless accent. You know, like, in a very neutral tone. Like, not, like, twangy, like, American, but not sharp, like, British. Like, it doesn't over-enunciate any words, but equally it doesn't ring like some words do. Like, it's very accentless. And hearing accentless French come at you, like, after you hear that, anytime you hear someone put in a French accent, it just sounds fake to me. Because I hear, like, oh, bonjour, monsieur, like, all this other gibberish, and it just sounds flat. It's been easier, he's primarily... like, yeah, I like seafood. But then I'm biased, I grew up in a fucking fishing village, so of course I like seafood. I didn't have a choice.
The cooking contest would decide who had the final say.
Huh. It sounds like they had a lot of free time on their hands.
Ah, well, it might sound that way to us. But in fact, the cooking contest played an enormous role in motivating chefs to hone their skills, reaching new heights of excellence in the culinary arts. And indeed, the reintroduction of this institution in recent years has surely been instrumental in transforming the Hôtel de Bord into the top-ranking restaurant in Fontaine.
Reintroduction? Someone brought it back? Who?
Maybe the girl that just came into focus on the camera and is now giving a kind of cute face because she's trying to hide the fact.
What say you, Escoffier?
When it
Surely
zooms
more
out,
of our
my
people
point of
won't
when I
back
talk about
down from this
Escoffier having a
challenge.
really small face
you
really
put the
shines
rule in
out. I think
place
it's less that
after
her
all.
face is small, more that her eyes are slightly bigger than normal for that face size, if that makes sense. Because she's got a similar face to like Lumine, but it looks smaller on Escoffier because her eyes are a bit bigger, I think. I thought so. There's your answer, Paimon.
Sure, I reinstated it, but I'm not a chef at Hotel de Boer anymore. Isn't this bending the rules a little?
I see no issue as long as both sides agree to the terms. We could simply treat it as an exhibition of sorts. Savannah, any objections?
Not to be rude, Savannah, but you're an NPC, and she is a playable character, so we already know who will win.
Exhibition. Huh. No. If we're going to battle it out, let's put it all on the line. If I lose, it's up to you what happens to me.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
But if you lose, you hand over the Codex de Boer to me.
What? The Codex de Boer?
The Codex de Boer? What is that?
Only the legendary handbook written by
Oh, like the
original
God's
head
cookbook.
chef
Got it.
Modeste. It contains all his secret recipes, including Gâteau de Boer. It's the greatest treasure in Fontaine's culinary world. And only the present and former head chefs
It's also a
of the Hotel de
5-star
Boer have the right
artifact,
to
considering
read
it has a gold shine on it and everything around it's purple.
Present and former. Wait, but that already includes Savannah, though.
What do you want that old thing for? You have your own copy, don't you?
Don't take me for a fool. You know perfectly well what I mean. I want your copy, the original version, the one you took with you when you left us.
I'm sorry, I must be missing something. You know, there's no difference between the original and the copy, right? They contain the exact same recipes.
Stop trying to change the topic. What's wrong, Escoffier? Scared you're gonna lose to me? Or are you scared of me getting my hands on the original codex?
Savannah, you may remember that we gave her the original as a parting gift to thank Escoffier for her years of service. Asking for it back feels a little,
Oh, I'm sure it won't be an issue, as long as both sides agree to the terms. Those were your words, weren't they? And as for the contest itself, let's make it a bake-off. Gâteau de Boer, per the recipe in the codex. Well, Escoffier, you against me. Are you in or out?
Escoffier has absolutely no reason whatsoever to say yes.
You sound surprisingly confident. Alright then, let's see how much you've actually grown. I hope you surprise me, Savannah. I'd hate to find out that all you've learned after this long is how to chew people's heads off.
Believe me, I'll show you.
I think she's the one that poisoned the food in the fucking first place. Like, I think I've put this mystery together.
Her terms a little hastily.
This is the fucking Bubble Bass plot twist from SpongeBob Season
It'll
1.
be fine.
Where, like, the food was actually perfect the first time, but was sabotaged. Still no pickles? Wait a minute, what's that under your tongue? It's the pickles! And the pickles from last time, too! Classic SpongeBob, man. Never gets old.
So, this whole bake-off thing kind of came out of nowhere. Was it really sensible to just go along with it?
Well, I got a sense that she's holding something back. But we chefs always express ourselves in our cooking. So if she won't talk, this might be the best way to find out what's really going on with her.
Huh? Holding back? Sure didn't sound that way to Paimon.
Escoffier only picked up on it because she's the same way. Always closed off, never letting you know what she really thinks.
That's patently false, at least where your macarons are concerned. I've been nothing but truthful with you about the disgraceful amount of sugar you use.
Okay. That's one case where you can keep your thoughts to yourself.
Navia's like, fucking alright. So anyway, what's this Codex de Boer that she's obsessed with?
Oh, that? Well, it's not so much a recipe book as a diary of Modest's adventures. Back in the day, he and his good friend Savelli explored far and wide, partly adventuring, partly looking for new ingredients and developing new recipes. Their creations had an enormous influence on the course of Fontaine cuisine, turning it into a much more vibrant and diverse scene. For instance, legend has it that the original Gâteau de Boer was made using a special secret ingredient that Modeste discovered on one of his adventures. So rare was the ingredient that they could never make more than 16 slices of the cake per day. But everyone who tried it claimed that it was one of the most blissful and invigorating things they had ever tasted. Modeste and Savelli went on to found the original Hôtel de Boer, which catapulted them to stardom in Fontaine's culinary world. Especially Modeste. He was hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius, and over time, the recipes from his adventure log became known as the Codex de Boer.
Paimon's heard this kind of story before. Armed with the Codex, the Hôtel de Boer took its rightful place as the finest restaurant in the land, serving those recipes for centuries to come. Something like that?
What? No, of course not. Cooking is a constantly evolving art form. How could any restaurant survive if they only served food that was popular last century? Anyway, never mind centuries. Savelli and Modeste parted ways not even 10 years after their rise to fame. Then, Modeste passed away while he was still in his prime, and that was it. The end of the Hôtel de Boer's heyday. It fell into decline, and for most of its history, it was just a nondescript place with a couple of cheap tables. It's only in recent decades that it started recovering. Even then, it still took numerous relocations and changes of management before we finally ended up with Vanigem and the restaurant we have today.
Oh! So the Codex really isn't all that, then. Paimon figured it was like one of those mystical books they have in Liyue's martial arts novels, where the main character learns all their secret powers from.
Yes, well, that's fiction, and this is reality. You can't meet the tastes of modern diners by following some ancient recipes from a dusty old book.
Case in point. Even the Gâteau de Boer they sell now is actually Escoffier's reimagination.
Wait, really? Why though? Didn't that recipe make it into the Codex?
It did, but like I said, it's the dusty old book now, and the records aren't as legible as they once were. Not to mention that there's no way of finding the secret ingredient Modeste wrote about. So, reimagination is right. I consulted some historical records and took what I could from the Codex. But ultimately, the Gâteau de Boer of today is my own recipe. As for why we gave it the same name and kept the tradition of only selling 16 slices a day, well, you've got Vanigem's business sense to thank for that.
Oh! Huh. Well, that kind of takes all the mystique out of it.
Hey now, it might not be the original Gâteau de Boer, but it's still the most delicious cake in Fontaine today. And who knows? Maybe Escoffier's version is more suited to your palate. Just think, if the original truly was the perfect cake you're imagining it to be, there's no way the recipe would have been lost to history, right? Not to mention that the Hôtel de Boer never would have fallen into a slump.
Anyway, before I left my role as head chef, I made a copy of all the recipes from the Codex, including my own improved versions, and turned them over to Savannah.
So why is she so interested in the original copy? Could it be a symbolic thing? Like, whoever holds the original Codex de Boer is the true head chef?
Well, it was clearly precious enough to give
Navia,
to
not Navia, Paimon, your imagination's going haywire in all of this.
Got a copy. Maybe from her point of view, it's like management doesn't truly see her as being worthy of the role.
You think so? The only thing is, it was her suggestion to give me the original in the first place. Well, a joint decision by her and Vanigem. But still.
What? Huh. Guess she's had a major change of heart since she became head chef. Yeesh.
Who knows? We could speculate forever. Better to just let our Gato do the talking.
What does that mean exactly?
It means vesting her in this bake-off, and then getting her to explain herself, even if I have to beat it out of her with a spatula.
Alright, you don't mince words, do you?
However much she's changed since we worked together, I believe that she still has her chef's pride. And if she respects the art, she'll respect the outcome of our contest.
Well, I'm confident that you and your spatula can get justice for Froment. All you need to do now is win the contest. But that should be a breeze for you.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Gâteau de Bourg is very complicated to make. Usually, it takes 3 chefs working in tandem to cover everything. Now, if I had to push it, I could probably do the work of 3 chefs myself. But I'd prefer to play it safe if I can find a couple of assistants in time.
You don't look at me.
Well, that's easy. The 3 of us.
No, Paimon!
You just need to pick 2 of us.
Well, I have heard the Traveler is an accomplished cook, as well as a warrior. But
Warrior? Oh, the actress's real accent slipped out for a second then.
Think you're up to the task?
You're British. You're British. That's a British accent. Her real accent. Listen to how she says warrior. Her real accent slips out. She's British.
Well, I have heard the Traveler is an accomplished cook, as well as a warrior. But
she can't say warrior. Warrior. She says warrior because she's British like me. The actress is British trying to put on an accent. Fucking got you. Because yeah, that's the easiest way to spot any British person is get them to pronounce warrior. Because they will say warrior and not warrior. Like they won't downplay it, they'll up it. They won't go say warrior, they say warrior. It sounds more like there's an A at the end instead of an E.
Oh, count me in too.
Fucking Brit spotted.
I've spent weeks perfecting my macarons after your scathing review. Even if it means competing against the Traveler, so be it. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Confident. I like it. Alright, let's start with some elementary mise en place. Show me your knife skills.
Show Escoffier your knife skills. Use normal attacks to cut the fruit. It seems she will collect the slices and process them into a sublime substance.
I've always called it chopping stuff up, not mise en place. But it's basically the same thing, right?
Looks like you found that easier than I expected.
Yeah, thankfully it was pretty straightforward in the end. You made it sound like we'd be carving statues.
Watch out, she's got a knife!
Well, brace yourself, because the next step is anything but straightforward. I'll be using this cold press
now I've
to
noticed
extract
that she's
flavor
British. It
compounds
keeps
from the
in.
ingredients.
She's a British actress trying to not make it obvious. Like, to try and sound more like, not like completely Americanized, but, you know, a little Americanized. But her real accent keeps on slipping through. She has to be British. What's a cold press?
Kind of special food processor I got the Fontaine Research Institute to make for me. It uses cold temperature extraction to isolate the essence of cooking ingredients, which can then be used to flavor dishes more precisely. But this isn't exactly standard kitchen equipment, so that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Let me give you a demonstration instead.
Display your mastery to cold press. Tap your elemental skill to accelerate the cold press's progress, then use normal attacks to let it do its work. It seems like a special substance extracted from the plants might come in handy here.
Custom-made equipment from the Fontaine Research Institute, huh? That's some pretty high-tech food prep.
Oh, it is her tail. Look, the tail holds the weapon.
Cool.
Also, this is the constant thing I was talking about. That little pot will keep on, like, applying cryo.
And done. These are the flavor compounds extracted from our ingredients. I've processed all the fruit you chopped up earlier.
Wow! Even the smell is so much more concentrated. What next? Do we add all this stuff in?
Absolutely not! Throwing everything in at once will ruin the balance of flavors. We have to go slowly and carefully to calibrate the exact flavor we want. I'll demonstrate again. Now, watch closely.
Learn at Escothier's feet and master her precision cooking. The flavorings you got from the multifunctional food processor can adjust the flavor profile of the dish. Strike a balance between fruity and floral to adjust its floral profile to make it look delicious.
Slowly and carefully. Not a drop too much and not a drop too little.
Okay, that's a cute fucking sprite. Okay, so that's definitely her tail then. Oh, I see. I see. It's a maths puzzle.
And voila! Now it's your turn. Not terrible. Considering this was everyone's first time blending flavor extracts, it could have been worse. But the traveler's work was surprisingly good. Are you sure you've never done this before? You got almost perfect results on your first try.
I guess I was treated like an adventurous puzzle.
Oh, well, they do say adventurers are multi-talented folks. Now I've seen it firsthand. Alright, now for the part I've been looking forward to. I want each of you to cook something from the Hotel de Boer's current menu. I'll judge your submissions and give you a final score.
Okay, question, Chef. Is the lowest score 1 or 0 in this thing? I just want to prepare myself for later. No more okay, I understand. No more questions. Final score.
That's right. The true test of your cooking skills is the finished product. It'll be good practice for the contest itself. Now get to it. Chop chop! How's it going? Have you picked a dish yet? Choose wisely. I expect you to present the most delicious thing on the menu.
Oh, it's all the fucking Fontaine dishes. I'll go for some rainbow macarons. Let's go for your face lights up as you present your finished dish.
Look at that! With the grace of a snow-winged goose, as I like to say. Now, let the grating commence.
Pretty good, right? Not to brag or anything, but Paimon's a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to...
Connoisseur? Shut up, Paimon.
6 points.
Oof.
What? Oh, well, fair enough. Paimon doesn't cook all that often, so as long as it's a pass...
That's 6 out of 100.
Fucking Jesus Christ. How many points did I get? 6. How many points did I need to pass? 6. What? 100. Huh? 600. It's fucking... We're living in the SpongeBob references today.
You say you're a connoisseur, but it's quite clear from this dish that you have far more experience consuming food than creating it. By that logic, I suppose you think listening to Lady Farina on repeat every day would make you an opera singer.
Fucking get her. Oh, sorry, Paimon, get fucked.
Me next, me next. I'll have you know that this batch of macarons has 2 whole tablespoons less sugar than my previous ones.
So you went from 12 tablespoons to 10? Well, it's nice to know you actually measured it out. Because it tastes like you just threw in whatever was left in the jar. 6 points.
Aww.
Hey, you don't need to judge mine anymore. Yikes, such a hard to judge.
Now to the final dish.
So, what do you think?
This is our last hope.
8 points.
Yay!
Darn! That's barely higher than what we got.
Not exactly. The color is spot on. Beautiful aroma. Excellent presentation. I have to give this one 8 points out of 10. Maybe even 9 points.
Huh? How did you pull that
That's more like probably some cooking for you, Paimon.
Don't get me wrong. There's room for improvement. But still, this is clearly the work of an accomplished chef. I can tell that you've put many hours of work into honing your skills in the kitchen. I can really taste the grace of the snowing goose in this dish. The traveler's journey, with all its trials, tribulations, and setbacks. Not to mention the frustrations of having a picky eater for a partner.
Hey, you made that last part up! No way did you taste that!
Well, it looks like I lost fair and square. I guess you'll be taking the Traveler as one of your assistants then?
But if it takes 3 chefs, that still leaves 1 slot remaining. Maybe Paimon and Navia should keep practicing and see how it goes?
Chef Escoffier.
Oh, it's Hilaire! What brings you here?
I heard the news about the cooking contest. You're doing Gâteau de Bourg, right? I was just wondering if you needed any help.
And you think you're up to the task, do you?
Oh, no, I know I'm not there yet. It's actually my dad who wanted to help.
Firma, last I heard, you could barely get out of bed.
Chef Escoffier, Navia, Traveler, thank you all so much for everything you're doing for me and my family.
Sounds like you're fucking dying on the spot, dude. Hang on a minute.
I've had enough of sitting around at home while you run yourselves ragged. If you let me, I'd like to help you win this cooking contest.
Are you sure, dude?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't you worry. I'll be fine. I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry. I know I've been rather useless these past few days, but not anymore. The fact is, I'm a fine chef, despite recent events. I've proven myself in the Hotel de Bourg kitchen, so if anyone's qualified to work under Chef Escoffier, it's me. I think. I hope so.
Firma, have you even set foot in a kitchen since leaving Hotel de Bourg?
I have not, but I'm fully rested now. I know I can handle it. I'll prove it. Let me whip something up for you right now. Huh? That's strange. Why are my hands shaking?
What do you call this, Firma?
I can't seem to grip my knife.
Do it again! Again! Again!
Jesus Christ, this woman's inflicting, like, actual, like, PTSD in people.
Hopeless. Get out of my kitchen yesterday.
Dad, what's wrong?
I don't understand. I was feeling so much better, and then Will I never be able to work in a kitchen again?
Dad, talk to me. What happened?
I think the real issue here is not physical exhaustion, but psychological trauma.
Monica, when did you get here?
Didn't even notice you arrive.
Probably because you were all concentrating so hard on your cooking. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. But anyway, Firma, I'm so sorry. If only I'd known how serious your situation was, I would have stood up for you sooner.
You have nothing to apologize for, Monica. During those long nights of redoing every order, you were the only person who looked out for me.
Oh, come on. All I did was make you some tea. I doubt it was much help. Savannah was so ruthless toward you. I probably should have brought you something stronger.
She sounds like the worst. Alright, another Savannah horror story. Let's hear it.
She's been getting harsher and harsher on us ever since she heard about Escoffier's new role in the Fleuve Cendre. Seems like no matter what we make, she'll find something wrong with it.
dog's been at it! In the trash now!
Then she orders us to redo the dish again and again, but we never know what's going to make her happy.
Do it again, do it again, do it again!
Every time you remake it, you just get another earful from her.
Either straighten yourself out, or get out of my kitchen!
So now, it seems like just picking up a kitchen utensil gives me flashbacks of her yelling at me.
Oh man, that must be awful.
The more I want to get it perfect, the more my hands shake, and the more scared I am of making another mistake.
How can you give up so easily, Fiamma? You weren't a quitter when you were working for me. And even under Savannah, you talk about working late into the night trying to perfect your dishes. That says to me that you still hadn't lost that determination to prove yourself. What changed?
I don't know what's come over me. When I think back, I just remember feeling like my heart and my hands were growing heavier and heavier as the shift went on. Each time I had to redo a dish, my heart sank a little further. Maybe Savannah was right. Maybe I am just hopeless at this.
Dad.
I see. Well, it sounds like there are some deep issues at work here. Ones that won't be resolved by merely seeking compensation. I will win this contest, and after that, I encourage you to approach Savannah and talk this out.
But what if you can't find another assistant in time? Clearly, I'm in no state to help out.
You think being one person short will ruin my chances? Let's not forget, I taught you and her everything you know. Even if I had to go it alone, I would present the perfect gâteau.
Oh, well, Paimon and Nadia will still keep practicing, just in case.
Yeah, it would have been cool if it was, like, all three of us, like fucking Team Blonde, but we'll have to do without.
And so will I.
Okay, not quite Team Blonde anymore then.
Yeah. And if worse comes to worse, we can always get the Spina di Rosula to put out an emergency call for chefs. There's gotta be someone out there, right?
Actually, I thought maybe I could help. That's sort of why I'm here.
What? Why didn't you say so?
I was going to, but then... well, this is the first chance I got.
You do this for us? Thank you so much, Monica.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
Yeah, you're gonna get fucking fired. Also, there's more Escoffier's actress's real accent creeping up with the alright.
Alright.
That's...
Alright.
That's alright. That's a she's... Oh, this girl is so British. This actress is so British.
I know, but it's alright. I've made
She's
up
like
my
Xenoblade
mind.
Chronicles level
With the way
fucking
things
British.
are, I can't keep working for Savannah much longer anyway. Unless I want to become the next Fermat.
I need her to say bottle of water. I need her to say bottle of water. I need to find out something.
I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn things around. If this cooking contest can get Savannah to see the error of her ways, then I'm sure she'll forgive me for this.
You're right.
Well, Paimon didn't think we'd be poaching from Savannah's staff to get our third person, but there you go. Anyway, Monica's a professional chef, so nothing could possibly go wrong now.
Great! Then it's settled. And to congratulate you all on making the team, I propose a Spina-sponsored meal to celebrate.
Spina-sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
Well, I promised the traveler a feast in the Fleuve Cendre. And I know how much you've been looking forward to it.
Yeah! Feast, feast, feast!
I can help.
Alright, if you insist. Then prepare for some of the finest food of your lives.
Escoffier opted for a huge variety of dishes. Thankfully, both of us are skilled enough that, even though it was our first time working together, we had a great rapport.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, hold on. You need to finesse that further.
She dished out plenty of praise and taught me an awful lot too. The time seemed to fly by.
That was a dream come true. Paimon never knew Fontanian cuisine could be this good.
French food? Good? Fuck. What else is new?
Why, Savannah? Why?
What are you up to?
Oh, nothing. I was just flicking through the original Codex de Boer. I wanted to see if there was anything I'm missing. Something I hadn't noticed before. That might explain why Savannah's so desperate to get her hands on it. But I can't find anything. It's just some hastily scribbled recipes in between diary entries from Modeste's adventuring phase. And most of it's not even legible anymore. The copy I gave her not only has all the recipes in full, but even includes my own private tips and notes from years of experience. Surely that's infinitely more useful than this old thing.
For her, it's probably more about how useful it is. It's not about how useful it is, but more of an issue of head chef's pride.
Yeah, maybe. Still, it's just hard for me to imagine that the Savannah I knew would go to all this effort just to make a point.
Were you two friends?
We were. At least I always thought we were. She was a little shy, but meticulous with everything and everyone she dealt with. She made a few mistakes here and there, but she was quick to correct them whenever they were pointed out. And she was always striving to improve as a chef. Those qualities are why I recommended her to replace me as head chef. I never imagined for 1 second that she'd cause Fiamma and the other staff so much grief.
It sounds like you feel partly responsible.
Well, I mean to an extent, of course. I pushed hard for her to get the role. And the idea that she turned out like this because of me is difficult to come to terms with. I wonder if this is how Modeste felt back when he was writing the Codex.
Speaking of, didn't he have a falling out as well?
Yes, with his good friend and co-founder of the Hotel de Boer, Savelli. The story goes that after Modeste unveiled his Gâteau de Boer and was hailed as a culinary genius, he was admired and adored by all. But his newfound fame slowly drove him and Savelli apart. Unlike Modeste, whose every new creation was an instant hit, Savelli seemed to face setbacks at every turn. Doors that would swing wide open for Modeste would shut in Savelli's face. And with Modeste being whisked off to all manner of functions by his celebrity friends, he had less and less time to discuss the culinary arts with Savelli. People started gossiping about Savelli, and their relationship between the two gradually soured.
What happened to them ultimately?
Everything came to an abrupt end when Modeste, still in the prime of his life and still hailed as a genius, suddenly died from an acute illness. And that was it. They neither had a decisive split, nor got the chance to properly reconcile. Their story just came to an end. One rumor had it that Savelli actually killed Modeste out of jealousy, even as the latter was hoping to make amends.
Is that true?
Unlikely. It's a popular theory, but there's no real basis for it. At least there are no records of Savelli ever being convicted of a crime. Still, beyond a point, there's no way of knowing what truly happened in the past. All we can do is try to make sure the present doesn't quite go as badly. And that's why I have to win this contest tomorrow. Then get the truth about everything that's been going on, even if it means cracking her open like a nut.
With me on the team, with you on the team. With you on the team, there's no way we can lose.
That. Just follow my lead, and victory will be ours.
Wait until the following day, midday till 6. Midday till 4, sorry, not 6.
It's cooking contest day!
Did you hear the news? Escoffier's coming back for a cooking contest.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Mesdames et
welcome
messieurs.
one and all to the Hôtel de Bord and to this most exciting of cooking contests.
Savannah, I've brought the original copy of the codex you asked for.
Monica? Huh.
In the interests of fairness, this contest will be conducted in a double-blind format. Once the dishes are complete, they will be sent to the back of the kitchen where they'll each receive a label. The labels will be placed out of sight underneath the plates, only to be revealed after the judges have sampled them and reached a final verdict. This is to ensure that no one will know which dish is made by which contestant.
As one of the judges, I promise to be fair and impartial.
That's Aglaya. That's fucking Honkai Star Rail Aglaya. Listen.
As one of the judges, I promise to be fair and impartial. As one of the judges...
When my meal got interrupted yesterday, I never thought this is how they'd make it up to me. Getting a seat on the judging panel is a pretty sweet deal.
Both contestants have taken their positions.
The British are taking over. We got Aglaya in the judges' audience, and Escoffier's actress is definitely fucking British. Layer 1. Complete the objective by using the minimum amount of flavouring to achieve a balanced flavour. Make some gâteau de bord using Escoffier's patented precision cooking. You can start by the flavouring process at the seasoning table, also obtaining flavourings from the cutting board and cold press. Both flavouring types must be added in sufficient amounts to ensure richness of flavour. Add enough of both before aiming to balance the flavours out on the dish to wrap.
Monica, Traveler, it's go time. Let's do this.
Alphonse, Gaspar, get to work. Do not disappoint me.
Looks like a...
That should be enough flavoring. Now hurry up and balance the flavors. Stay calm, Escoffier. There has to be a way to balance the flavors. Just think. Up to the freezer.
Yay!
Come on, Escoffier! Come on, Traveler!
Make the next layer of cake.
Adaptive frosting. What are you...
This is cute.
So, what do you think?
I feel like Savannah's just glaring Escoffier down the whole fucking way through this. At least two or both. Oh god.
Escoffier is already on the final step of the recipe.
think this flavor profile is still a little bit off.
Oh, give me a 1.
Both of you.
That'll do.
You can't match Escoffier's talent.
I present to you Gâteau de Bourg.
That's a cool art. That's a cool, like, elemental, like, splash for the burst. Also, a very cute way to make you use the character for fucking cooking, not dungeon crawling, cooking.
I was just exercising caution. I had to make sure everything was perfect.
What is it? Are they trying to tell us it was bad? Oh, because we used so many flavorings and times. Ugh. I tried my best.
Time's up! Contestants, please take your dishes to the back.
Huh. That guy was right. You really can't tell whose is whose just by looking at them.
We both made the same dish after all. For all her flaws, Savannah's a talented chef who earned my recommendation for good reason. She wouldn't screw up something as elementary as the cake's appearance.
Whoa! This is really rather good.
Wonderfully soft and fluffy. Beautifully sweet. This is a masterclass in how to make Gâteau de Bourg.
I would give this one at least 9.9 out of 10. Only because there's something about the flavor of the base. It's just a little different from the recipe I'm used to.
Huh? Really? I couldn't tell.
All right, on to gâteau number 2. I haven't had a single bite and already this aroma is a delight to the senses.
I have a feeling that this gâteau will be a gâteau for the ages.
How exciting! I'm gonna dig in. I think maybe someone got a little carried away when they were adding the sugar.
Not just the sugar, it's the flavors too. This is all over the place. Who made this?
It appears the decision is unanimous. This gâteau is far below the standard we would expect.
And Paimon thought this might actually be close. Turns out.
Hang on, shut up, Paimon. We don't know whose is whose yet. And also, I'm just berating her staff.
Something's not right here. Savannah may not be perfect, but no way is she this sloppy.
I can now declare that the creator of the first gâteau has won this cooking contest.
I think it's going to say Monica. I think she swapped them.
Remains is
not Monica, Savannah.
Over and reveal the chef's name underneath.
What? It's Savannah?
No, that's impossible.
Hey, Savannah, you cheated, didn't you? You cheater! What did you do? Oh, you swapped the plates, didn't you?
Well, someone's a sore loser. These cakes went from the oven to the judge's table without me ever laying a finger on them. And everyone here can attest to that. It was Van Gem's staff who labeled them in the kitchen. If you're looking to accuse someone, why don't you start with them? Isn't it more likely that Escoffier's lost her edge? Oh, or maybe her assistants let the team down.
You take that back!
Judges, we demand a rematch.
That's enough. What's done is done. As head chef, or rather as team lead, I take responsibility for the dish I served. Whatever went wrong and however it happened, I should have spotted it. Savannah, I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to beat me in a bake-off. What happened to your chef's pride?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you want the Codex de Boer that much, you can have it. Scofier, no! But you must promise me that you'll apologize to Firma and compensate him for everything you put him through.
It's a little late to be negotiating terms. The contest is over, and I won. That means you owe me the Codex, and I owe you nothing.
Look, Savannah, you may have fooled everyone else, but can you really fool yourself? What I'm offering is to accept defeat without looking to expose what you've done. But only on the condition that you promise to stop putting so much pressure on your staff.
Fine. I'll treat this as your final handover of duties from one head chef to the next. So, will that be all, ex-head chef? Or is there any other unfinished business you'd like to leave in my hands?
I didn't mean that to be a scolding from your former boss. Just a word of advice from a fellow chef and a friend. But I don't know if you're even open to input from other people anymore.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need your advice.
All right, fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Escoffier!
The Codex de Boer! Finally. Now, at long last, I will succeed.
Escoffier? How could you let her get away with this?
Yeah! The Codex is a souvenir of your time here! Doesn't that mean anything to you?
It's alright. It was just a bake-off, not the end of the world. I'm already over it. Besides, it's not all bad. She agreed to compensate Firma. That's mission accomplished for the Spina. Honestly, if I'd have known that giving her the Codex would solve everything, I'd have just done that in the first place. I mean, why bother with the whole cooking contest? It's such a waste of time and energy.
But Escoffier, privately, I'm sure she's devastated, but what's done is done.
No. No! This doesn't make any sense!
Huh?
That's it? No secrets, no nothing? I don't believe it! This can't be happening.
Oh, Chef Savannah!
Savannah?
Savannah passes out after reading through the original codex.
It's nothing life-threatening. Just a lot of pent-up stress and exhaustion.
Oh, I knew it.
Pent-up stress?
The truth is, however hard she might be on the rest of us, the person she puts the most pressure on is herself.
Yes, there are nights when she makes us redo things over and over into the wee hours. But for her, it's every night. She'll hide herself away in the kitchen, working on new techniques and recipes, and only realize how long she's been at it when we come to work the following morning.
But why? Why would she do that?
Our best guess is she doesn't want to be seen as less of a chef than Escoffier.
And there it is.
Even so, that's no excuse for taking her anger out on the rest of you.
Yeah, and it's definitely no excuse for cheating in the cooking contest.
About that, we honestly have no idea how she did it. We were focused on our own work the whole time, like she asked.
Leone and Algalia were the ones I tasked with labeling the cakes. I've already spoken to them both. They're at a loss to explain it too.
Not to worry. Come on, join me downstairs. I'll interrogate the guilty gâteau myself.
Go in and interrogate the cake. When I head to bed. No worries, dude. Thanks for popping by.
Have you figured out what it was?
Take care of yourself.
Oh, this is aggravated assault on my palate. I'd rather eat wet cement than this.
Is it really that bad? I made sure to taste test it before it was served.
Oh, relax. This isn't your cake. Savannah never switched the plates. The offending flavors are coming from in between the icing and the cake base, which means someone tampered with it while it was being made. Or in other words, we have a traitor in our midst.
I'm sorry. I was forced into it. It was Chef Savannah. She said if I didn't cooperate, she would...
Calm down, Monica. I've already accepted defeat. And if I wanted retribution, I would have brought this up when the results were announced. Whatever's going on with you, just spill the beans. There's no need to hide it.
I I was the one who caused the food safety incident that one time.
Food safety? Wait, you mean the Lumaline incident? So you procured the contaminated ingredients?
I think so. Savannah and I were on procurement that day. I didn't check everything as well as I should have, and so I let contaminated ingredients make it into the kitchen. But I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea there was an issue with them, and I didn't know it would end up with Escoffier going to jail. But the last thing I expected was for Savannah to use it as leverage to blackmail me with...
This is crazy. So Savannah...
Yeah, Paimon's like, I was just here for a cooking competition. The fuck is going on?
I know, it's terrible. I'm so sorry. I was so scared. The thought of Chef Escoffier finding out that I put her in jail, it made me freeze up with fear. I thought Escoffier would hate my guts if she ever found out, and yet somehow that's ended up in me doing something even worse.
Seriously? All this fuss over a little slip-up?
Huh?
Firstly, it's not like I got a life sentence. I did my stint at the fortress, and now I'm out. And secondly, I had my own reasons for leaving the Hotel de Boer. This wasn't the only factor, so you don't need to feel ashamed or frightened or anything like that. Any more than you need to add butter when you're pan-searing foie gras.
You mean... you forgive me?
Oh, well, I'm not saying you don't have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You should tell Vanagem to mark down your performance for the past few months. Then do some digging and find out exactly where those contaminated ingredients came from. Sure, you've made mistakes, but now's the time to fix them. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Now, back to Savannah. What about the original codex would compel her to resort to blackmail?
I have my suspicions. Not that I've got any proof to back them up, though.
Ugh. What happened to me?
I've overheard some customers murmuring about how the Hotel de Boer hasn't been the same since Escoffier left. They think our menu doesn't taste like it used to, especially our signature items.
You mean Gâteau de Boer?
Now that you mention it, I noticed it during the contest too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the flavor seems subtly different from how it used to be. But the difference was so small, I'm sure no one would notice it besides our most loyal customers and true dessert connoisseurs.
Still, as head chef, it's easy to see why Savannah would get so hung up on it. So many times I've seen her make the cake base over and over again, late into the night, determined to match Escoffier's version. But something's always slightly off every time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Never really gave it much thought, though.
Thinking back on it now, it's clear that Savannah's been in a downward spiral ever since Escoffier left.
She wants to prove that she can fill Escoffier's shoes. That's gotta be the reason. But after countless setbacks, she's getting more and more unhinged. And at some point along the way, she switched from doubting herself to doubting Escoffier.
Doubting Escoffier? For what?
She thought the Codex from Escoffier was a fake.
Yeah, it would explain why she was bent on getting the original at any cost. She must have thought Escoffier purposely omitted key details from her recipes when she copied them out. Also, she could retain her place as the #1 chef in Fontaine, the only one privy to all the secrets of the trade.
Oh, for goodness sake. What a stupid idea.
Of course. Then she finally got the Codex, only to discover that the secret recipes she's been pining for don't exist at all. Seeing how utterly wrong she was must have been a real shock to the system. It probably brought up everything at once. It overwhelmed her, and she passed out.
There's still one thing that doesn't make sense, though. If Savannah had the real recipe all along, how come it tasted different? She might not be on the same level as Escoffier, but surely after like 50 attempts, she'd get it right one of those times.
You'd think so, but geniuses like Escoffier are in a league of their own.
She's keeping the true recipe to herself.
New head chef, you say? What's her name?
I don't think I've heard of her before.
I wonder, can the Hotel de Boer keep its edge without a Escoffier at the helm?
This tastes different from last time. Is it undercooked or something?
Get your hands on the codex, no matter what it takes.
Take this. It's a copy of the Codex de Boer. From now on, you will be its keeper. Don't listen to the doubters. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in me. Hey, did you hear me? Once I'm gone, the restaurant is all yours.
So you let the Lumaline into the kitchen.
All this time, I've been blaming other people, but maybe I'm the problem.
I sincerely apologize for putting everyone out. Savannah's awake now, but I don't think she's ready to speak to anyone yet. Let's give her the day to calm down. I'm sure you'll have the chance to talk everything out tomorrow.
In that case, I'll go and update Verma and his family. I wonder what he'll make of all this.
So, we'll come back tomorrow then.
I guess it's all we can do.
That was a long day. I think I've earned myself a sweet treat when I get back home.
Oh, nice! Macarons? Or are you gonna switch it up this time?
What is it, Escoffier?
How much do you know about the snow-winged goose?
Not a whole lot.
Every year, they migrate long distances in search of a suitable home. There's always one goose at the front whose job is to lead the flock. Fontaine poets often use the image of that goose to explore the ideas about leadership and genius. They usually imagine someone who's a cut above the rest, a model of perfection. But what those poets don't know is that during a migration, the lead goose is always changing. Once the lead goose shows signs of fatigue, it retreats to the back of the flock and allows another goose to take its place. So the truth is that leadership, with all the responsibilities and pressures that come with it, it's something that everyone takes turns at. But we humans completely miss that fact when we project our own ideas about social hierarchies onto them.
Is this about you and Savannah?
I guess what I'm saying is, I don't buy into this notion that there's some sort of gulf between normal and genius. Cooking is a science, not magic. Given the same ingredients, same recipe, and same environment, I see no reason why two different people shouldn't be able to create the exact same dish. Of course, some people have a more sensitive palate than others, and some people are just born bolder or more conscientious. But these are all variables that can be accounted for with time and practice. I'd have no reason to expect so much from others if I believed that perfection can only come from the hands of a genius. The only reason I hold people to high standards is because, well, I believe they're capable of greatness.
I don't know if you're right, but I think it's a great thing to believe in.
Okay, I've made up my mind. I'm gonna get to the bottom of why Savannah failed. And come tomorrow, I'll give her the scolding of her life, pointing out all the mistakes she's made along the way. Then she'll finally see the error of her ways.
Oh, is it gonna be wait a day? Yeah, wait until 5 AM? Oh my god. Like, hey, wake up, we gotta talk about this. It's 5 in the morning. No, we gotta talk about this. Please, Escoffier.
Why are we here so early? Our meeting with Van Gem isn't for a while.
I wanna check on Escoffier.
Check on her? Why? What happened? Oh no. Escoffier, are you alright?
What the fuck happened here?
I'm fine. Just need to get some more coffee in me.
You really did put an all-nighter then.
Huh? What happened to my coffee? Did I really drink it all?
For now, you should get some rest.
Alright. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Well, there's cooking facilities here. Or we could just grab a cup of coffee from Cafe Lutece, but either way, hurry!
If you want tea or water, just help yourselves.
Coffee. Strong, bitter coffee beans, transformed through expert brewing and balanced perfectly with rich, creamy steam milk. Wonderful. I feel much better now. Thank you so much, Traveler and Paimon.
Glad to hear it, but make sure to catch up on your sleep when you get the chance.
How goes the investigation?
I think I figured out where the problem lies. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Wait, what investigation? What are you guys talking about?
I'll save it for when everyone else gets here. It's so stupidly small. I can't believe it's caused so much drama.
Hey, look at this kitchen. It's like you had your own share of failed experiments last night.
Yes, except my failures were stepping stones to success.
Escoffier, have you seen Savannah?
Huh? No, not since yesterday. Why? What's wrong?
After seeing her home yesterday, we were all a little concerned about how she was doing. So, I dropped by her place early this morning to check on her, only to find an empty house with the doors wide open. I left Alphonse and the others to keep watch at her home, while I checked the Hotel de Bord. I'm worried something bad might have happened. If she's not here, then where could she be?
Boss, Escoffier, bad news.
Alphonse? You're supposed to be keeping watch at Savannah's house.
We were, but then, just after you left, we found this stuff in her house.
Oh, looks like a map with a bunch of random places circled. What does it mean?
Wait a second. This feels familiar. I'm sure these places are all connected somehow. Of course, from the Codex. They're all places that Modeste explored on his adventures.
The founder?
Yeah, but I don't understand. The adventure logs in the Codex are too fragmented to be of any use. How come this map shows all the missing details?
The Codex de Bord? Then, this place marked in red out at sea. Could that be the fabled birthplace of Gâteau de Bord?
Seriously? So now she set her sights on finding the original recipe and beating Escoffier that way? Geez, Savannah. Anything to overcome a gâteau plateau, huh?
Ugh, idiot. Does she have a death wish? Those ruins are thousands of years old.
Hold on. There's more. Besides the map, we also found these letters.
Oh, God. A letter received several months ago. It was you. You let the Luminine through, didn't you? I know you were responsible for purchasing the problematic ingredient that day. What would your good friend think, I wonder, if she learned that she suffered on account of your negligence? What would the people in the hotel think? So I imagine you'd want to keep this a secret, Miss Scofier, wouldn't you, head chef Savannah? Several weeks ago. Retrieve the real codex by any means necessary. That's where the real treasure can be found, and you gave it away, like a fool. Well then, you're going to get it back, whether it's a bet or by force doesn't matter. Oh, I know, don't you have that cooking showdown of yours? If you don't think you can win, why, you simply need to have your opponent lose. I imagine that assistant of yours might come in handy in that regard. What are you dawdling for? She was the one who concealed the secret recipe in the first place. Why else do you think you've never been able to recreate her work? She's afraid that you'll outshine her. What do you imagine everyone else says about you, both within and beyond the hotel walls? Ordinary, they call you untalented, a hack, a failure, who will never surpass Escoffier. And do you know whose fault it is? That's right, it's hers. She's no saint, never has been, so why hesitate?
It was you. You let the Lumaline through, didn't you? It sounds like a threat letter. Does this mean that Savannah was responsible for the safety incident? And not Monica after all?
Retrieve the codex by any means necessary. So the cooking contest and the cheating. Someone else was behind her pulling the strings?
She's keeping the true recipe to herself.
Ugh, this is all such a mess. Paimon needs a second to process this. First, we thought that Savannah forced Monica to cheat in the cooking contest. But now, it turns out that someone else forced Savannah to force Monica to cheat?
So did Savannah blackmail Monica? Or was it the other way around? So I've been deep beneath the sea.
You're finally here. Of course. I should have put 2 and 2 together as soon as I read your threat letter. The food safety incident. The demand for a cooking contest. The instruction to blackmail Monica. Even the suggestion that Escoffier was keeping secrets from me. It was all part of your grand plan.
Monica was the ultimate evil.
Monica?
Well, I guess she is the only other character of significance in this story. Who else would it fucking be? Where the fuck? Oh, okay. For a split second, I thought we was on the water. Oh, a bit of deep sea diving. Oh, it's been so long.
Done this really takes the cake. The moment we find her, I'm gonna curse the living daylights out of her.
Oh, it's been so long. Ah. Missed this. I thought this was getting ready to wrap up. I didn't realize there's like more yet. Oh, she has a better fucking spear charge attack. I don't like the spear charge attacks where you just dash forward with it. Is this cool?
Whoa, this place looks like an underwater restaurant, doesn't it? Suddenly, the idea of an adventure chef finding secret ingredients makes a whole lot more sense.
I think Modest's codex mentioned this place. A public bath from the time of Remoria. So yeah, definitely the kind of place that would have served food and drinks.
Huh? Some blubber beasts have come to join the party? How did they get here? Aw, they ran off!
Guess they're not used to seeing humans.
That could be easier said than done. Something's blocking the entrance.
Well, did Modeste mention it in his adventure logs by any chance? They must have gotten through somehow.
Good point. Yes, that's right. It's coming back to me now.
We prepared a banquet for our shy little guests, and as the food flowed away on the current, they broke into a joyous chorus, and the path opened to us.
We have to feed the blubber beasts? With what? There's nothing here besides rocks, romaritime flowers, and lumitoile. See, this is why you should always bring snacks. You never know when you're gonna need them. Now we have to head all the way back to shore and grab some.
There is no time for that. Romaritime flowers and lumitoile will have to do. They may not look appetizing to us, but who knows? They could be blubber beast delicacies.
Wait, we're seriously gonna try this?
Oh, okay.
Off to the freezer!
police or not, are we sure this stuff is edible?
Trust me, they'll love it.
More pertinently, how do we actually feed it to them?
Oh, good question. If we try to put them in the pool, we'll probably just scare them off again, and who knows how long they'll be gone.
Yes, we can't afford to wait for them to double back. Oh, what was it that Modeste said again? Something about the food flowing away on the current.
It means gonna put it on the pipes, don't you?
Wow, it's really singing! It must taste better than Paimon thought!
And then 1 and 2 symbols are gonna light up. Yep, I know how this goes.
Yeah! The tracks turned back again. Oh, so annoying.
Yes, that should be good.
Hey, it's open!
I just want to show this off.
Beg for mercy. There is no escape.
The idea is that as you put more things in it, it eventually it can eventually give you food that you can then use.
Hey, give me your water.
Here.
I said your water, the one you just drank out of?
Sure.
All those years slaving away under Escoffier, and then you. Today, it's finally paying off. Not only have I found the ruin that Savelli kept hidden, but I also get to boss you around like my little lapdog. Hey, go scout ahead for me. If we need to do any more blast tunneling, I want to know where to lay the explosives. Did you not hear me? Get going.
Why don't you do it yourself?
Oh, when did you learn to fight back? You're always so compliant when I give you instructions by letter.
That's because you threatened to expose me for the Lumiline incident. I swear, if I'd known what you were planning, I'd never have...
Ha! Don't be so self-righteous. Admit it, you've always been jealous of Escoffier. That's why you lapped up everything I told you. You were terrified of her finding out about your part in the Lumiline incident, and you resented the way her reputation hung over you. So you jumped at the chance to convince yourself that she was the villain, that she deliberately hid her secret recipes from you just to hold you back. It was the only excuse you needed to justify getting back at her.
First, idolization, then jealousy, suspicion, and self-deception. That's what this comes down to. It was the same story with Savelli and my ancestor. He offered Modeste his friendship, only to murder him out of vanity. He promised to explore the world with him, only to later destroy all records of their adventures. It's a miracle I even found this place. You have no idea the countless hours I spent piecing it all together. So you see, you're no better than Savelli. If you can't beat him, betray him, right?
I am no Savelli, nor will I ever be.
Oh, put a lid on it. You really think you can absolve yourself of your vindictive and jealous behavior now? Just because you finally realize that Escoffier never kept any secrets from you? You didn't show any remorse when she left, or in the cooking contest. Why start now? You have no right to redemption.
You're right. I don't deserve her forgiveness. But I am done being bullied into submission by you!
Ooh, feisty. But you should watch your tone. Talking to me like that could get you in big trouble.
I somehow doubt that. Since I poisoned both our water bottles.
What?
Ever since I learned the truth. I've been biding my time, waiting for this moment. You've played me like a fiddle for so long, and now this is payback!
But you drink it too.
It's what we both deserve. This is the price we must pay for betraying Escoffier. You'll die here with me, Monica!
You.
What's so funny?
Oh, you're too much. I thought I'd play along for a bit just to amuse myself. You gave a very rousing performance. I saw your dumb plan a mile off. There's no poison in these bottles, just clean, fresh water.
No.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know? Did you really think your half-baked plot would fool me? You're a lousy chef, and you make a lousy villain, too. A complete waste of space. No wonder you never amounted to anything.
Everything I ever did was a failure. And now, I failed again, for the last time.
Hey, why don't you try your hand at being a comedian in your next life? You got a good laugh out of me. But now the show's over. You should have just done like I asked, Savannah. All I wanted you to do was scout the ruins for me. But you had your chance, and now it's time to say goodbye.
Stop right there!
Let her go, Monica! We've got you surrounded!
Escoffier?
Ugh, looks like I'll have to keep you around for a little longer.
You can't! Stay back if you want her alive!
Escoffier and the Traveler. I can't take you both on in combat, but if you so much as flinch, I can end Savannah's life in a heartbeat.
Monica, what are you hoping to achieve by this? You're about to commit murder, and for what? A recipe?
A recipe? You chefs are all blinded by your myopic focus on kitchen affairs. Well, some of us actually have bigger fish to fry. Modeste had a secret. The truth behind his so-called genius, the je ne sais quoi factor in his Gâteau de Bourg, and it's right here in these ruins.
Are you serious? You're here because of a Gâteau de Bourg obsession? You've gone completely mad!
I couldn't care less about the cake itself. No, the real treasure is the secret ingredient that Modeste sourced from these ruins. He and Savelli were fools. A priceless treasure of Remoria in the palms of their hands, and they thought, ooh, this would go great in our cake mix. We're talking about a powerful stimulant that also sharpens the senses. That's no cooking ingredient. It's a groundbreaking drug. That's right, I've done my research. It was a drug that Remoria developed for their war machine. I could make a killing by selling it to the treasure hoarders or the Fatui.
Will you listen to yourself? You're completely delusional.
My eyes are wide open. Just wait till I get my hands on this treasure. You'll see what a fool you've been.
Wait, what's that sound?
Just when I thought she couldn't get any crazier. She's lucky the whole place didn't collapse.
Any crazier. Let's find another route and go after her.
Uh-oh, Savannah's gone too.
Monica must have taken her. Oh, what a coward. She's only taken her hostage because she knows that she's no match for you.
Oh, there's one piece of good news. At least she's safe for now.
Even if she finds the treasure, she'll need Savannah alive if she wants to get out of here in one piece.
Oh, well, our path's been blocked, so let's look for another route. The water looks pretty deep here. Maybe it leads somewhere.
Oh, there you go. And because she's Fontanian, she'll swim quicker.
Awakened by the explosion sound. Alright, Knife Skills 101. Time for some rough chopping. Yeah!
Oh, Jesus Christ, you can really just keep the Cryo Hydro application permanent with Escovia and Lenyale on her. Fucking hell. Following the exalted Harmos order and in accordance with the Sebastos most sacred, most benevolent temper, we established here as condolences for the naturalized barbarian soldiers, savages that they may have been, but they were also warriors. With the secret treasure granted graciously, the warriors' boldly desires are satisfied, that they may fight on with 100-fold bravery. Oh, again?
Another door? Guess we need to prepare another feast for our guests.
It's the ingredients you collect on the table. I'll just help brother out. Give me a 2. Yeah, I see. Let's do the more annoying one first.
It seems to really like the texture of Rome maritime flowers. A little amuse-bouche. See, you can see it could be that easy every time. Just give me the one thing I need, and then we're done.
Busted. Quietly now.
Laid bare.
I never knew you could process Lumitwol like that. Alright, I've got to jot this down. Lumitwols and maritime flowers. This could open the door to a whole new world.
Easy now.
Literally the plan. Wait, hold on. Which door are you talking about?
See if there's anything over here. No, it doesn't look like it.
That's strange. These don't look Romorian to me. More like last century Fontaine.
They don't look that worn either.
Adventurers from last century Fontaine, huh? Oh, Modeste and Savelli, do you think they camped here?
By the looks of it, this was a one-person camp. They adventured together, but maybe one of them came back alone at a later date.
They may have left a journal or something.
Oh, you really think so?
Trust our adventurers' instincts. We're pros at this stuff, just like you're a pro in the kitchen.
Well, I'm a pro at least.
Okay, well, the Traveler has more adventuring experience overall, but Paimon's definitely a pro rummager from all those treasure chests.
And bingo, found it.
Paimon was just about to show off her rummaging skills.
Huh, no kidding. Are all adventurers so obsessed with journaling? I mean, I guess I take a lot of notes when I'm cooking as well, but I thought that was just me.
Anyway, let's find out who was here.
It's been years since I've last visited these ruins. It's exactly the way I remember it. This place probably hasn't changed in millennia. Sadly, up above, on dry land, everything has changed. The treasure of Remoria. That's what we used to call it. Modeste was right about its potential. It turned Gâteau de Bourg into a national sensation. Our limited stock of the substance meant that the gâteau could only be produced on a small scale. But this only drove up the popularity all the more. Modeste was right about that too. He predicted all of it. He was praised as a genius, while I, as the one person who'd ever disagreed with him, was labeled a talentless fool. Modeste tried his best to console me, but I knew better than anyone just how great the gulf was between us. Our conversations grew scarce, and we saw less and less of each other. I didn't fight it. He had new friends and a career of his own. Why invite further disdain by inserting myself where I did not belong? I told myself that maybe one day, when I finally created a masterpiece of my own, I'd be able to face him without shame. Or maybe one day, when I've put these feelings of self-loathing behind me, I'd be able to ask him with a smile on my face, how about we go on one more adventure, for old time's sake? Unfortunately, that day will never come.
So it was Savelli. From the sounds of it, he came back after Modeste had already died.
I always thought it was just a legend. But if it's true, then this must be the place where they found their secret ingredient, the birthplace of Gâteau de Bourg.
In that case, what does that say about the death of Modeste? If it's all true, maybe Savelli really did have something to do with it.
Let's keep reading.
The taste of Gâteau de Bourg has changed. Modeste was convinced of this, even though everyone swore they couldn't tell. Being the perfectionist that he was, he refused to accept even the slightest flaw in his work. He stopped all sales of the product, locked himself away in the kitchen, and worked day and night, vowing to find out where he had gone wrong. But as he baked and taste tested over and over again, he found he only strayed further and further from the original taste. It was only when he was sipping on coffee one day and realized he could not taste the bitterness that the truth finally dawned on him. What had changed was not the gâteau, but his sense of taste. The treasure of Remoria stimulates the senses, taste included, and invigorates the spirit. In the short term, it offers people the ultimate gourmet experience. But in the long term, It dulls their senses entirely. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, why would a culture that sought liberation from the constraints of their bodies care for the loss of their senses? But we realized it too late. We were just too late. Over the course of his many culinary experiments, Modeste exhausted the remaining supply of the treasure of Remoria. He consumed it all himself. The finest culinary talent of his generation now faced a future in which he would never be able to taste anything ever again. Finally, in despair, he took his own life. And because we had become estranged, I could not be there to stop him, to offer some words of comfort, or even to say goodbye. Yet despite everything, he sent me his final letter.
The treasure of Remoria? Guess Monica was really onto something. It really was a kind of drug.
So, Modeste chose to end his own life. Then, why all the rumors that Savelli murdered him? Also, neither the Codex nor any other contemporary records make any mention of the treasure of Remoria. It's almost as if someone deliberately erased it from history.
Modeste told me everything in his final letter. His was a tale of how even a genius could fail, and how much more devastating it is when it happens. Did he hope I would gain some personal catharsis from knowing the truth? Or maybe he wished for me to warn the public about the dangers of Gâteau de Bourg, proving that I had been right all along. But if the public ever learned how Modeste's greatest triumph became his undoing, his fall from grace would be swift and merciless. 1 minute a genius, the next a joke. It would surely spell the end for his restaurant too. What would be his legacy then? How would future generations view everything we built together? I fear the scorn I have faced these last years would pale in comparison to the scorn shown to him by the history books. I cannot let that come to pass. I will do what I must to protect his name. It will mean tampering with his notes to remove the damning details, leaving mere fragments of our story behind. It may lead his family to suspect me of having a hand in his demise. But if that's the price of destroying all evidence of my crimes, then so be it. I would rather the world believe a tale of genius and jealousy than see his reputation in tatters. The final loose end is the evidence here, at the bottom of the sea.
Oh no, we gotta stop Monica.
Huh? What's wrong? Didn't we say Savannah should be safe for now?
So we thought, but if Monica finds out what happened to the treasure, there's no telling what she might do.
Stop Monica! God. The barbarians who take the are gradually losing part of there is no cause to worry. The desire to break free from forms of flesh and blood is also the first step in guiding them towards accepting civilization.
The treasure of Remoria. I have found you at last. Savelli, you tried your best to bury the truth, but you underestimated the children of Modeste. Some fragments of his diary escaped your clutches, and we have held on to them for generations. But I have to thank you too, Savannah. Without your help retrieving the Codex, and with it the last piece of the puzzle, I may never have found this place. But now, finally, the secret to Remoria's military might is within my grasp. The treasure of Remoria is mine!
Oh, it's empty? It's empty?
Monica? Oh, we were seconds too late.
Escoffier? What's the deal with that jar?
Savelli's final act! He wanted to conceal the secret of the treasure forevermore and make sure it would never harm anyone again. So he came here after his friend's death and destroyed every last shred that remained.
This can't be happening. All the years I spent piecing together the truth, all my painstaking planning, all that for an empty jar?
Monica, don't do anything stupid. This ruin is more dangerous than you realize.
Oh, shut your pie hole!
Praise be to Lord Remus. You barbarian shall be slain.
She's a nutcase! A liability to herself and everyone else!
I think she's dead. Are we can you
Now it's up to us to clean up the mess she's made. Take these golems out!
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think she's alive. Uh-oh.
Why is this place still shaking?
I think it's because Monica was too trigger happy with her explosives.
Either way, it's all her fault. Enough chit-chat. Let's get out of here, Traveler Escoffier, come on!
Sorry, 1 second. Oh. My headset is still working. He was getting a little staticky during that.
Oh, no you don't. If I can't get what I want, neither will any of you. I've got nothing to show for my life's work so far. But if I can take another so-called genius down with me in my final moment, then it was all worth it.
You're a psycho!
Oh, she took one of the shards.
Savannah? When did you wake up?
I may be a lousy chef, but it looks like I'm not a complete waste of space.
We're out of time, people.
Traveler? Okay, let's go!
Escoffier! Savannah!
Traveler! And Paimon!
Venejem! What are you all doing here?
What did you expect us to do? Stay at the restaurant and sit on our merry derrieres? While the Traveler and Escoffier were out here risking their lives?
We had to do something. Even though that something ended up being, well, waiting for you here instead.
I don't deserve any of you. And I certainly don't deserve to be your head chef. It was my fault Escoffier had to leave. Then I couldn't live up to her standards. I acted like a tyrant in the kitchen. And now I almost got myself killed. Come back, Escoffier. Come and be our head chef again. I'll never be able to replace you.
Okay, so everything I said to you the day I left, it just went in one ear and out the other?
Huh? Sorry, I was kinda in my own head at the time. All I could think about was the Lumiline situation. What was it you said again?
Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't leave this job because of you. And you're not nearly as awful a chef as you think. If you were that bad, why would all your staff show up here for you?
Escoffier's right. Sure, you nitpick our work and get us to do things over a lot. But when it comes down to it, you're the one who's always doing whatever it takes to make sure the customers get served on time, every time.
Things were pretty rough after Escoffier left. And Savannah's the only reason we've been able to make it through.
Our customers know that Escoffier doesn't work for us anymore. But the fact is, they keep coming back. If that's not an endorsement of your work, I don't know what is. At the end of the day, we're all human, and we all make mistakes. All we can do is recognize where we get it wrong and do our best to improve. That's all that's humanly possible.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I did to Fermont and to Escoffier, it's unforgivable.
Well, about that, there's someone else here to see you, Chef.
It's been a while, Chef Savannah.
Fermont? I'm so sorry. I put far too much pressure on you. And the way I stubbornly refused to go and see you after you fell ill. There's no excuse, But I'm too late, aren't I? The damage is done. I heard that you can't even hold a kitchen knife anymore.
Actually, I think I'm going to be just fine.
That's convenient.
Huh?
We thought Firmin's problem was purely psychological in nature. But after the threat letter came to light, it got Firmin thinking. And then
I can't help but feel like they're going to try and wrap
the tea
everything
that
up
Monica
right
used
now
to
on
give
this
him
beach,
every
so you don't have to
night.
go anywhere else. So we're like, oh, here's all the answers to all the mysteries.
And as it turns out, she was lacing it with Lumaline the whole time.
No way! Doesn't that cause nerve damage?
It can. High doses pose a risk of serious nervous and sensory complications. But if you calculate the dosage
That makes sense.
carefully,
Monica is up to something
you
the
can
whole
control
time,
the
all the
extent
time.
of its effects. A small dose might simply make a person more emotional, whether that mean more fragile or more hot-tempered.
No wonder it seemed like you'd lost your edge.
I asked my friends at the Fontaine Research Institute about it. They said that with the low dose I was taking, the risks are pretty small. They also fixed me up with some meds and said I should recover in no time.
You're already sounding a lot more confident.
Well, that's what happens when you give someone a little bit of hope to cling on to.
There's more. We believe that Firmin was likely not Monica's only victim.
You mean she poisoned me too?
Oh, so that's why Savannah's been so irritable this whole time!
Let's not be too quick to blame everything on the Lumaline. That stuff can only amplify what's already there. So tasty food will seem like the most delicious thing in the world, while food you don't particularly care for will become utterly revolting. So you better make sure you reflect on your behavior and apologize to every single person you've wronged.
I will. I'm sorry. There's still one question that's really bugging me. Why is it that no matter what I do, my Gâteau de Bourg never tastes the same as yours? Is it just... I mean, is it because you're a genius and I'm not?
It's because the heating element in your oven is broken, you silly goose.
What?
That it?
I felt like something was off during the cooking contest. Once I got around to checking all the equipment, I noticed it right away. There was a half-degree discrepancy between the temperature setting and the actual temperature. All the ovens in the whole kitchen had the same problem, which confused me at the time, but by this point, it's pretty obvious that Monica must have tampered with them. I would have figured it out the day of the bake-off, since the issue affected both our teams. But of course, Monica sabotaged mine so that could never happen.
No. I spent so long trying to find out where I was going wrong, and then you pinpoint the problem in just one night? It all comes back to one simple, undeniable truth. You're a genius. And I'm just plain old Savannah.
Oh, cut it out! Stop the woe is me act for a second and just think. I came up with this recipe. You don't think that might have something to do with it? Do you know how long I spent perfecting my Gâteau de Bourg? 3 years! 3 whole years! I know this dish inside out, back to front and upside down. And you've been head chef now for what, 6 months? If that? A couple hundred failed attempts, and you're gonna throw in the kitchen towel and declare you'll never be successful because you're not a genius. You clearly have no idea how many kitchen failures I've had under my belt, or just how long it took me to finally get my recipe to a level I was satisfied with. Genius or not, everyone makes mistakes. Modeste did, Savelli did, everyone does. You're only a lousy chef if you don't face up to your mistakes. Learn from them, and then keep chipping away until you crack the problem once and for all. Surely you haven't forgotten all that. You were no lousy chef back when I handed you the reins.
I haven't forgotten. And I'll make sure I never do.
That's our head chef.
Ha ha! Sounds like we won't need another changing of the guard in the Hotel de Bord kitchen anytime soon. Huzzah!
Aw, what a perfect ending to a crazy journey. Look how happy everyone is.
So you got your mojo back now?
Yeah, thanks to you, Escoffier. In fact, no. Thanks to all of you.
Aw, friends again! So nice to see them finally settle their beef.
Maybe not all of it.
Good. So now that's out of the way.
It's gonna be now have a real
Time
competition.
for payback. You cheated in our last bake-off, and I demand a rematch right now.
But that was mostly Monica's fault, wasn't it?
Right. And also, does it have to be right now? Savannah's only just got her mojo back, and you barely escaped from a death trap.
No excuses. This is a cooking contest between two top chefs, and nothing will stand in its way. So grab your spatula and get ready, because this rematch is happening today. Right now, this instant.
So this girl.
Hey, so, this whole time you were salty about losing?
Oh god, here we go.
The second cooking contest commences now!
This time, no more games, and no holding back!
Didn't we literally have something cooking related last patch with Varessa? Am I going mad? Are the Genshin devs just hungry? Are they not getting fed enough? Is this subliminal messaging? Uh-oh. What the fuck is this? Oh, and then straight into the 2D animation style? Bruh.
I feel like I don't have the right to be here.
Hey, what are you so afraid of? You can't unbake it now. And if you don't serve it, then good or bad, you'll never find out how to improve. If you're too scared to fail, you'll never know what real success tastes like. So?
Embrace your failure. Taste it. Digest it. That's the way to success.
I don't know. Sounds like it's easier said than done.
I'll do it.
Cute.
The results are in! A landslide victory for Escoffier!
Yay.
Quite rightly, too. Piece of cake.
Her tail seems very happy with the results.
Oh yeah, look at that! Savannah looks pretty chipper too, considering she lost.
This wasn't for you, was it?
Now, where were we? Yes. Do you have any more questions for me after everything that's happened?
Are you going to say it, the fleur Suri?
I thought Navia would have filled you in. And actually, I said all this to Savannah before I left. Although, as we saw, I don't think any of it sank in. I had two reasons for leaving. One was the food safety incident, of course. But the other was that the Hotel de Boer had reached a point where it didn't need me anymore. So I decided to step down and look for new opportunities to improve myself.
Improve how?
Well, a while back, I got to know a fellow chef from Liyue. And in her, I saw so many new possibilities.
She met Shangling?
She has that same adventurous spirit that Modeste and Sibeli had in their youth. Slime mucus, blizzard tails. With her, nothing's off the table. There's a whole world of new flavors out there waiting to be explored, hiding away in ingredients we overlook. Case in point, remember those Romaritime flowers down in the ruins? I used them in the cooking contest just now. Did you taste the difference?
What? Paimon didn't notice at all.
Half of the art of cooking is dissecting the recipes of previous chefs and figuring out the exact constellation of elements that gave their work its signature taste. And the other half, it lies in freeing yourself from the confines of the kitchen. You've got to go out and explore the endless possibilities out there.
Uh-oh. Paimon's suddenly not sure she wants to try your cooking anymore.
Well, I'm always down to be your taste tester.
Don't worry, it's not going to be a free-for-all like in Modeste's time. Before I put anything into my food, I'll obviously do my research, make sure it doesn't contain any harmful substances. In the meantime, take this. It's a recipe for Petit Gâteau de Bourg revised version. I tweaked it to suit your needs as busy adventurers. Hope you enjoy, and remember, feedback is always welcome.
All right! So, do you ever see yourself returning to Hotel de Bourg?
Were you not listening?
Oh, of course. I've
I
already
mean,
promised
she might
Anakin that
eventually,
I'll
but come
back
on.
every once in a while to make sure the quality of the food remains at an acceptable level.
Oh, good luck to Savannah, I guess.
You know, Paimon's still a little disappointed that we never got to see the treasure of Remoria. Surely Monica wouldn't have gotten drawn in so deeply if it wasn't for all the mystery surrounding the original Gâteau de Bourg. She practically dedicated her life to finding the lost pieces of Modeste's diary. Then went to all that trouble to infiltrate the Hotel de Bourg. And in the end, it was all for nothing.
Her life's work became a grand exercise in futility.
Since you mentioned the treasure, between Modeste's writings and what we saw in those ruins, I think I may have figured out the truth. The so-called treasure of Remoria was most likely a substance that the Remorians extracted from lumitoids, better known to us as lumiline.
Huh? So then...
Well, the hype back in the day is that they just discovered weed.
Gâteau de Bourg!
Don't forget, it was a very different era. We could barely even refine sugar back then, so desserts were very much in their infancy. In a world of bland food, it's no wonder that the first thing to really excite people's taste buds took the world by storm. And as for the lumiline, it may well have been somewhat valuable in ancient times. But these days, it's just another drug from the Fontaine Research Institute. Even if Savelli hadn't destroyed it all, I doubt it would be worth that much these days.
So after all that, there was nothing in those ruins but worthless junk. Feels strange to say it, but Paimon almost feels sorry for Monica. She sacrificed it all only to get nothing in return.
Yes, Paimon. Poor Monica.
Hey!
Oh, Navia. Right, I forgot about you.
Huh? Navia? You just got back from that underwater ruin, right? Well, check it out. They ran a special issue. Did you see anything like this down there? Freshly unearthed from the ruins of Remoria. A magnificent jar thought to be over 1,000 years old. Experts say it has immense artistic and historical value.
Oh, you mean the one that got smashed?
Fortune. Wait, isn't that the jar they used to hold the treasure?
If only it was still in one piece. Some butterfingers must have dropped it or something. It's such a shame.
Oh well, all's well that ends well. That was fun. That was silly, but that was fun. Escoffier is a fun character. Oh, and we got the recipe. Oh, we got this from the Hexen Circle trial. Ooh. But that was cute. I enjoyed that. And she's a very fucking peculiar character. But that's going to do from me because we're approaching 6 hours. And it was only the other day we did like a 6.5 hour stream. So I am tired. I plan to stream tomorrow. Originally I wasn't. And I was going to stream Friday and Saturday and then take Sunday off. But I think it would be wiser to try and push through tomorrow and Friday. Even though I'm feeling a little tired. And then take both Saturday and Sunday off. Because next week's going to be busy. So being able to actually like take a proper weekend off will go a long way. But I'm going to call it there. I had a lot of fun with this. Next time we meet, fucking Skirk's going to be out, which is wild. But we're there. It's the main story stuff with like the trial and the Hexen Circle and Albedo and all like the extra stuff with Durin is interesting. And I'm curious to see where that goes. Now that Durin's been reborn, what the plan is. And Escoffier's story was a simple but very sweet one. And, like, Monica just straight up just got stabbed to death and is dead. And, like, Savannah, like, they're not even going to acknowledge that. Like, Savannah killed her, but... Oh, well. As always, thank you so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely helps the channel grow. Additionally, you can find my BlueSky and my Patreon in the description of every single video. But until then, you guys take care now. Peace.